can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. You might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment, at the same time edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shake. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for the devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep tell me just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax.
Ladies and gentlemen,
1 2 1 2. Alrighty, back at it again. They want war. Alright. Yeah, it is. Let me see here. I hope the audio is good. Let me know how the audio is. It's Thursday, the 26th March, 0909 Central European Time, and that makes it 0309 East Coast America. Yeah, what's up, everybody? I hope everybody's doing well. Let me see. Let me get my audio straight here. All right. What's up, Rafika? Yeah. Friars is actually in the house, man. Good. I'm happy you in the house, Friars. Yeah, you gotta hop up. I saw that video you sent me, and it is a hot topic. So, yeah, obviously people gonna have to talk about that. What I'm saying? Purple, what's up? I see you, Purple Groovy. Yes, in the house also, and everybody else out there that's listening. Thanks a lot for checking out my streams and supporting my lives. You know what I mean? I think it's interesting, and I'm gonna tell you. Look, if there was just an inkling in your mind when you came across one of my videos and you said, you know what, that guy seems interesting, I think I want to subscribe to his channel. I think I want to check out one of his lives. Yo, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna disappoint you because I do have other surprises. Like I do, and although I'm about showing and proving, I'm not about begging. I'm not about begging anybody for. I'm about going out and getting shit done, doing things in real life. Period. Let me tell you something. if you're not willing to be serious, focus, dedicate time and energy, you can't fuck with me anyway on any level about anything. Like, you better get that straight. You know what I'm saying? I like serious people, and I like real people. I like people that keep it real, and I like people that are serious too at the same time. Why? Because that's what makes life a little more enjoyable, right? When you at least are dialoguing and spending time with serious folks, it doesn't mean every topic got to be serious. It doesn't mean you can't be out there having fun, but it means if it does go serious, you dealing with some people that know how to deal with those kind of things, have a good conversation, use their brain, apply themselves, be reliable, understanding, intelligent. You know what I'm saying? In your interactions with them. You know what I'm saying? And, yeah. And if you're one of the haters, then that's probably your problem right there. You ain't going to be able to keep up. And I see what the issue is. But having said that, I'm an American that lives in Denmark. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family on both sides go back to the colonial period. And when I travel, people genuinely see me as an American. That's what they see. They're like, oh, this is a real American here. I'm serious. That's how people see me. This is a real American. I'm just saying, in the United States and outside of the United States, being American it's not something I can hide. Even when I speak Danish, people can hear it in my Danish accent that I'm American. You see what I mean? When I travel to other countries, you know, even if obviously if I don't speak the language, then I speak American English, right? So that's a dead giveaway. And then we have body language, right? Culture, things like that stand out. So I'm a proud American. I'm not trying to be someone that I'm not. I have my life to live, and I'm happy living that. And I've been pretty fortunate living that life. You know what I'm saying? Living my life. I've been able to do some things that I can't hate on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't hate on a lot of the fly shit I've been doing in my life. You know what I'm saying? I have a normal, chill, relaxed, everyday life now. I'm a parent, but I can't hate on the life I had when I'm 18, 6, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 20, you know what I'm saying? Yo, I mean, I've done some wonderful things. And if you've ever been a part of my life in a positive way, obviously, I want to thank you, you know, straight up, because you know what I'm talking about. I've had the pleasure of, meeting some cool ass people. And that's what makes life really great. When people are cool, when you can do wonderful things with cool people, fucking cool people. You know what I'm saying? People that are being real, people that are being themselves. You know what I'm saying? But having said that, we got to get into the news, as we always do, because we grown folks here. And we know you pay for not being up on what it is. You pay for it. And that's why I'm here, because I add some different perspective. You know, I got a little, somebody chimed in before my live ended yesterday. And I saw around something like 10:40, they wrote a message and said, typical liberal won't answer this message, right? Now, listen, first of all, I'm not a typical anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, that should be painfully obvious. The typical liberal, okay, American liberal, lives in the fucking United States of America. I don't, okay? So just get that straight, okay? The typical American lives in the United States of America. I'm not a fucking typical American. I mean, I'm born in Washington, D.C., loved it, but I ain't typical. I mean, and first of all, if I never traveled outside of the United States ever before, just being from Washington, D.C. alone means I'm not fucking typical. You need to get the hell out of, stop fantasizing, okay, about the capital of the United States of America. It's not Omaha, Nebraska, okay? It's not, we're not New York. We're not Virginia. We're not California. You know what I'm saying? And we're not Atlanta, and we dig it. We're not Chicago. We dig that shit. But typical? Nah. Let me tell you right off the bat. What's not typical about anybody from Washington, D.C. is the gang is not a gang. It's just the black men from Washington, D.C. They're pretty strong in the federal penitentiary, in case you haven't heard. That's not typical. Typical Americans are not one of the strongest groups in the federal penitentiary. That's not typical. Okay. But they have a term for people that come from my city in the federal penitentiary, and they're called the DC Blacks. That's what they're called. And you should go Google them. You should find out about them. You should find out. Just go Google it. They're the ones that had a 20-year war with the Aryan nation in the federal penitentiary. Just get it straight. You know what I'm saying? And among other things. You see what I mean? So anyone will tell you that DC is not a typical city. There's nothing typical about people with DC. We're not stupid. We're very intelligent. Okay. Even if there's some other aspects that can be problematic from time, like crime. You know what I'm saying? Crime is nothing new in DC. Nobody, if anything, people kind of look at crime like it just comes with the territory. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. You know what I'm saying? Just like maybe that might be typical in America. Maybe that's how they do shit in Kansas. I know some of those small towns do things like that. Well, DC in that way, we're contagious in that sense that we can spread, these kind of things. And we can also be infected by other people's ills like that regarding capitalism in the United States of America and its relationship to crime and incarceration and these kind of things. But having said that, I'm not typical. I've traveled outside of the U.S. I've traveled to many states in the U.S. So that's not typical. And so please miss me with your typical shit. Now, the person who wrote that message, I will allow you to come up. But start clicking the button right now. Don't click after I've been live for 3 goddamn hours, you punk. Tell me in the chat. I'm here. I'm sending a message to you in Discord. You haven't responded yet. Yes, talk to the people. Get real, okay? I'm not your babysitter, okay? I'm not sitting here waiting for you all day. Now, having said that, anyone can come up. Just look at the Discord link. All you got to do, you can come up, you can chat. It doesn't matter where you're from. But my job here is to bridge some of the attack that people have made on, the attack on NATO, trying to split up our country, people from different countries that have been allies forever. That's my job. I'm an American that lives in Denmark. So first of all, when Trump talked about invading Denmark, I came out and organized a motherfucking demonstration in front of the American embassy just to say fuck Trump. Okay, that's not typical liberal. Okay, and I don't even run from the term liberal. But what I'm saying is that you're gonna miss me on all levels. It wouldn't matter if I'm a liberal, if I'm a MAGA, if I'm a conservative. I'm not typical any of that. Are you out of your goddamn mind? I think some of you Americans are fucking slow, and I'm American saying that. Yes, I think some of you fucking Americans are fucking slow. Really get it through your head. And we're going to talk about that too. And today's episode, although we're not going to spend a whole lot of time with this, today's episode is called what? Just to illustrate how slow some of these goddamn Americans can fucking be. You calling me typical? What the fuck? You're typically dumb American. Okay, typically dumb bozos. And that is, the show today is called Europe's Right Wing is Closer to the USA's Left. Then they're closer to MAGA. Yeah, they are in values. Straight up. There's almost no connection. There's almost zero connection. None. So just understand that. At least the right wing people in Europe, in Denmark, want their citizens to have fucking health care. Duh. All of their citizens. At least the right wing in Denmark, wants all their citizens to have a fucking education. Yes, that's something you won't find one party in Denmark that's not like that. And you need to understand that. Okay. You need to understand you can be right wing. You can be conservative and be about something positive. The problem with the United States is that these fucking conservatives, they're not conservatives. They're not positive about a motherfucking thing. That's the problem. If they did something right, it might be positive. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck do you think? Please, the only reason why I laugh at black people who vote for MAGA is because they stupid. I'm not saying they shouldn't be conservative. Be conservative. Be conservative all you want. And mind your business all you want. But don't be fucking stupid. You see what I mean? Like, don't vote against your own goddamn best interest. That's complete, utter ignorance. You're not being conservative. You're being motherfucking fools. That's different. That's different. See, if you live in a civilized country, which I'm quite sure the fucking United States of America is not at this point, I'm quite sure it is not civilized. The fucking Supreme Court is uncivilized. The goddamn Congress and fucking Senate, fucking uncivilized. And I can say that because I live in a civilized fucking country. It's called Denmark. Like, seriously, straight up, I can say that, okay? Because I know what civilized is. You know, a lot of Americans have been used to living in the fucking jungle. You know what I'm saying? And no pun to real jungles out there. You know, there's, you know, the forest is the same thing. Some people come from the forest. Some people come from just another way to say forest. But what I mean by jungle is what I mean, like, actually, the word jungle doesn't apply. These people in the United States are acting like fucking barbarians. They're acting like it's still fucking the 1800s in the wild fucking West. It's like, yo, what's going on there is not what we call civilized today in 2026. You have loads of ignorant fucking Americans. Now, yes, you could be right wing and still be intelligent, which you are not, you know, just straight up. That's the problem I have with it. Now, getting back straight to illustrate this, right? Here we go. Let's learn a little first before we get into the everyday news and what we typically talking about. I want to get into the election because the results weren't in when I did my last live, and the data that I had was what was projected from polls, right? And but it turns out to be a little different. So I want to go through some of those differences, and then I also want to show you what the right wing in Denmark supports. You see what I mean? Just to illustrate that the right wing in the United States of America, you don't fucking believe, you don't support any fucking thing that is about helping any fucking American. You're psychos. You're fucking psychos. You're supporting death of Americans. You're supporting kicking Americans out of their fucking homes. You are supporting Americans fucking being slaves just because of some corrupt ass fucking businesses that want to own everything. Like, fuck that. That's not conservative. That's not right wing. That's not nationalistic. That's slavery that these motherfuckers are selling. That's stupid. Okay? MAGA people are stupid. Right wing in the United States is not even a right wing. They're fucking morons. That's what they should be called. A real nationalist would want every citizen to have fucking health care. A real nationalist would want every citizen to have fucking education. These people are not even fucking nationalists. They're phonies. They don't fucking support American citizens together. They don't stand together. They're not one for all and all for one. They're not. They're phonies. Okay, they're definitely not conservatives, and they're damn sure not conservative right wing. They stand alone in right wing governments. You know, the United States right wing, man, nobody even wants to be around you who's right wing anywhere else. Even in Europe, the right wing was like, man, what the fuck is wrong with JD Vance? Who the hell is he? First of all, take care of your own people, then talk shit about other people. You got some goddamn nerve. The right wing MAGA, they're not nationalists. They're phonies. Boo. You get no fucking credit at all for being nationalists. You get no credit for being fucking conservatives. You are corrupt. You are owned by the Epstein files. You're fucking faking the funk. You're something else that nobody else wants to fucking be on earth. Okay? People look down on you. You are ghetto. You are fucking ghetto. Okay? And that, I hate to use terms like that because that makes you might think everyone that lives in, poverty is like that. No, but I'm talking about ghetto of the fucking mind. I'm talking about Eric B. and Rakim ghetto in the brain. You know what I'm saying? Ghetto of the mind. Straight up. That's what they on. Now, all right, now let me get back to this. Let's talk about what happened in the Danish parliamentary election. Danish parliamentary election held on March 24, 2026, resulted in a highly fragmented parliament where no single political bloc secured a majority. That happened in the last election too. That's why Lars Løkke Rasmussen, his party was called the Kingmaker Party, even though they're not as big, but they work with the left. They're a centrist party, but they work with the left often. So just so people know. But this time it just continued in that trend, right? So the big picture, Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen called for a snap election, right? So she called for the election several months ahead of the schedule, while her party, the Social Democrats, remained the largest in Denmark. I'm not sure why she did that, but I think it was some consensus. However, she officially has to call for it, but I think there was consensus anyway because of Trump. Trump is extraordinary. So in all fairness, a good politician would call for an election at that point, because you want your countrymen to be able to chime in on the topic, to be able to say something, to have a voice in that particular time instead of waiting. You see what I mean? And so I think it was honorable to have a snap election, even though, yeah, you could disagree or agree with her party's politics. I don't disagree so much with her party's politics, but I'm a little more, slightly more, how can I say this? I'm left and I'm centrist myself, but I don't like necessarily all of Metta's talking points, the way that she describes things. But it's no big criticism. And other Danes, I can't even vote in the election. I'm not a Danish citizen, secondly. So I vote in local elections. So it's not really, I'm not advocating, I think there's several good parties you could go with. Enhills listening. They have some really ahead progressive politicians and politic, so I'm more favorable of Enhills listening, this and her and also this party, but maybe some of the centrist parties too. All right, because business is a part of life. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, let's go here. While the party Social Democrats remained the largest in Denmark, they suffered the worst electoral performance in over a century. Okay, so damn, is it that bad? Okay, the incumbent center across coalition Social Democrats, right? See, center across coalition, right? Social Democrats, Venstre, and moderates lost its majority as the voters shifted towards the wings of political spectrum, right? So here we have it. Now, I have to open this window up so you all can see everything that I'm seeing when I do this next part here. Let me see. Where is it at? Boom. Yeah, let's see here. Can y'all see that? All right. I see what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to go like this. 2 seconds. I just need to readjust this so everybody can see the data I'm looking at, so you don't miss. Yeah, it might be a little smaller, but still, at least you get a chance to see it. For those of you that's download the videos or anything like that. Now, let me see. Let me go here. All right. So now you can see it. Now, hold on. Can I see this? Yeah, this is good. All right, so now I can read this. It says here, the party Social Democrats, right? They got 38 seats, right? They went down 12, so they lost 12 seats. Largest party, but a historic low turnout. Also, Metta's been the prime minister for a minute. I think that also has something to do with it, but I think it's, people didn't necessarily like how she came out and responded to Trump initially. I think people thought it was too weak, to be honest with you. But, even though she got stronger as it went along, again, I'm not hyperbolic like that. I don't judge so quickly because I know sometimes if you judge too fast, you could make mistakes also in judgment, right? But let's see here. So there's 179 seats. 90 are needed for the majority in the Danish parliament, right? So Social Democrats got 38 seats, right? They lost 12. The Green Left, right? They got 20, right? That's obviously Left Party. But they got +5, right? So now the second largest party. So these two parties are big left parties. You see, Green Left. That's an alliance, right? And so here we have it. So these two are an alliance. They work often together, right? So that's also how you have to look at it in terms of who won, left or right, or with the positioning, because there's more than one left party in Denmark. There's more than one right party. There's more than one center party. You see, so Venstre, 18, right? Now we're getting more center. Venstre got 18. Continued decline. Right, so they lost 5 votes. Liberal Alliance got 2, right? They got a strong showing, particularly with younger voters. Okay, and the Danish People's Party, that's Dansk Folkeparti is what it's really called in Dansk Folkeparti in Danish is what it's called. In English, I guess it's the Danish People's Party, right? Is that what it's called here? Let me just make sure I go through this right. Yeah, exactly. That's interesting how they wrote that in English. All right. So, okay. 16, the biggest comeback tripled. So they got a lot of votes. And this is one of the main right-wing parties. I mean, we talking about right-wing. We're talking about anti-Muslim. You could say anti-Muslim, and also some other things that go along with immigration, right? You could put it that way. But to illustrate my point, they are for healthcare. They are for education for Danish citizens. You see what I'm saying? So there's some differences there, total difference, and you're going to find that across the board. Pretty much all political parties in Denmark are for the social services like education, healthcare, elder care, housing, job, things like that, this kind of stuff, pay a living wage. Okay. Then you have the moderates. Well, the Danish People's Party got 16 also, but they got plus. So you could see the election before, they were down. They had minus. They were not popular the last election. This party got popular for some reason. Why? It needs to be examined. You see what I mean? In detail, not just, it could be about Trump, but it might not be the way you think. Moderates, okay, they got 14 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. The Green Alliance, right, they're also part of the left, right? They got 11 seats. They're up +2. So that's the party I support because I live in Copenhagen, and that's who's pretty much in charge of the local government in Copenhagen. So they're very progressive. And they're also big on climate. They're big on human rights. They're big on the education. They're big on healthcare. They're big on elder care. They're big on social services, right? And then there's social liberals. They picked up 3. Okay, so this is interesting. It's interesting. It's good to look at the ones that picked up, right? Just to see why that is. And then you have more Democrats. They got 10 seats, but they lost some seats, the minus, right? And Alternative -1. So they got 5 seats. So they lost the seat, barely stayed above the threshold. Okay. Citizens Party, new party, but Alternative is a relatively new party in Denmark too. So that's kind of expected. I myself, I don't think they're where they should be. But it doesn't matter. But they're a new party. The people should know that when you judge, it's important to judge fairly, right? So Citizen Party, they got +4, okay, and North Atlantic seats. Damn, now this is 2 from Greenland. Okay, so that's what that is about. I was like, I never heard of that party because this is about Greenland. Okay, so they kept their seats. They didn't get a plus or minus. So let's go back here. Now that we did that, I'm going to change this up, and I'm going to go back to this one now, so we can review something. Let me see. Which parties? Hold on. Now let's see here. Den Danske Folkeparti, are they pro health care and education for all citizens? What are they also for and against? Just to be clear, right? Just to be clear about it. Now, they're for mail-in voting, by the way, in case you're an American citizen and you're like, yeah, man, they probably don't want mail-in voting. Wrong. They want mail-in voting. What the hell? It's only the United States talking about this stupid shit, and it's a total scam conversation. What the hell? Why would you not want your voters being able to, they pay taxes? Why shouldn't they be able to vote the way they want to vote? Why is it your choice how they vote? Why don't they have different options on how they vote? Why are you trying to narrow down their options when you're supposed to be widening their options? You're talking about American citizens. The Danish People's Party, Dansk Folkeparti, and DF presents itself as the ultimate protector of the traditional Danish welfare state. You see, this is the right-wing party. Let me just look at everybody's face. This is the right-wing party, yo. The right-wing party sees itself as the traditional protectors of the welfare state. You heard that right. So they are nothing like Maga. Read this, Maga supporters, you dumbasses. Okay, you need to learn, at least learn from a real right-wing party for a change. You know what I'm saying? You're going to learn today. You know what I'm saying? You're going to learn today what a real white-wing nationalistic party is about. I mean, god damn. Like, look, know your roots. Damn, at least. What the fuck? Damn. Okay, look. They see it. Oh, no, where is it at? Okay, they see itself as the ultimate protector of the traditional Danish welfare state. Their ideology is often described as welfare chauvinism. Does that ring a bell to MAGA? Nope. Okay. They are fiercely pro-welfare, healthcare, education, elderly care, but they believe these benefits should be reserved primarily for Danish citizens and those who have fully assimilated. MAGA they don't even want Americans having this. MAGA don't want Americans having this. MAGA is against universal health care for its citizens. They are against education, universal education for its citizens. They don't give a fuck how assimilated or not assimilated you are. They don't give a fuck how long your family's been in America. They don't give a fuck if your family has fought in every war in the United States. They don't give a fuck. They are against universal health care for the elderly people, for the young people, for the babies, for the student. And so there is no connection with the right-wing party and the United States. Not even the fucking Republicans. Just the regular Republicans have no connection. Just the regular Republicans have zero connection to the right wing of Denmark, man. There's none. Listen, there's a lot of people, and this is not a color thing. There is a lot of people that have some different colors that that are born and raised in Denmark or grew up in Denmark, and they vote for this party. I'm just letting you know the truth. I'm just going to let you know the truth. See, so here's how it works. Just a thought. It's just an opinion. You probably never hear this opinion, and I know you don't, because there's not many Americans on the internet, doing a podcast that reach thousands of people, You know what I'm saying? Tens of thousands of people that can tell you, that's having this dialogue here. You see what I mean? So I'm going to tell you, here's the point. They're more real than you are. That's the point. That's exactly the point. If you're a MAGA, you're not real nationalists. You're dumbasses. You're fake. You're stupid. You're not for your fellow citizen. You're fucking dumb. That's the exact point. I see Eddie didn't get the point. There it is. There you have it. It's just that right there. That's the actual point. You see what I mean? They're not, and see, if MAGA was some real conservatives, they might, you might get other people. You see what I'm saying? You might get other folks. I might join you if you were real conservatives, but you're fucking not real conservatives. You see? So, I don't know what this dude is doing. Listen, man, I see everybody's got their way of doing things. Here we go. So, yeah, that's right. They're not real. They're phony. You see what I mean? I just put that person in timeout for 5 minutes, so they don't spam the chat. Everybody can see it's on the screen. They just bothered to do that because I must have touched a chord. You see what I mean? I must have touched a chord. You know what I mean? And I had to remove that person. And then somebody else wrote, Denmark was like 90% of Danish until a bunch of Muslims invaded. That's the difference. No, that's not the difference, actually. To be honest with you, you have an ignorant point. I'm gonna let people see your comment. They can see it though. But that's ignorant way to look at it. And in fact, the reality is that it doesn't matter. Why is it that the Danish Folker Party wants all its citizens, Muslim or not? Like, what's up with that? See, they're not saying anything about Muslims. They have a problem with just immigrants that aren't assimilating. That's not particular to Muslims. And you never heard them say that. You see what I'm saying? So you missed something there. You missed something there. And the point is that you're not even for real American citizens that are cultural Americans either. That MAGA is not for cultural. So these are different. This is totally different from even Den Danske Folkeparti. Den Danske Folkeparti wants you to be believes that cultural Americans, American citizens and cultural Americans should have universal health care. Let's go back to what they have here. Let's read this again so you don't get it straight. So, you don't get confused. Some Muslims are in fact, they got some Muslims that vote for them. They have some Muslims that are very integrated, that are born in Denmark or brought up in Denmark, that are Danish. And Muslim is not one particular group of people from one country. That could be a Muslim from Berlin that migrated here. Do you know that? That could be a Muslim from Africa. That could be a Muslim from South America. That could be a Muslim from the United States of America. So I think you need to get stop being so ignorant and falling for dumb things, dumb ideas. Be more specific. Don't be lazy about your approach when you analyze this stuff, because you are going to make a fool out of yourself. Now here, the Danish People's Party, Dansk Folkeparti, or DF as people call them, right, for short, presents itself as the ultimate protector of the traditional Danish welfare state. Their ideology is often described as welfare chauvinism. Yes, they are fiercely pro-welfare, healthcare, education, elderly care, but they believe these benefits should be reserved primarily for Danish citizens and those who have fully assimilated. That's what they believe. They didn't just say you Muslims only. They talking about anybody who's not fully, in their mind, fully assimilated. That could be any of you. Don't try to cheat here. Don't try to jump the line now. You see, you tried to get slick, Eddie. Eddie tried to get slick and make it seem like they only talk about Muslims. Wrong. They talking about anybody. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That goes for anybody. But here, I don't know where Eddie is from. Eddie's from, where are you from? Where are you from? No, that's the same. You missed it. No, that is not the same. That ain't the same at all, Eddie. You didn't say that, and you didn't mean that, and that's why you didn't say it. So, in any case, and you didn't know what I'm telling you. This is the first time you've heard anything about the Danske Folka Party. Okay, so you need to stop your being an arrogant, ignorant person. Okay, and again, I started off this stream saying Americans are fucking dumb. These MAGA people are dumb. That's what they are. They're not conservatives. They're not nationalistic. They're not right wingers. They're too ignorant to be. Okay, so here we go. If they were, I might join them. You know what I'm saying? But they're not. Shit. I think a lot of Americans would like the Danske Folka Party or the Danish People's Party politics. Shit. You probably get a whole lot of people you never got supporting MAGA. If that was the case, you know what I'm saying? But you don't. You might even get some women, a lot more women. You might get all the black people. Number one, you would get all African Americans. MAGA would get all ethnic African Americans voting for them on day one. If this was the case, listen, straight up, here it is. Danish People's Party. Somebody should copy their whole thing and just call it the African American People's Party. But look, this goddamn FBA, they too stupid to even want this. They got, what's his name? They got whatever the hell is it? What's his name? Tariq Nasheed out there talking all kinds of shit. Ain't mentioned nothing like this yet. Okay. Maybe it's because they're just, playing games about it. He's talking about reparations. It seems like he's trying to make a fool out of people. But the Danish People Party, this is what they stand for. Healthcare, education, elder care, fiercely pro-welfare state, welfare chauvinist. That's what they are. And here's the breakdown of their stance on healthcare, education, and for the broader, for their broader for and against platform. Now, healthcare patients first, bureaucracy last. Okay, patients first, bureaucracy last. DF is strongly pro-public healthcare, but they want to decentralize it and make it more Danish. Treatment guarantee from day one. They propose that if the public system can't see you immediately, the state should pay for you to go to the private hospital. That's actually, it's not immediately right now. It's after, I think it's a month. Yeah, after a month, if you can't get some diagnosis, then you go to private. I think it switches over now. But they want it to be from like very quickly. I don't know if that makes sense, to be honest, but I'll leave that up to Danes to figure out. Again, I'm not a Danish citizen. So, I'm an American citizen that lives in Denmark. That's different. Now, elderly care. This is their heartland issue. That's not MAGA's heartland issue at all, elder care. You didn't hear them say that shit one time. MAGA, Tariq Nasheed and MAGA, they ain't say elder care one time in a year. Not one goddamn time, period. Why? Because they're not for fucking elder care. MAGA is not for elder care for American citizens. And they're not for elder care for the American citizens that are assimilated American either. They're not for none of that. They're just not. Okay. They also, they advocate for dignity reform, more warm hands, nurses, caregivers, and better dental care for seniors. I think that's a great thing. Proximity. They are against the closing of local small town hospitals. Wouldn't that be great if you had a MAGA that was like that? A Republican Party that was like that? But the United States doesn't. That's not how our conservatives think. Our conservatives think, we treat our natives like shit, but let's go invade Greenland so we can treat some more like shit. That's how ours don't think nothing about elder care for American citizens. Nothing. Proximity. They are against closing local small town hospitals. Okay. Against. What are they against? Against healthcare bureaucracy. They want to cut 10% of administrative staff in the regions to fund administrative staff. That means people that do the paperwork, right? Administrative staff in the regions to fund frontline doctors and nurses. Okay, I think this is a very attractive conversation. If a party was saying this, a conservative, nationalistic, party in the United States of America, I might consider voting for them, but they're not. We don't have one. We have conservatives that are fucking anti-American, anti-women's rights, anti-American rights. Do you think they're against abortion? Do you think this party is against abortion for women? It's going to get interesting. No. See, so this is my point. The right wing is also like this in Europe. The right wing in Europe is not like the right wing in the United States. There's no connection. There's no connection. You know, so imagine what the central party and the lefts are like. Everyone agrees with these basic things that we're talking about. The difference between America's right wing is that they don't believe in these liberal. Is this liberal? Is this a liberal, crazy liberal policy here? Healthcare? Is education a liberal thing? Only a dumbass would think that, you know? Anyway, but a lot of MAGA people are dumbasses. As we've illustrated, Eddie here is education, practical skills over academic snobbery. Okay, this sounds a little more MAGA, you know, the anti-woke snobbery. Okay, I don't know what they mean, but DF supports free education, but wants to move away from what they call academic elitism. Yeah, this is where I think some of them, it's starting to sound like some woke thing here. I don't know, but let's just hear it out. Vocational training, they want, but still a lot of Americans would vote for this, right? If there was an option. Supports free education. A lot of Americans would vote for that. Even if you said and get rid of some of the elitism, they would be like, okay, better free than not than debt my entire life. Vocation and not being able to buy a home because of that debt. Vocational training. They want more resources for carpenters, electricians, and plumbers. Yo, MAGA doesn't want this. MAGA's against this. MAGA's against the Danish People's Party, the Danish Folker Party, the most nationalist conservative party in Denmark. MAGA is against them. They're against all their principles and shit. Plumbers, more craftsmen, fewer consultants. Damn, that sounds great. National curriculum. They support strict national standards so every child learns the same history and Danish values. So you can see this is where they get, I don't understand what they mean when they say this, because I don't see why Danish history would not be there to learn. What's different? I mean, history is history. So when you come to Denmark, then you're talking about the history of this country. When you go to the United States, you're talking about the history of the United States. But at least they talk about the bad side of Danish history and the good side and the okay side. You know, they don't try to lean. They're just talking about, it sounds to me like they're just talking about Denmark, right? But let's keep in mind, maybe it could be something else. You know, if it's not well defined, then there's no point in guessing, right? But it's just to be fair. They might have this in common with MAGA, but they don't have the other shit in common with MAGA. Danish language. They want all higher education to be taught in Danish rather than in English. Okay, so they're getting a little more. You have international students in Denmark that come from different European countries. So obviously that's going to hurt. That's going to have consequences, because you need people to not just study. Denmark has got a great educational system, by the way. So a lot of people study here and, you know, and end up working somewhere else or work abroad or study here and improve Europe. You see what I mean? I don't know if they understand that this is also about, you know, cultural sharing too in institutions, you know. This is where I think they might be going a little too far. I think it's always good to have a little bit of diversity, for a lot of reasons, right? You want to exchange. So you have the English classes. It doesn't mean a Danish person can't attend the class. That's not what that means. That means the class is taught in English, because maybe Denmark might have corporations that need, you know, that are hiring people that work abroad in other countries. Maersk is a Danish company. It's a huge company. It's a global company. So they're hiring people from all over. You see what I mean? Yeah, they are. And this is, you got Denmark is a strong country for industry, strong industry. Denmark. A lot of people don't know that Denmark has strong industry and it's always looking forward. You know what I mean? They're not a game. Denmark is not a country that is not mobile and on the scene. They're global. They're global. They have global companies. Now, so, you have to understand that this would kind of cut into business, which would cut into welfare benefits, social benefits. So, but again, woke research. They are very vocal against activist research at universities, specifically targeting gender studies and post-colonial studies. Okay, this is interesting. I didn't really know that. This is interesting. But see, they could be against this and for universal health care. They could be against this and for well, this kind of cuts into the education thing, but it's okay. Education snobbery. Yeah. This is where to me it gets too simplified. Right here, it doesn't sound serious. Again, and I just caution people on, it's not what if this is what you're against, it says something about how your own mind works. It means you are what is it you're scared of? Like, I don't get it. Gender studies, targeted gender studies and post-colonial studies. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think you have to agree with people to participate in discussions, to debate. I think it's the exact opposite. You see what I mean? Yeah. But in any case, education snobbery. They want to raise entry requirements for high schools, gymnasiums to push more students toward trade schools. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Roskilde University. They have historically campaigned to shut down or radically change this university, viewing it as a bastion of left-wing activism. So you can see that they starting to sound more like MAGA, right? Okay. What they are against: immigration. Okay. Y'all can't see this. So let me go back to this one so everybody can see what's going on here. Yeah. Boom. Because you all need to see this straight up as I'm seeing it. Here we go. What they are for: elderly rights, guaranteed nursing homes, spots for everyone over 80, guaranteed, right? Law and order, much harsher sentences for violent and sex crimes. I mean, I'm not against that. I don't know what the law is on those things now, to be honest, the criminal code. You know what I'm saying? I don't really know how many years you get for these crimes in Denmark. So it's hard for me to comment on that, but I hear people say this, and it's not just people from this party. I hear a lot of people, are aware that maybe the sentencing is too mild. But in any case, animal welfare, very high standards for livestock and pet protection. That's not MAGA. Lower living costs, abolishing cutting taxes on gas and electricity. Yeah. But, how serious are they about this though? Lower, but you would know that by how they vote. And I think they are typically, it is true. They do focus a lot on elderly people, and this party, they're never going to shut down, not want to support the healthcare system working and being more directly connected to people, getting rid of some of the administration. They're never going to be against that. So, yeah, I know that, I know some people that vote for this party. So they're real, and there are people that feel this way. There's people that feel Muslims, like you saw in the chat. There's people that feel like Muslims have brought some problems to Denmark, and I can't debate that myself because I'm not Muslim, right? And I don't have so many interactions. How can I say this? With Muslim world or any type of Muslim world, you know what I mean? Muslim grouping. I have some Muslim friends, but they're just a part of Danish society. You see what I mean? They live here, grow here, function here. One of my Muslim friends, he's an educator. He's works with kids. You know what I'm saying? And He's actually very involved in politics here in one of the political parties, but he's not. What you hear people criticize often, there's none of that. You don't, he's just not that way. You wouldn't know he was Muslim just by looking at him. You see what I mean? You wouldn't. It's not even a conversation piece for him. He's not talking about his religion. You see what I mean? It's just something, a coincidence that he is Muslim also. But so I think that's why we need to be careful about how we communicate. And it's just my advice. I'm not judging, but it's my advice. I think you get more when you're the majority, you have more power to persuade. And I think you have more opportunity to persuade in subtle ways because you're the majority. You see what I'm saying? That's my view of it, but I'm not going to judge because I know there are some things that might be problematic, and I'm not on the front line of immigration myself. You see what I'm saying? Although I'm an immigrant, I don't know the data about immigration in Denmark offhand because that's not the area I focus in. I don't know the data in this kind of dynamic, so I wouldn't be the best person to argue against any of that, right? But lower living cost, okay, they want that. Monarchy, strong supporters of the king and Danish traditions. So you see that. Now, what they're against, immigration from Muslim countries, that's very MAGA. Their 2026 slogan was more out than in. That's very simplified. Okay, the EU, they are highly Eurosceptic and want to reclaim Danish sovereignty from Brussels. I think that is where a lot of people, pragmatic people, don't vote with the Danish Folk Party because they know that would expose Denmark. It would make it essentially weaker. It would make it weaker. It would come with consequences that it's like moving something from here, and now all of a sudden you have that same mass that you thought you were resolving. Yeah, you might resolve one thing in this area, but now you have a gaping hole in another area that you didn't even consider. So this kind of politics, I think, can be very tricky. Right. And, I don't think it's as simple as this. They are highly likely. Okay. Eurosceptics. You saw what happened to the UK, Brexit. It was also because of immigrants, and they jumped on that bandwagon, and now they regret it. The economy has been hit hard, but they're surviving. But again, it's going to make them motivated in another way. You see, because now they've been more exposed in some sense. There it is. So parallel self fund ghettos, they want to dismantle immigration enclaves, right? They don't. Now, this is different. There's a lot of people that agree with that. It's not just the Danske Folkeparti, but how you articulate it might be very different. I also don't think you should just throw groups of people that you think that are, foreigners into one basket. Whether it not in terms of how they live, not anything, and I think it's important to be around Danes so that you can function in Danish society. You know what I mean? Danes aren't that different. And I don't think I'm an American, so I have to say that's the kind of immigrant I am. I'm an American immigrant, so I can't be an immigrant in another way. So I only see these things in the way that I experience them. You see what I mean? So I can't really speak for other people's, but in terms of being an American, Danes are not that different. So I wouldn't want to not be around Danes. You see what I mean? I wouldn't have an issue. I don't have an issue with Danes being Danish because it's not really culturally, it's not that different from being American, but the values are different on healthcare. They're very different on education. They're very different. Yeah. Americans, we simply don't do what they even believe. See, and that's what I was saying. If MAGA believed some of those positive things, they would probably get a lot of support from African Americans. Like, seriously, you would get a lot of support, and you would probably get support from a lot of other Americans. But I'm not saying they would fulfill it. But in this case, most, right-wing politics in Europe, it seems more like center American politics or even left, some of them. You see what I mean? And that kind of exposes MAGA. MAGA is more extreme. They're not nationalistic because they're not for every citizen. They're just not. That becomes problematic for them. And you can see that in healthcare, in education, and the rest of your social benefits, so there's a difference there. But in any case, now that we said that, Danes get their tariff check. Americans don't, because it was just a scam. This whole MAGA thing was just a scam. They didn't even mean it. That's what I was saying. They're not real nationalists, because if they were real nationalists, a lot of other people might support it. But, although they got over one third of the population, the voting population, that is still not all Americans. That's not half of America. That's not half of the voting Americans. That's a little over 1/3. That's different. So they were able to win because a lot of people didn't vote. That's why they won. And they were also didn't have a plan to even do some of the smallest things. They didn't come out the gate and say, "You're American, so we're going to take care of you." They didn't say that. This is your home. You deserve to have a dignified life. That's not what MAGA believes. They believe something else. If you're poor, oh well, you might be American, but fuck you. If you can't afford school, fuck you. They don't care. If you can't, this is how MAGA is in the United States. So they're a different type of right wing. You see, and obviously they're capitalist nationalists. They're not nationalists. Nationalists generally want all other citizens to have these kind of basic necessities. Capitalist nationalists don't. They believe poverty is okay for certain citizens, that it's fine. If they're homeless, that's just fine. No problem. Be homeless. Take care of that yourself. There's no brotherhood. There's no union in that. We are not the same. Now, I'm going to come out of this more, go back to a couple of other points about the election here. I want to ask one question, though, about this. Are they against abortion? Let's see here. Since I'm on this, let me see. Are they against abortion? In the context of Danish politics, the Danish People's Party is not against abortion in the sense of wanting a total ban, but they have recently become more vocal opponents expanding abortion rights. In Denmark, the right to free abortion on demand, has been a settled issue since 1973, and no major party campaigns to criminalize it entirely. However, DF draws a very firm line on where that right should end. Their current stance as of 2026 election cycle, DF has taken a strong pro-life leaning stance on two more recent changes in Danish law. Against the raising limit of 18 weeks in April 2025, the Danish Parliament voted to raise the limit for free abortion from 12 weeks to 18 weeks. DF voted against it. So that's 3 months. 12 weeks to 3 months. That's two different limits. From 12 weeks to 18 weeks. So 18 weeks is that's like 4 months. That's 4 months. DF voted against it, calling the decision heartbreaking and cynical. They argue that 18 weeks, the fetus is a small human being with the fingers, toes, and reflexes, and that, again, I'm not necessarily, I don't see that as such a big issue, but I think there's other concerns here. And I don't like to see political parties. I'm not sure if I'm understanding this totally. Of course, I would have to look into the details, more details, and be in on the conversation a little more to be able to ask certain questions like this question. In my mind, it seems like, but what if at 4 to, at that time, you see what it says here. This is something to keep in mind. They argue that 18 weeks of the fetus is small human being with fingers, toes, and reflexes, and that the law now ignores the right to life of. Now, what you have to understand is that, but you also can start to notice, because it's more developed, you can start to notice if it's a healthy being physically. Does it have some sort of handicap? Yes. And this has been a big issue with abortion. Why? Because to take care of certain people once they're born with certain kinds of handicaps, that you might cry when you see what that could be like for some people. You might cry. You might cry. Remember, if this is not you, you should be cautious about making a judgment, because and you should be educated about the judgments that you make, because I'll give you an example. I know a woman. I met her in New York, by the way, when I was living in New York, and she was a young woman. She not a minor, just a young woman in her 20s, I think, right? And she had a child, and this child was about 5 years old, and this child couldn't walk. It had to move around on its hands, and she was suing the hospital because the hospital had not informed her properly that this child had this condition in her womb. So she didn't even, because of that, she didn't have the right to even have an abortion. You see what I'm saying? And let me tell you, that's just one story of a million stories like that. So you need to understand I'm not against Danish Folker Party, by the way. I'm not saying this out of being just against that, because some of the things I might agree with, some of them, right? Although I'm a center left person, right? Myself. I would say in the Danish context, I would be a center left person, right? But also that doesn't mean I'm for it. I voted more left this time, in the local elections, right? But I'm still, if I would just think about myself my whole life, I would describe myself as more center left. But with this one, with this situation with the child, with the 18 weeks, you see here, this is what they're arguing against, raising the limit from 12 weeks to 18 weeks. DF voted against this, calling the decision heartbreaking and cynical. They argue that at 18 weeks, the fetus is a small human being with fingers, toes, and reflexes, and that the law now ignores the right to life, to a life of unborn. What I would say right there is that you should be a doctor. You should be a doctor and see how many cases come up before you make a decision like this, because you need to be able to see. It needs to be a certain size before you can see if it's healthy. Very simple. And I would hope everyone would have the right to know if they're giving birth to a healthy child, because once this child is born, it will need love and care for the rest of its life. I'll give you another example. Would you like to give birth to a child that will be bedridden for their entire life? Put a 1 in the chat if you would like, if you're going to, if you can afford to take care of a child that is born, your child, if it was born and would be bedridden, could not walk, could not stand up, due to some sort of deformity, right? Would you like to know that at 18 weeks, at 20 weeks, once their fingers and things like that start developing? Or would you not want to know and just have the child and have to take care of it and pay for it? So I think this is why I think that sometimes, are you saying, look, someone is asking this question, are you saying that the person shouldn't exist? No, I'm not saying that. I'm asking you a direct question you didn't answer. So let's be real about this. You have to communicate both ways. I just responded to you. No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you a question, and you need to answer this question, Adrian. Would you like to have a child once their fingers and toes are developed and the doctor tells you that this child will never walk? This child will be bedridden their entire life. Would you like to be forced to not have an abortion at that time? Or would you like to have an abortion? Would you, put a 1 in the chat if you would still have the child, you would like to have the child, and you will take care of that child? Or would you rather have an abortion? That's all I'm asking you. Put a 1 in the chat if you would take care of that child, or you would like to have that child and take care of it. Put a 2 in the chat if you would like to have an abortion at 18 weeks. That's all I'm saying. That's it. I'm not having some other narrative. I know exactly the narrative that I'm asking. Notice how many people didn't even answer. Look, and Adrian, I even read his question. He didn't even answer mine. You see how that works? Like, just keep it real. Just keep it real and ask the real questions, because this is what matters. You don't want somebody, you don't want to listen to somebody that hasn't thought about the question I just asked. Like, that's what I'm saying, because you might be the one that have to live with it. You see what I mean? And there you have it. Well, I know the American woman, the doctors didn't inform her, and she ended up having a baby. And she sued the hospital. And why? Because as a single mother, she could never, and as a parent, she could never afford to take care of the child, to guarantee that the child's going to have a good life. That's what it is. So, and I don't think you would want to do it. I think most people, if they ever tried it, they would change their mind. That's what I think, period. I think if you ever try. So you have to understand, again, this is what we're dealing with here. And I'm not just talking about the Danske Folkeparti. I just mean this point right here. I didn't know this about them, so I'm bothering to read it for the first time. And I'm analyzing it, and I'm thinking about it. I'm not coming with a previous knowledge or already have some idea about what I'm against about them and la, la, la. No, I'm reading it right now and I'm responding to it. And I'm not taking my stance from a previous point and bringing it into this conversation so that no matter what comes out of this conversation, I'm still like, no, no, no. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. And this goes for anywhere. This party is against raising the limit to 18 weeks. In April 2025, the Danish parliament voted to raise the limit for free abortion from 12 weeks to 18 weeks. DF voted against this, calling the decision heartbreaking and cynical. They argue that at 18 weeks, the fetus is a small human being with fingers, toes, and reflexes that the law now ignores the right to life of the unborn. So, and what I'm saying is that it sounds to me like that is where if there's some real problems with the child health wise. You might be able to know in some earlier cases, but I think right when you see the human development part is where you start seeing if there's a problem, with the health. You see what I mean? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I think most people that think, that think, no, just life. I think they're lying. That's what I think to themselves, Adrian Wilkins, have you had a child born that way? And put a 1 in the chat if you've had a child born that way. Put a 2 in the chat if you haven't. Okay. And you don't have to put 1. All right. See, this is just a person being disgruntled. Now I know they don't mean what they say. So let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on to the rest of the news. Here we have it. Now, let me see something. Which parties in Denmark agree that healthcare and education should be free? Let's check this out. I just want to just illustrate something so you can see about the middle, the left, the middle, and the right wing. Okay. In Denmark, the idea that healthcare and education should be free, funded through taxes with no fees at the point of use, is a cornerstone of universal healthcare model, universal welfare model. I'm sorry, because this model is so deeply ingrained in Danish culture. almost every political party in parliament officially supports the principle of free healthcare and education. However, they differ significantly on how to manage it and whether private alternatives should play a larger role. The red bloc left. These parties are the fiercest defenders of the public only model. Okay. They generally oppose private hospitals and private schools. Yeah. And I think the reason why is just that they feel like you're getting people that work in the private hospital get educated in the public school system. So it's not like the difference pretty much that I've heard is that maybe sometimes you get some expertise from outside, and maybe sometimes it can happen faster. But generally, the healthcare is good in Denmark anyway, right? But in any case, and it does cover you. The private hospitals, there is a limit. At a certain amount of time, you can go to a private hospital if the public doctor, or you can go to a private doctor too. If the public doctor or private hospital can't diagnose you properly, then you can go, further, or they can't handle the problem. Then the government pays for the private one anyway. So let me see. The fiercest defenders of public the generally oppose private hospitals and private schools. Okay, so the parties are the fiercest defenders of public only model. They generally oppose private hospitals and private schools receiving state funded funding, fearing it creates a two-tier society. Okay, so these are the parties that are against the private thing. Social Democrats, Green Left, Red Green Alliance, right? Green Left is Mette Frederiksen, SF, right? That's the Prime Minister's party, right? Yeah, I hope I'm saying that right. Red Green Alliance, right? This is like Enhills Listen, right? And then you have Alternative. Okay, so these are the red left wing. The blue bloc, right wing. These parties agree that healthcare and education should be free for citizens, but they want to use private providers to deliver those services. They believe competition makes the free system more efficient. Venstre supports the free choice, where the state pays for you to go to private hospital if the public wait time is too long. Okay, so that's I don't have an issue with that. Liberal Alliance, the most pro-market party. They want to introduce more money, follows the student-patient models, but they do not propose abolishing tax-funded nature of the system for basic services. Okay, that is different. All right, now conservatives support tax-funded model, but want more private clinics to reduce waiting lists. Okay, and then the Danish People's Party, we just heard about them, right? As mentioned before, they are welfare chauvinists. They want 100% free healthcare and education for citizens, but are the most aggressive about cutting these services for non-citizens or non-immigrants. So for me, I wouldn't be for that, because I'm not a citizen, but I'm very how can you say this? I'm not a Danish person, but I function in Denmark well because I speak Danish. I understand. I read and write Danish, and I know Danish friends and Danish customs. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of Danish friends and Danish customs, and my bosses are Danish. I work around Danish people. You see what I'm saying? It's like I've been in Denmark a while, man. So to me, I can't say this is wise. But because I pay the same taxes as everybody else. You see what I mean? So and I'm not on welfare. I work. So it's like, why shouldn't I have the same benefits, right? But the Center for the Kingmakers. Okay, so the center. This is the center party. This is not right or left. This is Lars Løkke Rasmussen's party, led by Lars Løkke. They focus on pragmatic reform. They support free access, but argue the current system is breaking and needs structural changes, like merging hospital districts to stay sustainable without charging citizens. Social liberals heavily focus on education. They are often the party pushing for the most investment in schools and universities, always maintaining that they should remain free. Okay. Is anyone against it? No. No party currently in the Danish parliament, Folketinget, advocates for a U.S. style system where citizens pay for primary school or standard doctor visits out of pockets. Okay, so the real debate is what's included. Should dental care or psychology sessions also be free? Currently, they are only partially subsidized, right? Who gets it? Should wealthy seniors pay a bit more? Should non-citizens have restricted access? How long is the wait? If free healthcare has a 6-month waiting list, is it actually providing the service? Would you like me to explain? I don't know what they're talking about with this, because this has nothing to do with doctor's visits. If free healthcare has 6-month waiting list, is it actually provide? Okay. Well, now let me see something here. It's one other. Yo, what question? Let me see something. One of my subscribers. It's not in subscriber mode, but I'm gonna ask the subscribers or mods. What's the question I should ask next? Let me know something. Okay, let me see. David said my mother was put through many extensive X-rays and dye testing without being tested for her pregnancy first. They said it wouldn't have arm or legs. Also retarded. I'm fine. I couldn't have done that, honestly. Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's fair enough. I mean, I think people should have a choice, and it should be your personal choice, essentially, you know. And I'm also a big advocate of that. That's what liberal is, free. I don't believe being a conservative means deciding for someone else when you're not in their situation. So there you have it, you know. What's the waiting list on no health care? I don't understand what you mean. On no health care? What's the waiting list on no health care? I don't know what that means. Let me see. Yeah, you got to ask something else, Jeff. You got to ask, I believe you asking, how long does it take? Let me see something. Let me ask that question. How long does it generally take in Denmark to get medical care, and at what point in time does the state pay for you to go to a private hospital or doctor? I'm just curious about that. At one time, I believe 20 years ago, it was already like that, but I didn't know the time, right? What the exact time for that is that the state money pays for you to go. Now, it says in Denmark, the waiting time depends entirely on what you need. Yeah, exactly. Like if I need to see my doctor tomorrow, I'm there. If I need to see my doctor today, I'm probably pretty much there. If it's if it's definitely, if I know something's not right, and I'm feeling some pain, then the doctor's going to let me come. If I can wait a day, then I will wait a day or wait 2 days. It depends, you know. If it's not something stressing and immediate, then it doesn't need to happen immediate. But if I get run over by a car, I'm going to the ambulance is coming and taking me to the hospital. I'm getting an operation. A life-saving care is immediate in Denmark. Okay. Let me see here. The system is built on a triage principle. The more life-threatening your condition is, the faster you are seen. Here's the breakdown of how long things take and when the state pays for you to go to private. Okay, so they do. Generally, waiting times 2025, 2026. After several years of backlogs following the pandemic, so the pandemic affected it. Waiting times in Denmark have stabilized significantly. Emergencies, 0 minutes. If it is life-threatening, you are treated immediately. So I hope you all understand that, what that means. Urgent, cancer, heart, maximum 2 weeks. Okay, that's currently. There are fast-track packages, pakkeforløb, for suspected cancer. Okay, from the moment your GP refers you, the hospital must offer an examination within 14 days. So, you know what that means. Once your doctor, you go to your doctor first, and if your doctor says, hey, they give you a blood test, by the way, and that only takes a couple of days. And if they find cancer in your system, they look further, then you go over to the hospital. They assign it and say, yeah. And then the hospital knows, and then within 14 days, all that's going to happen, right? you will get a real diagnosis in the hospital for whatever the doctor suspects, right? Within 14 days. General practitioners, GP, 1 to 2 weeks. For non-urgent issues, weird mole, a lingering cough, you can usually see your family doctor within a week. Yeah, exactly. Or a day. I can within days, man. Well, a cough isn't urgent, so it depends on how many people are coughing, right? And what's going on. But yeah. But I haven't waited long for much blood tests or anything. Just, yeah, I haven't. I got to be honest. And my doctor's right here in Copenhagen, so I'm not far from where I live, maybe 15-minute walking distance, right? So let me see. Specialist, dermatologist, neurologist, 2 to 6 months. These are notoriously the longest wait times. If you need a non-urgent specialist, you might be waiting for a while unless you go private. Okay. So that's something to think about. Dermatologist, neurologist. These two areas, you might spend 2 to 6 months. Okay, damn. Scheduled surgery, approximately 38 to 43 days. The average wait for things like hip replacement or hernia surgery is currently around 6 weeks. So that's different. That's 6 weeks then. Okay. When does the state pay for a private hospital? This is known as the extended free choice hospital. Okay. Sygehusvalg. So it is a legal guarantee that prevents you from being struck on a public waiting list forever, being stuck on a public waiting list forever. Okay, so the 30-day rule. So there it is. If the public hospital cannot start your treatment within 30 days of your referral, you have the right to choose a private hospital, and the state region will pay the bill. So there you have it, Americans. And anybody else that's listening, there you have it. This is what's going on in Denmark. Referral. Your GP refers you to a public hospital. They'll let and of course your GP is paid within your taxes, right? The letter, the public hospital sends you a letter with the treatment date, the choice. If the date is more than 30 days, always you contact the hospital's patient office. Okay. Patient control. Okay. The transfer, they will help transfer your referral to a private hospital that has a contract with the state. You don't pay anything. The public system settles the bill directly with the private clinic. It's kind of like experiment here to just kind of see in what way it could be integrated. But generally, Danes want the public system to operate optimal and have the private one as a backup. You see what I'm saying? So that's different. It's not about RIP. Most Danes would never want that. They know that will be the end of their model, right? They believe if you invest, if you train people well, and you know they have the same education, then you should get the same outcomes. The only difference is how fast. Now, yeah, let me look at the chat now. So, no, those numbers are far from. You said those numbers are not far from America. Well, first of all, the number which is very far is America has 40 million people that get no health care. So that number you should be aware of. You should always be, and those people pay into the tax system that helps pay for others to get health care. Those are real numbers. That's not anywhere close. You know, America needs to get better at getting more of its citizens the right to have health care, regardless of how much money you have in your pocket. Very simple. You know, and I don't see why you saying that's those numbers are close. They're close in a good way, because if you do get health care in the U.S., it's usually fast, right? If you do get it, if you're lucky enough to get it, it's usually fast, though. So if you mean it in that way, yeah, I understand you. It's not as bad, right? Because if you mean it that way, I get what you're saying, because people have this idea that if it's public, then it doesn't work in America. That's what Americans are sold to keep the prices high. You know what I mean? But actually, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. I get you. Yeah. I had to think about that for a minute. but yeah, I get you. The time is not that different, and it's public health care. So there you have it. I mean, and people need to know this, you know, and this is what I'm doing. This is why I'm here. This is one of the things I'm happy to do, is be an American on the ground in Denmark and tell people, Americans, how it really works, like straight up. You see what I'm saying? So in practical terms, you know, being here, so you don't have to rely on spookism to make your choice. You see what I mean? And of course, legacy media doesn't cover this stuff at all. not on Fox, not on CNN. You know what I mean? Yeah. So there we go. Let me see here. 40 million, and Trump just increased that by 17 million. Yeah. Wanted to kick another 50 million off of federal disability. Exactly, man. Yo, and we haven't even talked about disability. Disability is covered in the taxes. You see what I mean? Elder care is covered in the taxes. Let me see here. Let me just that will be the last thing I will say. Name all the things included in the health care system in Denmark, including elder care, handicap care, etc. Yeah, just to get an idea so people can see broader what it looks like, and then we can get into the regular news. So the left still is the majority in Denmark, but they lost some seats, and their seats it looks like most of their seats went to the middle. People need to analyze that. They're still the biggest party, right? But Lars Løkke's party, the biggest middle party, they will probably decide who the next prime minister is, right? And it looks like they will govern a lot as they govern now, to be honest, because they had the same situation happen the last election. This time it just happened a little more, so it's worth analyzing. But now that we know, listen, all of Denmark, whether you're right wing or left wing, believes in public health care, mostly, right? Believe in a strong welfare state. Most. You see what I'm saying? So just understand that for what it is. Again, you can be right wing, you can be nationalistic, and still be pro universal health care for citizens, universal education for citizens. It's actually possible. If it's possible in Denmark, it's definitely way more possible in the U.S. It's a matter of values. How nationalistic are you really? Do you really want every American born, bred, who bled in wars for centuries to have free health care? Do you think they should have free education, access to all the education they need? Do you think those kind of Americans need it? Then vote for it. Make it a reality, because in Denmark, they've done that already. So kudos to Denmark for those things. Everybody have to say bravo for that, and a person has to admire when you care for your people, when you care about your people, and when you care for your people. Like, seriously, where yeah, I have to applaud that. I'm not against that at all. I wish Americans could learn something from Danes, although I know for a fact it's going to take some more suffering for a lot of Americans before they will, because we can be hard-headed as fuck, we can be hard-headed, ignorant, and all that shit. Now, let's see here. The Danish healthcare system is based on the principle of universalism, meaning it's tax-funded and free at the point of use for all residents. It is divided into 3 levels: the state regulation, 5 regions, hospitals, and doctors, and the 98 municipalities, care and prevention. Here is a comprehensive list of what is included. Primary and specialist care, the yellow card. The general practitioners, GPs, consultations, examinations, referrals are 100% free. Specialists, access to the dermatologist, ENT doctors, etc., is free with a referral from your general practitioner, your doctor, who is also free. Active hour care, access, lægevagten, emergency hours, and the 1813 medical hotlines for non-life-threatening urgent issues. That's also there. That's for free. Hospitals, lægevagten, that's good, because that means they drive out to you, right? Let me see here. I believe that's what they come home, and this also includes obviously ambulances too, right? So after hours care, okay. Hospitals and acute services, inpatient, outpatient treatment, all surgeries, diagnostics, tests, MRI, CT scans, and the hospital stays free. Emergency rooms, scale student, Immediately care for accidents and life-threatening emergencies. Medicine, prescription drugs given while you are in the hospital are free. Outpatient medicine is subsidized, right? So it gets reduced, but you might pay a little bit. And it's medicine in Denmark it's probably 10, 20, maybe 30 times cheaper than in the U.S. for whatever you're talking about. Maternity care. Denmark is big. They produce a lot of medicine, by the way. Maternity care. That's the good thing about focus. When you have a strong healthcare system, you sell a lot of things. You have a strong healthcare industry, and you're also selling healthcare products to others in all over the world. So it's just up to you, you know. Yeah. But Denmark actually buys some American products, by the way. Some I won't talk about what it is, but yeah, we buy some things from the U.S. also. The Danish, you know, that's available for people in their care here too. Certain things. But maternity care, midwife consultations, paternal classes, and birth assistance free. Elderly care, municipality responsibility. Elderly care is heavily focused on reablement. Okay, sorry. Helping seniors stay in their homes for as long as possible. So yeah, you get home elder care in Denmark. You're not forced to leave your home unless your condition is so bad it's just not to your advantage, to your health. It's not to your advantage anymore, right? Home care, Yemply. Personal care, bathing, dressing, and practical help, cleaning, laundry are free if assisted as necessary. Free if assessed. That's home care, right? So they come to your home and do all of this stuff. Teams of people every day at a certain time, twice a day, something like that. I know this because I work in the healthcare industry. I don't work in this side of it, but I'm aware of it, right? Home nursing, Yem Supply. Okay? So home nursing, the nurses come to your home, right? Medical care provided in your home by a nurse, wound care, medication management. Exactly. The hospital comes to you in Denmark pretty much for elder care and handicap. Okay. Nursing homes, Plejehjem. Care and nursing are free, though residents pay rent for the room and a fee for meals. Preventative home visits. Municipalities must offer healthcare check visits to all citizens over 82 to prevent isolation and illness. You see that? Right. And of course, this is just not if you're not even sick. You know, this is preventative. You see what I'm saying? So if you're sick, it happens much sooner. You know, home care, right? Handicap handicap and disability care, assistive devices, free lending of wheelchairs, hospital beds, right? Hearing aids and specialized ET equipment for permanent needs. That's at home. You know, all those things are brought to your home. You keep those. And when they say wheelchair, they mean, you know, the kind that you can go outside with, the motorized ones, the electric motorized ones, and they will give you whatever they will specialize your wheelchair for you to function according to your needs so you can get your ass around. That's facts. Okay, I'm just saying it. And if not, someone might come and assist you in getting your ass to a school too, if you're handicapped or anything. I'm serious. To the grocery store, straight up. So I'm not bullshitting you at all. All that's included. So again, Denmark, be proud of yourself. No matter what Dane you are, be proud of yourself. Be proud of these accomplishments, because this is a model for the world, and don't give up on it at all. Don't give up on it. It's a model for the world. The world can learn from Denmark. You know, this has something to this speaks for the type of people you are. I'm just saying that. And I apply that logic to everybody. You know, how humane are you? It's a question worth asking. You shouldn't get extra points when you don't deserve them. You know what I'm saying? So let's take a good look at this. Personal assistance, BPA funding for personal assistance in the disability, and if the disability is severe enough that the citizen needs 24/7 support to work or live. Exactly. Look, personal assistance, BPA. Yeah. Funding for personal assistance is there. Like if you still handicapped, but you need help getting to work or need any of that stuff, someone will come and help all that stuff. Yeah, straight up. 24 hours if necessary. That means you might have a team of 3 people, right? Or more, depending on what it is your situation is. It can vary, right? Social pedagogic support, help with structure, finances, and social tasks for those mental disabilities. Those with mental disabilities, yeah. You're not going to be just out on the street. That's the U.S. The U.S., a lot of people would just be out on the fucking street. And that's what you see. And they will be begging for money. And these will be American citizens. And you don't know if their families, if their great grandfathers fought in wars to defend the country. You don't know anything about them. Usually when you walk by, all you see is, help, can you help me? Give me a quarter, give me $1. You know, do you ever think about who those people are, who their families are? Well, if you have a system that accounts for those things, you don't have to think about it and you're still being humane. But when you don't have a system that accounts for those things and you don't even think about it, okay. Yeah. Transport services subsidized for free transport for people who cannot use public buses or trains. Yeah, it's called flex traffic. They come and they pick you up in different kind of vehicles depending on what your needs are. Mental health psychiatry. Psychiatric hospitals treatment. This is we talking about healthcare. What's free in Denmark? It's all free pretty much. Psychiatric hospitals treatment for severe, except dentists. That's for elderly people. It's often included, but for everybody else, young people too. It's young minors and elderly people is covered. But people, adults, people my age, no, you got to pay for your own dentist. Treatment for several mental illness is free. For severe mental illness, I'm sorry. Youth support. A new 2026 legal guarantee ensures that anyone under the age of 18 and soon those up to 24 must start treatment for anxiety or depression within 30 days. Right. Yeah. So you can, if you're feeling stressed or you feel like you have depression or anxiety, you can get the start. You can come to see a mental health professional soon to have a diagnosis or anything like that done, right? Let me see. Subsidized psychology. The state pays about 60% of the cost for private psychologists for specific groups, trauma victims or those with depression. Dental care, children and youth. 100% free dental care for everyone until they turn 22. See, so my kids, they have free dental care. You know what I'm saying? And of course, like most kids, they need some kind of care, right? Braces or whatever it is, retainer, cavities or whatever they have, right? Adults mostly out of pocket, but the state provides a small subsidy for checkups and cleanings. So vulnerable groups, social dental care. Socioeconomic is a free service for the homeless and those with extreme psychiatric needs. You see? So these kind of people, they get help. Okay, what is not 100% free? While the system is free, there are 3 major areas where Danes still pay. Pharmacy medicines. You pay for pharmacy medicines at a pharmacy, but the state gives you a reimbursement. Tilskud. In Danish, it's called tilskud. For more medicine, you buy in a year, okay? Right. The more medicine you buy in a year, the higher the subsidy until it becomes almost free. Adult dental care. This is the largest out-of-pocket expense for most Danes. Physiotherapy, chiropractic doctors usually requires a co-payment, even with the doctor's referral. Okay, so would you see? There you have it. So yeah. So let me refer back to the chat and let's get into the American news now. That was a bit about the Danish. I started off just explaining how, what the difference between the right wing in the U.S. and the right wing in Denmark is. And basically what I'm saying is that the right wing in Denmark is way more left, is way more left than the right wing in the U.S. than Maga. Like, yeah. So it's important for people to notice so you don't make assumptions. It's not necessary to make assumptions. If you know the details, you can assess and therefore react properly. You know what I'm saying? In a more informed way, not in a way that shows you don't really care or you don't really know what you're talking about, or that you're not smart enough to want to get into the details so that you can make proper decisions. You see what I'm saying? Let me see. Yes, they pay, but it's through taxes. You should want a higher. Okay, well, I can tell you how it works. And again, don't trust legacy media when they're telling you this stuff, right? I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C., so I lived there half of my life until I was 30. Then I moved abroad, right? And once I was 30, I moved abroad. Then I was back in the States some years, and then I came back, right? Now, so I'm 55 now. So that shows you that I've been abroad for some years, right? But I know about the tax system, and I know about the American tax system, right? Being an American myself, right? In DC, you pay about 30, and when you collect all the taxes together, you pay about 33% tax. Of course, if you make under 10,000, I don't know what it is today, but if you make under a certain amount, you don't pay tax on that anyway, right? In Denmark, I pay about 6% more. We talking about when you add it all up, I pay 39%, but my tax exemption is like between $12,000 and maybe $14,000 a year. So I pay that 39% after I've made 12 to 14,000 a year, somewhere around there. That's when I start paying taxes, after that amount. But that fragile is split up. It's called fragile in Denmark. That deduction is split up every month. So that means every month after you take that 12 to 14,000 and break it down into 12, after I've made that much each month, then the 39% kicks in. And that 39% pays for not just health care. It pays for my health care, my kids' health care. It pays for my education, their education. It pays for, a lot of stuff. What's going into that tax is also my vacation, 5-week vacations is coming through that taxes, right? What else is coming? There's also things like housing insurance that people get. That pays into that if you need it, right? If you don't make enough 1 month, or if you lose your job and your economy goes down, the housing insurance kicks in. Now you can stay in your home. You can afford to live in your home where you've been living. You see what I mean? So there's a lot of built-in things. It's not just the healthcare or the education. There's a lot built into that tax that you pay. But be aware to look into the details. Don't just believe what you hear, because a lot of people that don't want the United States to have universal health care and don't want all Americans being able to access education, which are the corporations, a lot of those people tell you lies through their corporate TV channels. Fox is one of them. CNN is one of them. And there's more. These are owned by elitists, and they just simply want you to be a fucking slave. They want you to subsidize the rich. They don't want you subsidizing your communities. So there you have it, y'all. That's my perspective on it. Now let's get to some of the more exciting shit, the news. You know what I'm saying? Let's see the American news for a change. It's always exciting because, it is what it is what's going on. It's the crazy shit. So let's see here. Let's see where this starts at for a second. Mark Zuckerberg and YouTube. Since we're on YouTube, let's go here. This is what's happening. And it's wild. I had no clue that this is what was going on. But this is really what's happening now. Check this out. Let's see here.
Verdict has been reached in a potentially landmark social media addiction trial. Meta and YouTube essentially on trial. CNN's Claire Duffy has the latest. And Claire, what is the verdict? I understand you've got the news.
Well, Boris Brandt, Meta and YouTube have both been found liable in this case for negligence and how they've operated their platforms, building these features that have been called addictive of young people, and also, found liable of failing to warn users of the risks of their platforms. So really a significant moment here. The jurors have decided that
is a big moment. That's a huge moment. And that's going to be very, very, of course, they probably going to try to appeal it, because you know how these companies are. They're going to appeal that. Why would you want to be paying out millions and millions and millions in settlements when maybe you can appeal it, right? So, but
Meta bears a 70% sort of responsibility for what happened to this 20-year-old plaintiff. YouTube bears 30% responsibility, but they have found that these companies were responsible for addicting her and causing harm to her mental health. And of course, this does set the stage for potentially similar verdicts in hundreds of similar cases. So massive moment here. We are awaiting more information about what exactly the financial damages could look like in this case, but this is again a landmark moment where both Meta and YouTube are being found responsible, being found liable for building addictive features that have harmed the mental health of young people.
All right, Claire, huge news. Stay with us. Let's bring in former state attorney Dave Ehrenberg to talk about the legal implications here. Hundreds more cases, Dave. Walk us through this. As you mentioned, this is a bellwether case. So explain to us what that means for these other cases.
Right, Brianna. So there's about 10,000 similar lawsuits. They're bundled into multi-district litigation across the country. So you have all these groups, parents, school districts, attorneys general, they're all over the country. They're putting their cases together to consolidate them so they could follow with this lawsuit. But this is the bellwether. This will serve as a real tough point for Facebook and Google. They're going to have to live with this because the outcome and the damages will serve as the template for how the rest of these thousands of cases are litigated or settled. And I suspect they will settle. This is, remember, it was TikTok and Snapchat that settled with these plaintiffs before trial. And Facebook and Google said, nah, we're going to take our chances, roll the dice. Well, they rolled the dice and it came up snake eyes.
Snake eyes indeed. We just got a statement from Meta saying, quote, "We respectfully disagree with the verdict and are evaluating our legal options." To what Dave said just a moment ago, they are likely to appeal this decision. Let's bring in Brian Stelter, who's been tracking the latest on this news. Brian, what's your reaction?
That's right. And that statement from Meta coming moments ago from the company. This is the second verdict in a case against Meta in as many days. There was that New Mexico case yesterday, that jury finding Meta liable as well. That dollar figure, $375 million. Meta said it would appeal. Now you have Meta reacting again today. And the company had been waiting, of course, for more than a week as these jury deliberations were going on in L.A. The company reacting to this case saying, yes, it's evaluating its legal options, not immediately saying it will appeal. It is notable, we're going to hear about the compensation, the compensatory damages in this case. It looks like it's probably the $3 million. $3 million for a single plaintiff is significant, but for Meta, that is, of course, a very, very small amount of money. We're talking about some of the biggest companies on the planet here, worth trillions. So Meta has weighed in so far. I suspect we will hear something similar from Google, the owner, the parent company of YouTube as well. A couple of other social media players, they actually settled right on the eve of trial to avoid going through this trial process, to avoid facing a jury, and that spoke volumes in and of itself. But Meta and Google went forward, and now we have this really significant ruling. I feel like in America and around the world, we're at the beginning of a conversation about what smartphones and social media companies have done to our society. Both the positives, yes, but also the negatives. We're only at the beginning of that conversation, even though it's been many years. And even though we're now at the point where trials are taking place over the addictive nature of these technologies. We all feel the addictive pull of these tools. We all feel the consequences in our own lives. But to see it displayed on trial, to see the effects on one person brought up in front of a jury in this way, it is a monumental situation. It's a really important moment to take stock of what these tools that have both in some ways transformed our culture in good ways have also had very harmful effects in other ways.
So true. Brian, thank you so much. Stand by for us. I want to bring in Jacob Ward, technology journalist, who is the host of the Rip Current podcast. Wow, Jacob. And to Brian's point, yeah, this is a small amount of money, but there are a lot more cases. And this also speaks to how these companies do business. There is a conversation going on, right, about how social media companies are operating and the influence they have. But I think at a time where there's a feeling that social media companies maybe have been patronizing some of the users of social media and the people who have been complaining about the effects of them, perhaps they have to listen a little bit more. And this could really affect their bottom line and how they do business.
I mean, yeah, from just a pure dollars and cents perspective, sure, $3 million for an individual plaintiff, maybe that's something that a company like this can afford, but there's 350 family cases in the pipeline behind this plaintiff. If you've got 3 million per, that's already over $1 billion. Beyond that, you've got another 250 school districts lining up to sue. That's going to be, thousands more kids conceivably per school district, and then you're getting into some very large numbers very fast. But all of that aside, I mean, what this really says.
So you all see this. This is a huge case, and this is going to be international. Why? Because Facebook has an international audience, right? Yeah. And the big user base. I mean, I don't know exactly where the biggest amount. I'm sure it's Europe and the United States, and probably others. Who knows? But they own. Meta owns. What do they own? WhatsApp. Meta owns Instagram, right? YouTube. I don't know how many. Companies YouTube owns, you know what I mean? But YouTube is a huge platform, a very big platform. So it's going to be interesting to see the effects of this. Now, I'm for some restriction for children on internet, to be honest with you, especially these type of these things where you just flip through quick and see these little, even for TikTok. I'm for kids. To be honest, all of these things where you see these little snippets, and I just don't think it's good for kids. The internet, to be honest with you, I think it's too much screen time. I'm just going to be honest. I think when you're a child, you need to be developing more your hands-on ability. You need to be doing things without the computer as much as possible. You can't rely on a computer. You can't rely on a calculator. You can't rely on these machines, because what if you're in a situation where you need to know how to do something yourself? What if you're in a situation where you need to know how to calculate something yourself? What if you're in a situation where you need to know how to entertain your family? What are you going to do? Like, do you know how to pick up a guitar and play it and sing some songs? Or are you, stuck on, I got to find a CD. I got to have the radio. I got to have the TV. Do you know how to read a newspaper? Or are you stuck on, even people like myself, don't get me wrong, we're adults here. My viewers are adults. And my viewers are I'm talking about most of my viewers, the big part of my viewers are between the ages of 35 and 70. Like, I'm talking about a lot. There's not a small amount that are 55. There's not a small amount that's 60. There's not a small amount that's 40. It's like I have, an adult audience, 35 and up, and pretty much. And, I presume because of the kind of conversations we have, they know how to read and write and things like this typically, and are able to, if you grew up in my generation, we all know how to pretty much read. We know how to read. We know how to write. We know how to do things, socialize without this stuff, but kids, this generation, they rely a lot on computers and on Facebook and to learn how to socialize. I don't think that's such a positive thing. So I'm for restrictions for kids. And I wish this testimony from this one victim that won the case, I wish that it goes public. I wish it was recorded on video so we can hear. I'm sure some details will come out about it, but it's interesting to see that that's where it started now, or that's what's happened, because it's going to spread. It's going to spread, So let's go on here. Let's see here. What else is there? Lawrence, what did he report on? Lawrence did some reporting. Lawrence O'Donnell. So I want to see what he had to say about Trump's. Oh, I believe, who is it? Is Eric? Is Trump's kids making money off the U.S.
For
government.
Eric
Check
Trump
this out.
today, I mean, great news. There have been a lot of really good days and great days financially for the Trump boys, including their father, who have all gotten much, just wildly richer during this term of Donald Trump's presidency. But Donald Trump is living proof that money cannot buy happiness and money cannot buy honor, as every member of the Trump family proves every day. And now Eric Trump is getting a second chance at honor, thanks to his father and thanks to his father's war in Iran. One of the desperate measures available to the American military when recruitment is not going well is to raise the eligibility age for joining the United States Army. You usually age out of military eligibility.
What? Did you hear this? He raised the age. What the hell? Trump raised the age? What the hell?
Going well is to raise the eligibility age for joining the United States Army.
Oh my God. They're having to raise the age for the military. Let me tell you, for as long as Donald Trump or anybody like him is associated with any government, fuck it, any government, especially the White House, I don't give a fuck how young I am, or I would never join the U.S. military right about now. I'm just saying that. No, I'm not. I'm not fighting for a fucking criminal, a person who's been. I'm not fighting for Donald Trump, man. You got to be crazy. You got to be crazy. Fuck that, man. This guy doesn't give a fuck about you. Period. Like, forget that shit, man. There haven't been a better example of a human being not giving a fuck about average everyday Americans than Donald Trump in the entire history of the fucking country. You know what I'm saying? Man, nah, man. I'm just going to tell you straight out. If Donald Trump gives you an order to fight, you're a goddamn fool. You know, this is one where you got to say, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, get another job, man. It's not worth it. It is not worth it. Don't you know? People leave the military all the fucking time. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump is going to get your ass killed taking orders from him. He is not the person you want to respect. This is the time where you stand down. You stand down. But in any case, he don't want his kids joining the military, and they don't have to because they suckered you out of your money. So
you usually age out of military eligibility when you turn 36. But in desperate times like these, the eligibility age has been raised to 42, which is exactly what Donald Trump has had to do today with his presidency and his war, depressing recruitment in the American military. And with the eligibility today,
Terry, Kip Terry, what state do you live in, and who is your health care provider?
Eligibility age today now going up to 42. 42-year-old Eric Trump has a chance to completely change the public perception of him, pushed by late-night comedians that he's the stupid Trump, the unwanted Trump, unwanted by his neglectful father. That is the comedic image of Eric Trump, which certainly doesn't mean it's true. And now Eric Trump has a way to prove that that is false. Eric Trump has a way to prove that he is the brave Trump. He can seize that image right now. He is the brave Trump, something we have never seen before, a brave Trump. Avoiding military service in war is a Trump family specialty. The reason the Trump...
Yo, how about that? You funny. Listen, no one is going to... You're not going to get a rise out of me by trying to insult me for, you know what I mean? It's not, especially racially, some other way. Yeah. But you ain't, these little racial tropes and these kind of, they don't make me upset at all because I see right through them. You see what I mean? That it's very simple. Nobody should have to defend what color they are or their race. What the fuck? We exist, man. Get over it. This is 2026, man. What's wrong with you? You're living in the Stone Ages. Just let people be. Be worried about people's character and integrity. Be worried about that, man, and morals. Be worried about that, especially when you probably are suffering yourself, man. Like, really, you shouldn't. Yeah, it's just crazy. But in any case,
live in the United States instead of Germany. Is that the family fled Germany when the family name was still Drumpf to avoid military service. That's why Donald Trump's grandfather came to the United States to avoid German military service in 1885. Donald Trump himself, of course, repeatedly and famously avoided the military draft during the Vietnam War, ultimately getting out of it with a note from his doctor saying that his feet that he spent the rest of his life playing golf on just could not serve in any capacity in the Army, not as a driver, not an office job, just nothing.
Yeah, don't serve. Don't
After
serve.
Donald Trump
You got to have more.
celebrated his 20th birthday.
You got to have more. How can I say this? Dignity. Like there's got to. I won't do all things. There's a limit. You know what I mean? And when it comes to having a job, yo, man, you just have to know sometimes things are not right, and you have to stand for something when things are not right in that time. It's not, and that moment shouldn't be every goddamn day. That moment shouldn't come, so quickly or regularly. But when it does come, that's the time where you have to notice, yo, I need to step off. This is too much, and right now. Yeah, as they say, bone spurs can come and, yeah, exactly. Bone spurs would never fight for you. This is the thing. Don't you understand? Donald Trump would never risk his life for yours. Like, this man is willing to send troops, young men. He's willing to send young men and women. No, there's some women there. But he's willing to send young American people to Iran to do what? Invade or protect ships? Listen, I'm sorry, but the easiest way to deal with Iran was through diplomacy. That was the easiest way. It's very simple. That's the logical way. That's the intelligent way. They can be won over. Iran can be won over. Listen, and I'm going to tell you why. It has nothing to do with their philosophy. It has nothing to do with agreeing with their philosophy regarding religion or their form of religion or their form of governance. It has nothing to do with that. It has, look at the other failures that the United States makes, and that will show you what failure we make with Iran. We're not good with people that live in the same hemisphere as us, let alone Iran. Look at how we're treating Cubans. We're treating Cubans. We are pretending like they are not Americans. We are pretending like they have done something to us. The Cubans have done nothing to us. And look what we're bothering to do to them. That's wrong. Look at how we're dealing with our own allies. See, this is how you know Trump, his whole approach to everyone is fucked up, including Iran. It's not a coincidence. Trump doesn't just have a problem with Iran. He got a problem with everybody who is an ally of the U.S. Everyone who lives next to us peacefully. Haiti has never attacked us. Cuba has never since where, the Bay of Pigs or something like that? Is that what they, there's never been any issue. They had a different form of government. Cuba came to the United States first when it had open and abject slavery, modern slavery, of course, and said, hey, can you help us? We want to overthrow the government that has this institutionalized open slavery in Cuba. Will you help us? And they went to the United States, and the United States said no. Then they went to other people. They went to Russia after that. But the first people they came to was the United States of America. What happened in Cuba is our fault. Our relationship with Cubans is all based on our stupidity in the United States of America. Period. They can be. Don't believe what you say. They're not that powerful. It doesn't matter what type of government they are. They're not powerful enough for us to not be able to do something better. You see what I mean? Look at how we're treating goddamn U.S. Virgin Islands. We don't treat the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's U.S. territory, and we treat them. They don't even have a vote. They can't even vote for who the president is, but yet they're in American territory. What do they get out of that? What do they get out of it? Poverty, trouble, pain. You see what I mean? We do everybody fucking wrong. Look at how we treat Puerto Rico. We do everyone wrong. Look at how we treat the Native Americans. What the fuck have the Native Americans done to us? Look at how we don't have any fucking care for Native Americans at all. So you know they're going to have a problem with Iran no matter what. No matter what. Iran, it doesn't matter who is running Iran. The United States is going to have a problem with it because you got to get past the surface level conversation. There are some people, and it's not just the United States of America. Very few people want another nation being powerful. That's how it works. That is how it really works. And I'm not talking about just remove the United States, remove Europe from it. Listen, Russia doesn't want Iran being powerful. China doesn't want Iran being powerful. No, they just want them to be around long enough to be a nuisance to the West. That's what it's about. If they thought that Iran got too powerful, they would see Iran as a threat to them. And it has nothing to do with their religion. Nothing. It has something to do with power. That's what it has everything to do with. You know, and you got to understand the power dynamics there. It's the same thing with Cuba. They're our neighbor. So why don't we treat them better? So we change the power dynamics. But we don't want to do that. We think we can get away with treating them like shit and things will remain the same forever. It doesn't work that way, man. We're making fools out of ourselves. The United States is making fools out of ourselves. Look at how the president of Colombia, the speech he gave when he came to Jesse Jackson's funeral just a month ago and spoke. Listen to that speech. I encourage people to go out and listen to that speech, man. He was so eloquent on speaking about American history, what it is to be an American, because Colombians are Americans too. They just happen to be South Americans, but they're still Colombians. The issue with Venezuela is not religion. They don't have to be Shias. You see what I'm saying? So you have to be able to see the situation in another lens. Forget the form of government. Forget the religion. I'm not saying that there aren't challenges there. Forget the religion. Look at the other things that are happening. Look at the other reasons why there could be a problem. You see what I mean? And what it is in Venezuela is this oil. You see what I mean? And people that have a lot of oil tend to have a lot of problems, you know, on earth. And it presents an issue because it could be an issue for anybody. You know, everyone wants to use you and everyone wants to control you when you have energy to sell. You know, it's just that simple. You have influence on the global stage when you have energy, you know, and when you're not on the side of the right person or whoever thinks is the right person, you're the problem for the next one. And it's like that. Trust me, there's more going on. But Trump he's willing to send our youth there. He hasn't even prepared. He hasn't even prepared for it. He just did it willy-nilly because Netanyahu said so. You see what I mean? This man, you can't fight for this man. There's got to be a point where you just have to say, no, this is wrong and I ain't doing it. Just because I'm in the military doesn't mean I have to be a goddamn fool. You know what I mean? Like, you will regret it. You will regret going to Iran. You will regret. Now, let me pivot here. Speaking of that, hold on. Damn, what happened? Speaking of that, damn, this didn't come up on my screen. Sorry, let me make sure. I got to pull something up. I thought I had something here ready, and I could see it didn't pop up. Here we go. Is it? Yeah, it's right here. 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Oh, it's this one. Here we go. So let me go right to it. Here's what's going on. Let's continue.
This sounds...
Oh, wait a second. Boom. All right, yeah, it should be right here.
So clean.
This is Malcolm Nance, right? Malcolm Nance. He's talking about the troops that Trump did send. So here we go. Let's see.
CNN has learned that around 1,000 U.S. Army paratroops are headed to the Middle East. Now, sources are telling CNN soldiers with the Army's 82nd Airborne Division are expected to deploy in the next few days. Now, here's another question. Why are troops being deployed when President Trump insists talks with Iran are progressing? Now, CNN's chief national security analyst and anchor, Jim Sciutto, is actually on the ground in Tel Aviv. He joins me live. First, can you tell me a little bit about this deployment of troops that we're hearing about?
Yeah. Well, Audie, whatever the president ultimately decides about a ground operation in Iran, all the pieces are now in the region to carry one out. And it's not just the 1,000 paratroopers. You have Marines deployed to the region, and then all the forces, the air transport, et cetera, that one would require to put troops on the ground, whether that be, you've heard the discussion of Karg Island, which is so central to Iran's energy industry, or perhaps along the shores of the Strait of Hormuz to secure the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know, and ultimately it's up to the president, but at least the pieces are in place. So we're left in a situation not unlike where we were 4 weeks ago before the start of the war, where you have two tracks at the same time. You have diplomatic discussions with Iran, or at least now laying the groundwork for those discussions, with an enormous military buildup. We saw what happened 4 weeks ago. The president chose the military option, saying that the talks weren't going anywhere. So we're left in that situation again. Will the president decide that the talks aren't going anywhere in his view and then deploy further military action up to and including ground forces? We don't know. I will tell you from here in Israel, there's a great deal of skepticism as to whether there is actual potential for real peace negotiations right now.
Well, I'm joined now by Malcolm Nance. He's a retired U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer and a national security expert. Good to have you this morning, Malcolm. Thank you. Two sources tell CNN that approximately 1,000 U.S. soldiers now preparing to deploy to be available for Iran operations, as it were. And you've listed some of the units and hardware that make up this force, saying, quote, "This force is not leverage. This is a commitment to take action." What action do you expect at this point?
Well, you know, we're talking about the 82nd Airborne Brigade sending out 1,000 troops out there. They are paratroopers, or they're soldiers who are going to be hella lifted into whatever their objective are. The issue that's not being talked about is the 500 or 100 or more special operations soldiers that are being stationed in Jordan and Israel right now, who are an elite assault force. So whatever the Trump administration has planned, it is offensive. It is not defensive at all. The 82nd Airborne is a backup force.
This is a good point that Malcolm Nance is making right here. And listen, you can agree with Malcolm Nance or disagree with him all you want, but his background is in the military. I mean, he's a cryptologist and also soldier. You know what I mean? But information is, you know, on these types of situations. Training on the ground in Ukraine, training on the ground, you know, dealing with information, spying on the ground in Arabia, the place that he's talking about right now. So he knows something. So here's the thing. If you have more experience in the military than Malcolm Nance, right, put a 1 in the chat. And if you don't, put a 2 in the chat. I don't. So I would just put a 2. But let's hear what he just said here. He made, it's not just Iran. There's already some specialists. So listen to his breakdown here, how he sees this scenario.
Troops out there, they are paratroopers, or they're soldiers who are going to be hella lifted into whatever their objective are. The issue that's not being talked about is the 500 or 100 or more special operations soldiers that are being stationed in Jordan and Israel right now, who are an elite assault force. So whatever the Trump administration has planned, it is offensive. It is not defensive at all. The 82nd Airborne is a backup force for these spear tip units like Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 that, you know, objectives like Karg Island are just too small for that. That's something that one special forces unit can do, but they're bringing in Rangers, they're bringing in others. even taking the islands in the Strait of Hormuz, Larak, Hormuz, Kishem, Hengam, Lesser Toom, Greater Toom, Abu Musa, Kish, and Siri, that is still a massive force for this. So the question is, do they have multiple intent here? Take the Strait of Hormuz Islands, take Kark Island, and then possibly a land operation somewhere in Iran. That's what this spells out. But it's really up to the White House to make clear why they need this force there if they're in end state negotiations.
Yeah, and they put the information is out there, obviously, and so it's natural for Americans to taxpayer, but Americans, fuck it, whether you pay taxes today or you didn't, that should have nothing to do with it, really. This is your president, and you have the right to know what your government is embarking on, and you have the right to the truth within reason, right? And these are informations that they put out publicly. I mean, so it's not something that they're hiding, even if legacy media isn't talking about it always. But the bottom line is that it seems like it's not being explained. The administration is saying that the war is won. It's finished. They won it on day one. Then there's, they just keep flip-flopping the whole way. They said that they've achieved their objective. So, what is their objective? Then the goalpost keeps moving and moving and moving. So, do you believe that the media should be asking the Trump administration, what are these troops for? Do you believe the public should actually know what these troops are really for? And is it possible Donald Trump is just sending these motherfuckers around and doesn't really know what he's going to do? He's just doing it because he doesn't want to look like a fool. He can't figure out if he wants to stand down and say, fuck it, I fucked up. I think it could be that, because you're dealing with a narcissist. So he doesn't like the idea that it didn't turn out the way that he thought. Iranians still don't give a fuck about him. And listen, this is not, this is not maybe one type of Iranian either. It's like nobody asked you to just bomb their fucking country. Nobody asked. People said they didn't like the government. They didn't say they wanted their homes fucking destroyed. You see what I mean? They didn't say they want to live in abject poverty and total chaos. This is what the Trump administration said. This is what, look, Netanyahu literally asked too. Told people, go out. You can go in. You'll be able to take the country. These kind of things. They literally told people to do that. What support did you give these people? What support did the Iranian people get? You have the right to ask, what the fuck is going on here? Is this just bullshit? Because if it's just bullshit, if they're just wasting your tax dollars, wasting lives, you should want to know, and you should be able to know clearly, and you should get clear answers, and you should be able to tell them, stop fucking with our money like this. Like, stop fucking with our lives this way, but people don't really know. People don't really know. So he got a lot going on, Trump, right now. Let me take it back.
Who are an elite assault, or they're soldiers who are going to be hella lifted into whatever their objective are. The issue that's not being talked about is the 5 or 100 or more special operations soldiers that are being stationed in Jordan and Israel right now, who are an elite assault force. So whatever the Trump administration has planned, it is offensive. It is not defensive at all. The 82nd Airborne is a
Yeah, so exactly. Malcolm Nance says he agrees. It's offensive. Obviously, it's not defensive, the action. And again, I'm only playing this because he does have a long, extensive career in the military, right? As a cryptologist, also on the ground in the Middle East. You see what I mean? So dealing with intelligence, combat intelligence, opposition intelligence, information. You see what I mean? Maneuvering, positioning, logistics, this kind of stuff. So he said it's not defensive, it's offensive. So
backup force for these spear tip units,
right. So he's saying these Greens, what are they? The 1,000 troops are not the spear. They're the backup troops for the spear, and the spear are located in different neighboring countries right now being assembled.
Delta Force and SEAL Team 6.
Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 are there on the other side of the border, apparently.
That objectives like Karg Island are just too small for that. That's something that one special forces unit can do, but they're bringing in Rangers, they're bringing in others. Even taking the islands in the Strait of Hormuz, Larak, Hormuz, Kishem, Hengam.
Look at this. Somebody said, look, First Dread said, no shit, anyone with the brain stem can tell you it's an offensive. I think you're missing something here, though, my friend. I'm just stopping it to make it clear for listeners, not only you. This is not a personal service I'm conducting for you, you jackass. Okay, I'm just making sure it's on record very clearly. Okay, so get off my nutsack for a second.
Lesser Tomb, Greater Tomb, Abu Musa, Kish, and Siri. That is still a massive force for this. So the question is, do they have...
Okay, and he's saying also, here's another tip, dipshit. Dr. Dread, you jackass. He's also saying the amount of troops are too big for any of those proposed islands. Okay, so just to make that clear,
even taking the islands in the Strait of Hormuz, Larak, Hormuz, Kishem, Hengam, Lesser Tomb, Greater.
That's 7 different islands.
Tomb, Abu Musa, Kish, and Siri.
Oh, that's damn near. That's 9 or 10.
That is still a massive force for this. So the question is, do they have multiple intent here? Take the Strait of Hormuz Islands, take Karg Island, and then possibly a land operation somewhere in Iran. That's what this spells out. But it's really up to the White House to
Okay, so this is now Malcolm Nass's view of this, what he looks, how he sees it. Now, you might disagree, because Malcolm Nance is a liberal. So put a 1 in the chat if you disagree with him. Put a 2 in the chat if you tend to disagree with his tend to agree with his analysis. Put a 1 in the chat if you disagree with his analysis, and put a 2 in if you agree. These are control points. Yeah, I guess I don't know what you mean by that. They're control points. All right, but do me a favor. I understand your perspective. You're making comments. I'm recognizing your comments. Now I'm addressing you. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Malcolm Nance's take on this, what he just said. Put a 1 in if you disagree. Put a 2 in the chat if you agree. Also, you, Dr. Dead, you can participate in a question also. I'm just curious about that. I tend to agree with it. And, and the reason why I'm playing this is because this has not been heard a lot on legacy media, and people need to have this conversation. I actually thought this doesn't make sense on those islands either for too many, because to me, it sounds like that wouldn't be where you want to go. That would demobilize a massive troop buildup instead of mobilizing them. So why would you be on an island? That, to me, that just presents so many issues. But in any case, I see first Dr. Dredd doesn't. He can't answer that. It's only 1 or 2. Again, if you disagree with Malcolm Nance's take, put a 1 in the chat. If you agree with it, put a 2 in the chat. There you go. So let's continue.
Make clear why they need this force there if they're in end state negotiations.
That's a good question. Why do you need the force there if you're in state to state negotiations?
What this spells out, but it's really up to the White House to make clear why they need this force there if they're in end state negotiations.
Right. So do you agree with this approach? If you're in negotiations, why are you doing anything? What is this about? Because why would someone bother to take your negotiations serious if you are showing them that you're about to attack them? Like, where does that make sense? What sort of, this ain't Machiavellian. This is like fucking Charlie. This is like goddamn Charlie Brown. This is some silly ass shit, man. This is not Machiavellian. This is like some Charlie Brown shit. Yeah, we're negotiating with them, and you sending troops up. Man, what the fuck do you think? Who do you think you're dealing with? These people aren't playing games. They don't care. See, this is the difference. When you insult people, When you insult people, right? People hate you. That's really what it comes down to. When you insult people, they hate you. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, what kind of logic is that? And that's not just one group of people. That's all group of people. Look, even the Danes was like, come on, in Greenland. You see what I'm saying? Because you insulted them. There it is. So people fight not just because they can win. They also fight and die every day saying, fuck you. We don't like you. You can't disrespect us like this. That's facts. I don't know. Even Americans go out like that. Who doesn't? You see what I mean? So I think it's a little dehumanizing to think that these people believe that they're less than you, that they would act any different than you. If you're in this chat, you see what I'm saying? And I mean, if you're in this situation, if you're being attacked, it just doesn't make sense to me. But this is the Trump administration doing their diplomacy, not me. So
can you just game plan that for me slightly more? Just I'm really interested to learn from you very specifically what these forces that you describe are equipped to do.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, first, let's look at the Marines in the Tripoli Amphibious Readiness Group. That's about 2,500 Marines. Their job is to do a forced landing on hostile shores or islands. A group like that could be used against, Bandar-e Jas, which is a large secondary oil pumping facility for Iran on the Indian Ocean, or to hazard their warships to go through the Strait of Hormuz and launch from ships and do an amphibious landing on like Larak or Kishem Island. That danger. They have helicopters they can do it with. They have landing craft they can do it with. But it's easily mined and it's easy narrow channel to attack with anti-ship missiles, even if you have heavy air defenses. They could helicopter over the Musandam Peninsula and land on islands like Abu Musa, which belong to the United Arab Emirates, Lesser Tum, Greater Tum. They've been doing an extensive bombing campaign on these islands this week by the U.S. government. But one thing they didn't do was they did not bomb the airstrips, which means that they look at like they're going to use that for future operations. Kishem Island, the one that's shaped like a shark, is much more extensive. It's 53 villages. It requires water from desalinization. That's a massive target.
Somebody in the chat, let me see here. Queed Was says, you seem to be thinking they don't think they are vastly superior to you. No, that's not what I'm thinking. You didn't, apparently you didn't, I don't know what, you don't understand English. What I said was this. I don't see the point in diplomacy where I'm making the others feel like I think I'm better than them. See, none of us are better than each other. You got to understand that. Not in this context. None of us have any more rights than each other in this context, right? They're human beings. I'm a human being. Now, here's the thing. If I'm bothering to negotiate with you, right? The question is very simple. Why is it intelligent to build up your forces while you're negotiating? Is that wise negotiating? Is that wise diplomacy? Does it get you what you want? Is the question. And the reason why I'm posing it this way is this, because what I'm saying is that if you're constantly pointing at people and disrespecting them, saying, we're going to bomb you, we're going to attack you, you have to understand something. Most normal people are going to say, fuck you, to negotiating with a gun pointed down their throat. Most people are going to say that. And again, I'm going to say it to you. Even Denmark was like, come on. So what do you expect them to do? What do you expect Iran to do that's bigger, mountainous? Denmark is flat. And they were still talking about, and Greenland's flat too. And they was like, come on. They were like, well, we told our military, shoot first and don't call Central Command. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? So this is the context. This is the question. Are you getting what you want? Why even be trying to negotiate? You see what I'm saying? So this is the context. My context has nothing to do with what you thought it meant. and I bothered to reinstate it. And I like to talk to people in the chat sometimes to let people see that I'm actually seeing some of their comments. Now let me ask you a question, since I was polite, right? And I acknowledged you, right? Because I don't have to, but I like to mix it up with different people. Tell me this, Joe, what country are you from? What state do you live in? And who's your healthcare provider? But also this, let me know this too, because I see you in the typing mood, right? What do you think of Malcolm Nance's breakdown on this? Do you agree? If you agree, put a 2 in the chat. If you disagree, put a 1 in the chat. That's my response now that I've, acknowledged you exist. And I acknowledge that maybe you didn't understand my point and I took the time to explain it to you. You see what I mean? Let me know something about you so I can criticize you too. Okay? So let's be fair. I don't got no problem with criticism. Let's all do it. Let's all do it. As a matter of fact, Joe, let me know what state you live in. What do you say? Iran? You don't live in Iran. Lebanon? Yeah. Okay. Patrick, let me know what country you live in. Yeah. Everybody in the chat, Sweeper, let me know what country you live in also. Let's go. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I'm an American that lives in Copenhagen, Denmark. Blah, blah, blah.
Something that the Marines themselves may make an initial landing, but you could paradrop the 82nd Airborne troops there. But that
do me a favor, click the like button also. It helps more people coming to the stream. I appreciate that, y'all. Thank you.
That's fraught with danger because you have to have absolute aerial control. You have to be sure there's no surface-to-air missiles, and you could lose or injure people just jumping out of the airplanes onto that
Western Australia in the house. There you go. Appreciate that, bro.
big island. But Delta Force, the Rangers, they could easily take.
Harbo Nip, man. The Netherlands. You in the Deutschland? Hold on. You in? You talking about the Netherlands, right? Yeah, UK. Okay, Rocky Hound. Okay, Washington State. Okay, Rock. I appreciate that. It's good to let other people know. That way we can learn each other. And listen. You see how easily people volunteer it. Now, what about some of the people with the criticisms? Why don't you let people know what's up with you? Where you from? Where you at? Come on now. Let people know who you are, man. Don't be shy.
Maga Island in a matter of an hour. It's a question of keeping it without getting bombarded day and night.
Oh, Jersey, Virginia. There you go. Yeah, that's next. Germany. Yeah. Hopping it. Oh, whoa. Oh, you said Dutchland. Yeah. So that's Tyskland. Dutchland. I got you. You live in Tyskland. Okay, not the Netherlands. Okay. And the Netherlands, what they call that sometimes? Something else. Yeah, but in any case, North London, UK. Okay, I got you. Let me see. Is there a 0 or 2 missing off the troop number? No. It's not that large. And there's others. There's special forces, 2 special forces that's there. On outside, one group in Israel and another somewhere else. I'm not sure where they are. And then this is the 1,000 paratroopers that are backing them up. Whatever is about to go down, the paratroopers are there just to back them up. So that's only 1,000. So obviously this is a limited operation. It's not designed to be an invasion. It's designed to be something else. But if it's something else, then it is significant. If it's something like a group that's going to go in there and take out the leadership, that's significant enough. But if you're just trying to invade and stay in that fucking place, no. I don't think that will do it. I think you're in danger if you try to do that. Let me see here. Okay, Aussie, Italian. Okay, Wollongong City in New South Wales, Australia. Okay, what's up, Australia? Big up to you. I appreciate it because it lets people know, how many folks from what different places actually watch the podcast. And so I appreciate everybody letting people know where they are. But it also helps us communicate and get along because, listen, the world that we had, as explained by the Canadian Prime Minister, it's been changed by Trump's actions. It's been changed by this approach. He tried to split up a lot of nations. And so this is one of the reasons why I'm here speaking as an American that lives outside of the U.S., lives in Denmark, is to help spawn and encourage this conversation because we don't have to settle for this shit. Me, myself, I'm not settling for it. On Saturday, I already organized one demonstration out in front of the American Embassy, and we taking turns. There's different Americans doing it, but There's another one happening this weekend on the 28th, right? And it's happening from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock in front of the American Embassy. So if you are tired of this administration, if you're fucking tired of Donald J. Trump and all of his cronies, come to the American Embassy in Denmark, in Osterbro, next to the lakes, right? And be there 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. It's going to be a massive crowd. We all going to be there saying fuck Donald Trump. And yeah, and there will be Danes there, of course. One of the politicians was actually there at the last one I did from Ian Hill's Listen. So big up to Ian Hill's Listen, because listen, some of my activism that I partake in from time to time in Denmark, I've had some associations with some different political parties. Although, the activism that I do is not about what political party you're with. I mean, it's an issue that's broader than one political party. But, I've been lucky enough to get some Danish politicians come out for some of the things. But particularly this one, it's definitely always generous and well received by us Americans to know that Danes and Danish politicians understand that we're many here and that we care about this country too, and that we will defend this goddamn country from the likes of Donald J. Trump, like straight up, So let's continue here. Let's continue. Oh, okay. So did they have some more here? Let me see this. I'm curious about that. 2 seconds. Let me see. Was that it? I think he had some more commentary. 2 seconds. Friars was talking about Gavin Newsom, some latest stuff, scandal with Gavin Newsom. But let's check this.
I wonder whether you believe that the deployment of these troops has been part of the long-term planning and strategy, or whether this is a US administration, I don't want to say making things up as they go along, because I have no idea, what the thinking has been behind the scenes. But, I wonder whether this is sort of layering on sort of new opportunities.
Nah, somebody said, Quest said, are you thinking Denmark is at war with the United States? No, I'm thinking Trump is threatening Denmark and has been. And that's how Danes have taken it. And that's how most reasonable people take it. Yeah, he's threatened military action. And among other things. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just not going to happen. And me, myself, like most Americans, we stand with Danes on that fact, like 100%. Nah, you can't just do any goddamn thing you want. And Denmark part of Green. No, Green. Anyway, people know that anyone can research the history. If you're really serious about it, you should talk to some of the Greenlanders that have been speaking up about their land and telling people what the situation is. There's plenty of it. You should listen to them. Listen to the Greenlanders and Danes, because they're the ones that can tell you best about their situation. But having said that, nah, man, I'm going to stay with the Danes. If the U.S. under Trump attacks Denmark or Greenland, I'm going to fight with the Danes. Why? Because the Danes have values I stand for also. That's why. And this president doesn't. That's what it is. This president doesn't stand for democracy. This president doesn't stand for love and care of all Americans, citizens. He doesn't. Nah. He's an elitist. He's a criminal. And I ain't up for that shit. And he's definitely not a strong conservative or nationalist. So fuck Donald J. Trump. He's a phony. You see what I mean? And his best friend was Jeffrey Epstein. And Donald Trump probably likes little boys, too. So just to make it clear, he's...
Pete Hegseth wants to be able to provide for Donald Trump at this point.
Pete Hegseth probably won't be able to provide for Donald Trump at this point. Hold on.
New opportunities that...
Fuck Donald J. Trump. Fuck Donald J. Trump.
Pete Hegseth wants to be able to provide for Donald Trump at this point.
I'll speak frankly as a former intelligence professional. They're winging this.
Oh, he said they're what? They're losing this?
For Donald Trump at this point.
I'll speak frankly as a former intelligence professional. They're winging this. every military activity intelligence professional, they're winging this.
They're winging this. He says, as an intelligence professional, he says Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump are winging this. And that's exactly what I thought too. It looks like they don't really have a particular goal yet, but they're just too scared to say they don't have the answer. So they're got troops out there just because they know it looks bad already. They want to look like they have some control, but I don't see any way that you're sending these troops in there and expecting them to get out with removing that regime. I don't see it.
You know, I'll speak frankly as a former intelligence professional.
Hop on that. He's correct. He's correct. I mean, listen, again, notice people that disagree with me don't like to answer any of my questions. So I'm going to ask a question again, and I'm also going to put the link in the chat. If you notice at the top of the screen, there's a link there. You can hop up if anybody wants to join the panel and speak. But here's the thing. If you have more experience than Malcolm Nance in military, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. I don't. So I'm going to put a 2 in the chat. If you have more experience than Malcolm Nance in the military, put a 1 in the chat. Then we can qualify your statements also. It's not just about what you say. It's who's saying it. And if you know, that's really what it's about. You see what I mean? Now, I'm not claiming to be the military expert. I'm just saying I agree with Malcolm Nance's assessment. You know, I'm saying I don't have as much experience as him. But if you don't have and you disagree with him, that's worth knowing. You see what I'm saying? So let's go. Let's see. I don't have as much experience as him. And that's what I mean. And look, you see, they're going to disappear. They do this all the time. They don't like to answer. I'm talking about the trolls. Don't like to answer questions because they know you can use that question to qualify the rest of what they're saying. So no worries. Don't worry. Only those that want to keep it real can answer. So let's go.
You know, I'll speak frankly as a former intelligence professional. They're winging this. Every military activity that we see does not show phased planning that was part of a strategic campaign in the pre-war, where the Pentagon thought about it, prepared it, and had it ready. None of these forces were ready, especially the Marines. I mean, they seem to be an afterthought.
Brian Gray doesn't have as much experience in the military as Malcolm Nance. Creed-wise, you don't have as much experience in the military as Malcolm Nance. Let's just go. Who else? Brian, you don't have as much experience as Malcolm Nance in the military. Storm 1167, you don't have as much experience as Malcolm Nance in the military. So it's worth knowing that. So that's why I'm not going to follow you on this one. Okay. I'm going to follow Malcolm Nance.
I think in response to Donald Trump's rhetoric about let's take the Strait of Hormuz, you are now seeing the system spool up to take the Strait of Hormuz. There's no taking it. So long as Iran can deny the sea, which they could do with an anti-ship missile launched 300 miles away, this is going to be a very hard nut to crack. Worse, Becky, once the fighting starts, no one is moving any ships.
You know, the thing is here is that if you're not willing to put boots on the ground, more of a force than that, right, you're not going to crack this cookie. You might be able to get away with a targeted, fast unit that goes in and out, but you're not going to be able to remove it. It's just, no, they're spread out. They've been preparing for this for years. They're tunnels. They got loads of equipment in those fucking mountains. And if you want to stop them, you're going to have to put a whole lot of troops on the ground, go through street by street, go into those mountains and go into those tunnels. And you're going to regret it. They're going to make you pay every step of the way. You know, so why even start it? There's nothing bad about being smart. There's something bad about being stupid. You see what I mean? And that's what they're proving. They're out to prove that they're being stupid about this. Now, power comes from being clever. It's how you use your power that dictates how much more power you get after. You see what I mean? Or how much less power you get after. You see what I mean? It's up to these decisions being made, and you choosing to waste your time on Iran when you could have just said, fuck it. You know what? Let's sit back. We'll wait. Let's deal with some other things that are more pressing. But they were like, no, now, nuclear bomb. Now they lying. Now it's not about nuclear bomb. Now it's about regime change too. So it's about all of it all of a sudden. You know what I mean? So it's bullshit. You're never going to get these people. You're never going to get the situation you want out of Iran. It just doesn't come this way. Your philosophy and your approach is wrong. You could employ a different philosophy that would be more effective. And it has something to do with not fucking always trying to use a bomb or a fucking gun. That's all.
There's no chance anyone's going to.
You don't have to like them to be clever.
Ensure
you don't have to agree with them to be smart.
That's going to go when there is massive fighting in the Strait of Hormuz.
I've got reporting that says that key regional partner Saudi Arabia.
You know, Trump can't do this without NATO. He can't do it. The U.S. military cannot do this, and Israeli military, they can't do it alone. They can't do it. And so they're basically going to need help because what's going to happen is that they're going to take a lot of losses if they actually do try to enter into Iran and have a presence, a consistent presence on the ground to take control over the Straits of Hormuz. That's not happening. And Malcolm Nance has more experience than anybody in this chat in the military, and he said the same thing. So yeah, there you have it. And you know, but I understand, you know, trolls have to disagree no matter what, and because that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? But then again, let's see here. I see 3. This is funny. Let me do something. I'm gonna do a little experiment and then get back to this news. I want to listen to what Netanyahu said. Right now, look at this. I just want to give you an example of something. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah, I try to give some advice to people sometimes, but I know it doesn't always get through. Here we are. Yeah, we weeks into it, D Jordan. You know, and it's going to be, what are they talking about? 6? You enter Iran, you talking about a year, bro. You talking about years. Come on, how long was the 9/11, you know, war supposed to last? You know, how long? You know what I'm saying? Let's continue here. 2 seconds.
Certainly wants Iran's missile capabilities sort of closed out, degraded before this war ends. So they've said to me very specifically they don't want civilian infrastructure targeted. The Wall Street Journal reports that Gulf allies, including the UAE, where I am, are considering joining this fight because they've been so relentlessly targeted in Iran's retaliation strikes or attacks. I mean, they call them reckless and unprovoked. There is no suggestion as of yet that the UAE or the Saudis are prepared to jump in offensively in this fight and join, you know, the US here. But I wonder what a coalition would look like and achieve, and just how much degradation do you believe of Iran's military capabilities we've seen to date to ensure long-term stability in the region where I am?
Well, a coalition is not hard to put together. I mean, the GCC already has its informal networks for the militaries. The UAE would probably work with the United States in recovering an island that was stolen from them, Abu Musa Island. The Iranians just summarily took that some 20 or some odd years ago. The Saudis, on the other hand, have a big armed force, but the key component of that is using their air power to provide cover and defense for U.S. forces and other forces in the country, you know, that are coming along and seizing these literal islands. As far as degrading Iran's ballistic missile capability, let's all be realistic here, okay? You cannot just say it and it's done. If it's going to be a question of degrading it and before we declare the war over, we're going to be here a year because those missiles can be hidden, they can be moved around. We haven't even gotten into the large number of short-range ballistic missiles that they have. And we could.
So you hear that? Another part of his analysis is that if you're talking about removing their ballistic missiles, you're going to be here for a year. So before that happens, you have to invest a year. So, yeah. again, Malcolm Nance, he's got an extensive military background, and above that, doing cryptology, and he still works with nations in different ways, right? So regarding information, logistics, and military in military endeavors, right? Also for Ukraine, I think he's a contractor for Ukraine, and others. Who else knows what he's doing all the time? Maybe for Denmark as well. But in any case, he's saying if you're telling people that you're going to take out their ballistic missiles, then it's not, you can't just say it. You're going to be there for a year. So just everybody wrap your head around that, unless you think he's a liar. But if you think he's a liar, I just got one question for you. Do you have more experience in the military than him? And if so, where did you serve? How many years? Let me know. I have a few people in the military that hop up here all the time. They don't tend to always disagree with me, but they're listening. A lot of people from the military listening to my program, actually, especially since I'm an American outside. So people in the U.S. military listen, and they're interested in that, and they know a lot of the things I'm saying are facts. But I'm willing to be enlightened. I want to know what real people that really care think. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about within reason, because again, if you're just here to be a troll, then what you think doesn't matter anyway, right? But if you're a real person and you really are concerned about what's going on in the United States and you want things to turn out well, I want to know what you think, on this. He's got some interesting facts here. So let's go on. Let's see.
Would hunt them for, some time to come. Rating it, and before we declare the war over, we're going to be here a year, because those missiles can be hidden. They can be moved around.
They have mountains. They can be hidden. They can be moved around, and they can be set up rapidly, quickly, at moment's notice, and go off and then go back into hiding, So you just have to keep in mind, that's what you're talking about. It's not like you're dealing with some a setup that's like sitting there and is not maneuverable and can't be moved. No, this shit can come and it can be driven around. It could be hauled around on some like tractor type things, pulleys or whatever, or it can be positioned on a truck, on a vehicle to drive. Come on, they could drive in a mountain, out of a mountain. Come on, hide behind mountains. All types of shit. Yeah.
We haven't even gotten into the large number of short-range ballistic missiles that they have, and we could hunt them for some time to come, just as we did in Iraq. But now you're talking an extended period of strife, the Gulf, Strait of Hormuz not opening, and quite possibly even worse, bringing the Houthi rebels into this. And they open this war to,
Yeah, so the Houthis are positioned where? Let me pull this up real quick. The Houthis are positioned, let me zoom out. We're in Denmark right now. So let me zoom out a little bit. Boom, and get over to that part of the world. So here we go. Can y'all see this? Right. So he's talking about the Houthis, and the Houthis are here in Yemen. You see? So they are on this corridor. This is one trade route, right? This is one trade, and this is another, right? So a lot of the oil is out of these nations is coming out of here, right? And it's going either east or it's going west, right? And west meaning, it's going around this whole thing and going to these places. Some of it's going to the U.S. and South America, right? Or east, right? But in any case, these are two major corridors right here. And if this gets added to it, Yemen, if they're added to this is going to stop trade, not just oil trade. This is going to have impact on all trade. Pretty much, or half of the globe's trade, straight up. That's not a joke. That is going to raise prices on everything in America, in the United States, also, especially. So don't get me wrong. look, if you are really an American citizen and you just die hard need to just get this done, at least you can just be aware of the facts before you do it. That's all I'm saying. Because although I'm an American citizen, I don't live in the U.S. So, yeah, you know, I gotta think about where I live and what's best for where I live and my condition. You know, what happens if these things take place? I still have health care. If these things take place, my kids still have education. You know, higher education and all of this. You know, if these things happen, I mean, you know, there's going to be some adjustments. The EU, Denmark has oil. It has gas. It pumps its own gas from where? Where does it pump it from? From here, the Baltic Sea. Okay. You know, Denmark has its own gas. So the gas, of course, it gets affected by the global pricing, but they have access to their own gas. You see what I'm saying? Denmark has access to its own gas from this sea that it pumps. Norway does. Its neighbor. You see what I mean? And so, yeah, it's just something to think about. The EU, Denmark, and Norway, they're part of the EU. The EU just signed the biggest trade deal in history with South America, which is just across the water. Familiar country, familiar land. I mean, familiar land continent. Okay. And also Asia. So, you got to think about this in using empirical data. Really, that's the best way to go about this. Right. You need to look at the details and not just gloss over this thinking that it's so simple and and going to be so easy, you know, to come to a conclusion like, oh, we could do that. Oh, yeah. OK, well, you thought that about Trump, too. You thought you was going to get your Doge check. You thought he was going to, create more jobs for Americans. Wrong. You thought he was going to bring down inflation. Wrong. You thought a lot of shit, you Trump supporters. So I don't think your word is that good. But in any case, I want to hear what Benjamin Netanyahu said. I didn't listen to this. This was the speech that he gave when this war kicked off. Just listen to something here that's interesting that happened.
Historical leadership. I spoke with him again this morning, and I would like to thank him and bless him for this close collaboration. It has truly reached a record of all times.
A record of all time. He's kissing Trump's ass, boy. But here's the thing. I myself think that there's something really bad that they have not done yet. And I think it's going to be a real error for Israel. And what I think that is that it's been weeks gone by now, and Netanyahu has not shown up in the United States of America to make his case to the American people, to the Congress or to the Senate. They haven't done that. And that is something that has been known to happen. Like the American citizens were caught blindsided. Benjamin Netanyahu knows where Washington, D.C. is. He can get there in 8 hours, less, any day of the week. I think it's significant that it's been weeks now and he has not shown up in D.C. to make his case. I think that's going to have profound consequences on his career, basically. And but in any case, let's listen. I just find that really strange, but okay.
In peace and in war. And this war will bring about true peace.
He called it a war. Look, I mean, this is Trump. You see that? And the whole time they've asked Pete Hegseth, all of the media outlets in the U.S., is it a war? They asked Trump, is it a war? And they spent weeks trying to dodge that word. And this man called it a war on day one.
Truly reached the record of all times, an alliance in peace and in war. And of all times, an alliance in peace and in war. And this war will bring about true peace. We
you see that?
targeted.
He said this war.
It has truly reached the record of all times, an alliance in peace and in war. And this war will an alliance in peace and in war. And this war will bring about true and in war. And this war will bring about true peace. And this war will bring about true peace. And this war will bring about true peace.
So, so you could see this is why he needs to come to explain to the American people, is this a war? Explain it to the Congress. He's been there plenty of times. I don't know why he wouldn't be there now, because we have spent loads of money since this war started. This is not a war that's been okayed by Congress, right? Pretty much. Has it been okay? Let me double check that since some weeks have gone by. Has this war been approved by Congress? Let me see. Let me just double check this, y'all, because it's been some time, but maybe they could have happened in the last day or two. So I just want to make sure. Right. It hasn't been formally approved. Nope. So it's still, with all this action, is not approved by the U.S. Congress. And in a democracy, this is, according to the Constitution, this is what Congress is the only ones that can announce war. So Netanyahu called it a war. Trump tried to dodge the term to circumvent Congress. But you could see now, what if every time you went to do business, every time you hired somebody to do a service for you, they always bent the rules, always slip and slide, like tell you one thing and then it always turns out different. And then they use an anecdotal word to explain it. Oh, well, I didn't say this, I said that. You know what I mean? Is that what you want your life to be like? Is that how you want to be respected? This is what is openly done. Netanyahu is calling it one thing. Trump is calling it another. That is a serious indication that something is not right. That's all I'm saying, but let's go on.
We targeted those at the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood of the Revolutionary Guard and all of General Staff and others. We would like to thank the brave Iranian people that they are being freed.
Now listen to this. This was on day one. And listen to what he's saying here. Listen to this.
Brave at the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood of the Revolutionary Guard and all of General Staff and others. We would like to thank the brave Iranian people that they are being freed of those horrific ties with that regime.
So he's saying that they're being freed, that's what this is about, freeing them of this regime.
This is an opportunity. Do something. Do not sit with your arms crossed, because this moment will come and you will be demanded to go out to the streets in the masses.
You see this? He's saying this is what the plan is. This is plan. Okay. But where was the support for these people? It seems like everything was done except go out there and provide, get them ready to respond once you bomb them enough. I'm just saying, look at how many people died already at the hands of the regime after these bombings.
Not sit with your arms crossed, because this moment will come. And
they weren't prepared. Trump even lied to the Kurds, on this. They don't even trust him anymore because he's lied to them already. You see what I mean? Before this event, so
you will be demanded to go out to the streets in the masses, because you have to complete this work and you have to bring down and eradicate this regime. Your suffering and your sacrifice will not be in vain. We promised you the help, and the help has arrived.
The Prime Minister of Israel.
So this is the help. The help arrived. And according to Netanyahu, this is the help that the Iranian people got. And now they should go after the government. Yeah. But did they get any weapons? Did they get any help? Who's coordinating? Is it just the mothers and the children that's supposed to, coordinate this attack on the government? I mean, this coup d'etat, what's supposed to happen to them?
Speaking directly to the Iranian people, calling them the lion, and President Trump also, at the end of his overnight comments, directly speaking to the Iranian people, telling them that their future is now theirs to take.
So they both did this,
This message that we just heard, I was listening to his Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments as well. This mission that Israel has launched is called the Lion's Roar. That is the name that it is given. And he was saying to the Iranians, now it's up to them, that they should go out onto the streets and take down their government. It's the exact same message that we heard from President Trump earlier in the day, saying that help has arrived, that there will be these military strikes, and that eventually, when the government is weak enough, that the people should take power and overthrow their government. It's unclear which people. It's unclear how that's supposed to work. Presumably, there will be some CIA help. There'll be communication. There'll be covert actions to try and direct this.
Okay.
But it is an incredibly...
So this was 2 weeks ago, right? Yeah.
Risky.
Hold on, let me see. How many weeks ago was this? This is 3 weeks ago. Y'all look at this. This is 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. Where does it say that? It must be down here. Here it is. Look at that. 3 weeks ago. This is what they were saying. So just as a retrospective, let's hear some more. So
and difficult thing to accomplish. I can't think of a time when this has ever been successful.
Can't think of a time where this has ever been successful. Yeah. Again, I have my opinions. I'm giving my reaction to other people's opinions, experts, news analysts, these kind of things, these kind of persons, and listening to their statements and then giving my analysis, my reaction to it. Yeah. Let's see. Now, Adam Mockler. Big up to Adam Mockler. He had a little thing happen on his channel when he went up on CNN. So let's cover that too. It's good to see young folk that are out there, like, basically explaining politics to other young people. You need that. You know what I'm saying? You need that. And, actually, I'm very impressed with some young folks. I like to follow some young people, a few of them, because, it just shows you that a lot of times they're sharper than a lot of adults, to be honest. But in any case, let's cover this. Let's see what he was saying here about Trump, not just Trump, but his little interactions on CNN regarding this situation with this war.
This war has been won, but they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing.
Oh, I think we've won, but from a military standpoint, they're finished.
We've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over.
Yeah, you never like to say it. Trump seemed like he says it all the time.
In the first hour, it was over, he said. And yet, bombs continue to fall. Troops continue to head to the region. What does this even mean anymore, Ken Cuccinelli?
Well, it's really all going to be judged at the end, looking backwards. And,
are we not already at the end? The president keeps saying we're at the end.
No, we're not at the end. I mean,
so you disagree?
My understanding of what he's saying is that they've devastated the military, and that's accurate. It's hard to imagine it isn't. But
he's Trump-splaining. He's Epstein-splaining right now to everybody.
That doesn't mean it's over. I mean, this is a regime that suffering is a tactic, even for its own people. I will say what's different this time is that their leadership's been successfully targeted, and so they're not just contemplating other people's suffering. They're contemplating their own suffering for the first time. And we can't see from over here what that does to the calculation on that side. nonetheless, they're human beings like everybody else, and that's going to factor into how this plays out here.
What the hell? What the hell kind of calculus was that? This is like, what the hell?
Doesn't mean it's over. I mean, this is a regime that suffering is a tactic, even for its own people. I will say what's different this time is that their leadership's been successfully targeted. And
hold on,
and that's accurate. It's hard.
Keep saying we're at the end.
No, we're not at the end. I mean,
so you disagree?
My understanding of what he's saying is that they've devastated the military, and that's accurate. It's hard to imagine it isn't, but that doesn't mean it's over. I mean, this is a regime that suffering is a tactic, even for its own people. I will say what's different this time is that their leadership's been successfully targeted, and so they're not just
okay. So he says suffering is a tactic. Suffering. What the fuck is Trump doing to American citizens? What is the GOP doing to American citizens? Are they not using suffering as a political tool? Did they not just take away people's fucking, social rights, the rights they pay taxes for, the benefits they pay taxes for? I mean, how is driving up the debt, driving up inflation, firing millions of people, kicking millions of people off of health care? That already there's millions, 40 million, then there's going to be 17 million more because of Trump. How is that not suffering? How is that not considered suffering? What the fuck does he think is going on? And I'm not saying, what does he think ICE is doing to people? He didn't see ICE kill any people, American citizens. He didn't see that. These people, again, are the most right-wing government on earth. This right here in the Western world, in the West. Let me say the Western world. Yeah, right wing. When I use that term, I mean Western right wing. I don't know what you call it in other countries, if it's the left or the right or whatever. But in Western nations, this is the most right wing extremist government that exists in the Western world. Again, we went over this. Nationalists, even Nationalist Party in Denmark, believe all citizens should have health care. All elderly citizens should have elder care. All people should have universal access to education. All citizens. Even the right wing believes in the welfare state, in housing for its citizens. Even the right wing. These people don't believe in that shit. These people are not those kind of nationalists. These people are not Americans first. These people are fascists, like straight up. That's what they are. They're kicking citizens off of health care. They're kicking more people out of fucking education. They're literally about to have people thrown out of their homes, like straight up. And he's got the nerve. I'm sorry, man. Iran lives in a certain part of the world, and they have a history. And that those people have problems over there. They have the disagreements. They have their, but why, in the Western world, we're supposed to have higher standards before we point a finger at somebody else. What about our standards? This regime doesn't even uphold Western fucking values. It doesn't. It is not holding up preserving American culture. If it was, it would be holding up and preserving American people, because that is who the culture is. You see what I mean? So this regime doesn't give a fuck if your grandparents fought in World War I, World War II, or if your uncle or grandparent fought in Vietnam. They don't give a fuck if your ancestors fought in the War of Independence. They don't give a fuck. They don't have any standard for you in terms of being a fellow American. Your ass can be out on the street, dead, and they wouldn't lift a fucking finger. You see what I'm saying? Like, they are not nationalists. They are not. They are not for American citizens. They are not at all. They're not for Western values. If they were for Western values, they would be making sure American citizens could have a dignified life. All have access to health care. All have access to education. That's not what they're doing here, but that's what they're doing in Denmark. That's what they're doing in other Western countries. You see what I mean? Canada, you know what I mean? Germany, you see the Netherlands. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So these people are not nationalists. The nationalists in other countries, at least they love their own fucking people. These motherfuckers are phonies. They are 100% phonies. Elon Musk got 3 goddamn citizenships. Fucking Peter Thiel has 3 goddamn citizenships. Trump's family just came to the motherfucking United States three generations ago. What would you be considered? What would they call that in Denmark? You know what I'm saying? What would they call it? They would call it a second generation. They got a name for that. You know what I'm saying? They have a name for it. And don't run from what you are. What the fuck? I don't run from being American living in Denmark. I'm not acting like I'm something else. You see what I mean? Or pretending, although I understand and speak the language, but I'm just saying, I'm not pretending that I'm something else. But these people are fucking pretending. And they're Americans and want to kick out other Americans, want to tell other Americans what being American is. How the fuck can you be a 3rd generation American and you're telling people who have been in the country for 200 fucking years what a real American is? How is that fucking possible? How's that fucking possible? But this is who's leading this regime. I'm just saying it. They don't make any sense at all. And they don't make sense at home. And they're lecturing Iran in a region of the world that has different standards. Different standards. I'm just saying, to me, it sounds like they've wasted a whole lot.
Contemplating other people's suffering. They're contemplating their own suffering for the first time. And we can't see from over here what that does to the calculation on that side. Nonetheless, they're human beings like everybody else. And that's going to factor into how this plays out here in the next few weeks.
I'm glad that we got Ken's very charitable interpretation of what Donald Trump is claiming on a daily basis, that we've won. But the reality is...
Yo, Constantine says, we have all that in the Netherlands, and we call your leader a pedoff. Exactly, man. I'm just serious. This right wing in the United States, they're not fucking national. They're not even for American citizens. This is what it is. They're an embarrassment.
What the president is saying is incongruent with what's happening on the ground, and that's the scary part here. There are 2 separate conversations that are happening when we're doing these debates. There's a conversation that you guys are having, which is just whatever the administration says on any given day. One day we've won, the next day there's negotiations, the next day we've won again. But there's the actual on-the-ground reality that we are mobilizing thousands of troops to the Middle East. We are asking for $200 billion for this war. And I don't know, what are we getting for this?
$200 billion for this war. Well, didn't they just say before announcing this war that they had to cut and gut health care because they didn't have any money? Didn't they just say that? But now they're asking for $200 billion additional dollars after they already got $1 trillion out of this Congress. Whatever happened to we don't have the money for health care? No, they had the money for health care. They just don't give a fuck about American citizens. These people are not fucking nationalists. They're not nationalists. They're not. They're nationalists in drag. You know what I mean? They wear the flag. They do everything else except what a nationalist does. Anybody can wear a motherfucking flag. Anyone can. But can you act like a nationalist? Can you vote for nationalist shit? Can you vote for conservative shit? No, they're not conservatives. They don't care about the United States American citizen population who are elderly. They don't fucking care. They don't fucking care. They don't care how many wars your ancestors fought in. You don't matter to them. The only thing that matters to them is money. And if you don't have money to give them, they don't want to have a relationship with you. It is literally master slave relationship regarding these people. I mean, they're stealing all the wealth of the country, hoarding it to themselves, and they're depending on American people being stupid enough to just let them walk away after they do it.
86-year-old Khamenei was replaced with his 30-year younger son, who's more radical, more extreme, is purging moderates. Can anyone tell me what we've gotten for this?
Well, I think that one question I would posit here is to you, Scott, and this is what James Mattis had to say, okay? Mad Dog Mattis, right? Very well respected Marine Corps general, former Trump defense secretary. He says this: Iran right now, if we declared victory, they'd say they own the strait. You'd see attacks for every ship that goes through. We're in a tough spot, ladies and gentlemen. I can't identify a lot of options. I know we've talked here, and I think one of the responses to what you just laid out is that the Iranians have funded bad actors across the region for many decades. Many presidents in both parties have talked about how bad this regime is. But Scott, the challenge is, okay, we've done this. We seem to have underestimated their capabilities with drones, their willingness to dig in, the ways that they've attacked their allies. And now Jim Mattis is saying he can't see a good way out.
Here we go. Sucker ass Scott now. Let's listen to punk ass Scott, who apparently decided he wanted to have a suit color change. I don't know why. He looks horrible in the suit, man. Come on, man.
Can you?
Yeah, I mean, the way out, of course, is for an international coalition to secure.
The motherfucker's begging now. See, now this bitch right here went out there and didn't defend our allies when Trump was talking shit about our allies. He's talking about an international regime. Motherfucker, you wanted to invade Canada, you motherfucker. You wanted to invade Greenland, you motherfucker. You know, you wanted to go on a tour lecturing Europeans about their culture, you stupid motherfucker, when you don't even care about your own American citizens, the elderly, the fucking children who are American citizens, the fucking veterans. You are a piece of shit. You are no nationalist. You are no right-wing conservative. You are a fucking joke, you know? And anybody who sits up there and shares this opinion with this fool, you are also a fucking joke. You are pathetic pieces of shit. Like, seriously, you are phonies. You're total fucking phonies. You are only in it to get some money. You are a sellout to your own fucking country and your countrymen. You know, Scott is the worst, man.
The strait, and just in the news.
Listen to this dumb shit here.
Done this. We seem to have underestimated their capabilities with drones, their willingness to dig in, the ways that they've attacked their allies. And now Jim Mattis is saying he can't see a good way out. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, the way out, of course, is for an international coalition to secure the strait. And just in the news today.
Oh, really? Why didn't you call the international coalition? Why didn't you bother to call any ally before you attacked Iran? How come you didn't think about what they would think? How come you didn't consider their views then? Was it a plan? If you knew if this is a plan, then why didn't you call them in advance, since it's part of a plan? So you had calling them as a part of the plan, but you didn't even give them a heads up before you attacked them. So that meant that you didn't care about any European allies' economy. You didn't care about what they thought if they were ready to fight in Ukraine and fight in the Strait of Hormuz. You didn't think about any of that. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker is phony, and he's a begging ass bitch. Excuse my language. I'm probably going to get a yellow warning or something for this, but this is that bitch shit again. You know, I'm sorry, man. Stop the gaslighting. You cannot go out and insult our fucking allies and not even bother to pick up a phone before you start a fucking major war, and then you say you depending on them. Anybody who helps these people are fucking crazy. Talk to them, lie to them, keep them waiting, say whatever you got to get to avoid their crazy ass and Trump's bitch ass. But goddamn, you got to be crazy to go along with what he's suggesting. Scott Jennings, doesn't respect any fucking NATO ally. Period. He doesn't. This man sat out there and tried to justify Donald J. Trump attacking fucking Greenland, attacking fucking Canada. It's not a fucking joke, dude. You know, people, don't let them play you as a joke. There's no way in hell we're supposed to be talking to people like this and then expect their fucking help. Like I said before, nobody fucking does this. You know, and they expected that Iranians are just going to, you just bomb them and they're just going to let you come and take their country easily. Just ha 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 ha. No, you insulted them. Anyone you fucking insult is going to react to you in a way that doesn't please you. Anybody, if they have any pride. If Europeans have any, Canadians, Greenlanders, anybody, South Americans, anybody, and Iranians, anybody that has any fucking pride knows this is bullshit, what he's doing. And everyone has the right to have some pride. Everybody has the right to have a little fucking pride. And this man, Trump, preserves none of that on the global stage for any of them. You know what I'm saying? He will insult them on the global stage like it's nothing. You see what I mean? Fuck that. Too many people have fucking died already in wars. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a fucking joke. Yeah, Rafiki, you said, V, did you see the Iran rap Al Lego video trolling Trump? Nah, but I think I saw something like that, but this was a little, maybe 3 weeks ago. Let me double check on that. But this is, you know, I'm sorry. The more we have to hear these people chat, and obviously this motherfucker is a professional troll who gets money under the table. He's not paid to tell his truth. He's paid to be the devil's advocate always for Trump. Yo, man, get the fuck out of people's eyesight. Scott, get the fuck out of people. You should be embarrassed. You're not a stand-up human being. No human being sits up there and caps like this over and over and over, man. This is bullshit. This is not journalism.
We seem to have underestimated their capabilities with drones, their willingness to dig in, the ways that they've attacked their allies. And now Jim Mattis is saying he can't see a good way out. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, the way out, of course, is for an international coalition to secure the strait. And just in the news today is that the British Royal Navy is on its way. They've decided to engage. I think that's the clear.
You see how brief he made that? They decided to engage. That means he's lying. That means they said they're going to send a mine. They might send a mine. Let's look that up right now, as a matter of fact. They said they're going to engage the motherfucking British. Blah, 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 blah. Let's find out if they're going to engage. What are they really up to? Scott, let me just say this. Scott Jennings said, I'm going to make it personal now, said the UK is going to engage Iran. He didn't say Iran. He just said engage, to leave it just out there in the blue. Like, you don't know what are they going to do? Engage a milkshake? Engage some hamburgers? Engage in a motherfucking, fishing expedition? What are they engaging in? That's why he just said engage. He don't want you to know if it is actually engaging the military or what. By sending a ship. Oops, ship. Sorry. Let's see here. By sending a ship. Let's see. So this is what it says. And as a matter of fact, why is this so big? Let me make this smaller again. Here we go. All right, so here it is. Current maritime situation, the Middle East, the most volatile it has been in decades since Operation Epic Fury began in 28-26 at Strait of Hormuz, the world's most blah, 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 blah. All right. Virtual standstill. Normal traffic through the straits has dropped roughly 150 vehicles per day and is now fewer than 15. Iranian toll clearance system. Okay, but what? U.S. naval. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. But did the UK say they were sending a ship? If so, what type? And how will and did they promise to engage the Iranian military? See, this is how you got it. This, they like to tell lies to the American people because they know American people are watching this bullshit. You see what I mean? This is not European news, but American people just let their journalists fucking lie to their ass and their president. And they actually have the nerve to believe a lot of shit that somebody like Scott Jennings said. So here, United Kingdom's role in the current conflict in Iran has been a subject of intense political debate in London, while Prime Minister Starmer has consistently stated that Britain will not join the U.S. and Israel in offensive strikes to overthrow Iran. The government, the UK, has recently significantly increased its military activity. Here's the breakdown of the ships sent and the level of engagement. So which ship did the UK send? The UK has deployed HMS Dragon, a type of 45 Daring class air defense destroyer. The deployment HMS Dragon was ordered to the region in early March 2026 after Iranian drone strikes hit a British military base in Cyprus, RAF. Okay, but that's Greece, man. That's not Cyprus. That's not Hormuz. Okay. The ship's type, blah, 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 blah. Let's just get past this. The mothership's plan of March 24 reports indicate the UK is also considering sending a mothership, potentially modified commercialized vessel or specialized naval ship to act as a hub for autonomous mine hunting. This is the one I think Scott Jennings is talking about. Autonomous mine hunting. Did they promise to engage the Iranian military? The UK promise is strictly defined as defensive engagement rather than offensive. So there you have it. Prime Minister Starmer has promised to engage the Iranian military only to intercept incoming threats, drones and missiles, and to degrade Iran's ability to launch. Okay, so that's basically what it is. Now let's just get back to what the hell he's talking about, just so people are clear on it. And look at his eyes, his facial response here when he says this.
Yeah, I mean, the way out, of course, is for an international coalition to secure the strait. And just in the news today is that the British Royal Navy is on its way. They've decided to engage. I think that's the clear future here, is after you decimate their military, take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, take away their ability to have a ballistic missile program, and defeat their willingness to be an exporter.
Defeat their willingness to be an exporter? Is that what he's saying? Hold on, let me see. Yeah.
Decimate their military, take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, take away their ability to have a ballistic missile program.
I mean, so again, he's bringing up ballistic missiles. Malcolm Nance said, if you're talking about taking out their ballistic missile ability, that's going to be just alone going to take a year.
And defeat their willingness to be an exporter of terror. You have an international coalition.
So you could see he's basically continuing the same line of thought as last year. This is what the U.S. has said time and time and time again about Iran. What's new? What is new? So they're going to call them, and I'm not saying that they don't sponsor attacks and militias and groups that have attacked Israel or attacked other, done other clandestine things. I'm not saying that. Obviously, they send drones to Russia to attack Ukraine. I'm totally against that. I'm like, fuck Russia, Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? But they play. I think Iran is not led well, but that's different from how you approach dealing with them. Even if you think they're a problem, that's different. That's the question. The question is, do you believe this is the best way to go about things? That's all it's about. That's all it's about. And Scott Jennings is one of the people that keeps doubling down on this same shit that never works. It just didn't work last time. It didn't work the time before that. It didn't work the time before that. And there's a reason why. This place is mountainous. It's mountains. They're dug in. So you have to keep your goals reasonable. And the American people deserve honesty, not just narratives and not just hyperbolic fucking propaganda over and over and over, just running the same statements down people's heads. People really need to know whether this is really worth their time and their tax dollars or not. And right now it's not. Right now it's not. And people have look, they have the right to say enough is enough. It's just
that A, monitors these people, and B, secures the strait. And obviously,
did he say monitor these people? Hold on.
And defeat their willingness to be an exporter of terror. you have an international coalition that A, monitors these people, and B,
international coalition that monitors these people. Listen, your actions have been breaking down the international order. Listen, this dude, he didn't stand firmly. They don't stand firmly against Russia invading goddamn Ukraine. What do you think that is? What do you think that is? They're arguing for the opposite in Ukraine. You hear that? They're saying international people should stay out of it. You see what I mean? And now he's talking about international people should monitor fucking Iran. They weren't for them monitoring fucking Russia. And Russia's the one supporting Iran, and Iran is the one supporting Russia. What the fuck? You see how much, you see how the forked tongue, how much forked tongue this dude has? It makes no goddamn sense. And all I'm saying, it's not about whether you agree or disagree with Iran. Everyone you don't have to agree or disagree. I'm not Iranian. I don't live anywhere near Iran. But here's the thing. You should still be reasonable. People die. If your life is not under threat, just remember you just got an opinion. Just remember that. Anybody can afford to talk shit when their life is not on the line, when it's not their life. Anybody can say they're for Iran. Anybody can say they're for the U.S. when their life is not on the line. You see what I mean? That means something different. And my life is not on the line. So I don't go this far as to support the action that's going on with the U.S. And I don't go so far to support the action of all the things that Iran does either. I don't go that far. I think things need to be done a little bit different. And especially from my government, because we have more responsibility, because we have more capability, and we have more of a presence on the global stage than Iran. It's just that simple, you know. But we undermine the international order as well. And now he's bringing that up in some sort of argument that people are supposed to care now all of a sudden. What happened to saying the same shit when it came to fucking Putin invading Ukraine? Scott Jennings capped for fucking Putin. He capped for fucking Trump, standing by and sitting down and doing nothing. Listen, for people that don't know, invading a sovereign nation is a fucking international crime. You can't be for it and then expect someone to not come and invade you. That's how it works. You can't be on both sides of the line. You got to stick to a side. And you can't just stick to a side when it's your fucking friend. You can't just flip-flop when it's your fucking opposer or you see what I'm saying? You have to actually stand on something yourself for it to fucking work. Otherwise, don't claim it. You see what I'm saying? Like, stop being a joke out there, you know? Especially if your life ain't on the line. Get your ass out there on the front line and fight for either one of them. Go get your motherfucking ass out there and fight for Iran, and get your motherfucking ass out there and fight for the U.S. military. You go do it. I ain't doing it. I'm not fucking doing it. You know what I'm saying? I am not going to do it. I have better shit to do. You know? I got better shit to do, man. I mean, I'm just saying it. What the fuck? I'm trying to go on a vacation. I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to have a normal life. What the fuck? Anyway, you get my point, though. You get my point. That was Adam Mockler, by the way. He did an excellent job. Let me just see. He got some more points. Oh, he's about to rip. This guy one. So let's see.
Decimate their military, take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, take away their ability to have a ballistic missile program, and defeat their willingness to be an exporter of.
He got a long list of accomplishments he wants, you know, before it's going to be over.
Terror. You have an international coalition that A, monitors these people, and B, secures the strait. And obviously, virtually every country in the world has an interest in the strait being open and secure, and that they don't have a navy or any capability at all.
You see, he got a long list of things that they're going to have to do before this is over. So how long is that going to take?
Harass these ships going through. So I think that would be the hope. And I think what the president said is true. We have decimated their military capabilities. We've destroyed nearly all of their navy. We've destroyed nearly all of their navy. So to me, if you exit this with an Iran that has a defanged as it relates to missiles, as it relates to an aggressive navy, you take away their ability to make nuclear weapons, and you leave the remnant here unwilling to be a supporter of terrorism, that is an unequivocal win for the United States of America.
I want to show you the very careful wording Scott is using here. He's saying if that happens, which means that he disagrees with Trump's statement that it already has happened. I cannot believe you invoked an international coalition just 2 minutes ago when Trump already tried that. Trump announced 2 weeks ago he was gathering an international coalition of ships to escort their countries to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Guess what? No countries answered because he spent the past year threatening to invade Greenland. So now,
matter of fact, he said he didn't need them.
I mean, he said he didn't need them. I was going to get there. Then he comes all the way back around to saying, listen, I didn't break up with her. Or no, sorry, she didn't break up with me. I broke up with her. I didn't need them in the first place.
Yeah, he's speaking facts. I mean, he's asking for the international coalition, but he just went out there and was like, I'm going to invade Greenland. He's asking for an international coalition, but he doesn't want an international coalition in Ukraine. He's just a fucking hypocrite, and Scott Jennings is out there capping for him. And again, you got to be smarter than that. You need, as a person, if you want people to take you serious, you have to demand that they take you serious. And when you don't demand that people take you serious, you're just a sucker for them. Now, Scott Jennings works for the elite. If you want to be his sucker, go right ahead. But that's akin to being a sucker for a slave master, so you go be the slave.
National coalition of ships to escort their countries to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Guess what? No countries answered because he spent the past year threatening to invade Greenland. So now,
matter of fact, he said he didn't need them.
I mean, he said he didn't need them. I was going to get there. Then he comes all the way back around to saying, listen, I didn't break up with her. Or no, sorry, she didn't break up with me. I broke up with her. I didn't need them in the first place.
You almost had it.
I almost had it.
You screwed it.
I want to ask you,
screwed it up.
Do you agree with, yes or no? Do you agree with Trump that this war is won?
I agree that we have devastated
Wait, no, do you
their
agree
military.
that we've won? He said we've won. Yes or no? It's not a hard question.
Well, I mean, if
He's
you
not
consider,
well,
if you
have we won or not?
if you consider a condition of winning destroying their military capabilities, their missile capabilities.
We haven't. Wait, if that's true, why can't the Strait of Hormuz be open?
Yeah, exactly. You see, they just the dude just before Scott Jennings just said it straight out of his mouth before that, it will be over when they do that. And now he's saying, if you consider them doing this a success, man, you see, so this is just propaganda. He's just there to fill in the propaganda. And let me see something. There's another point where he has a big one of the guests actually comes after him. Actually, this is a lot of interaction here. Let me see. Here we go. Let me just fast forward to this part right here.
Tariffs on the American.
Oh shit. Oops, gotta stop that. All right, hold on 2 seconds. Let's see here. Sorry about that, y'all. Do me a favor, click the like button. I appreciate that. So more people will be able to see the stream also, not just now, but also later. It helps people. If you're into this kind of conversation and you care about what Trump's goal has been to break up NATO, if that's affected you and you feel like people need to stand up against that, and the way we can do that is by having conversations across different countries, Americans, Canadians, people in Germany, people in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, France, the UK. If you think these kind of conversations are helpful, right, to, stopping this assault, because it's really Putin's assault, then click the like button. If you don't, you can hang around anyway. By the way, don't be afraid to hop up. You can hop up if you really disagree or you got some real points to make that are beyond slight comments. You can feel free to make a more nuanced statement or conversation, comments or whatever, by hopping up and using the Discord app. Let me know. Now, when you click the link to the Discord app, it's there. I put it in the chat. When you click the link, you got to install Discord on your mobile app or whatever. And then once you do that, then send me a message, right? But this is the link to my direct server. So I will see the message in some time. But do me a favor. When you do that, come back in the chat and say, V, I'm in Discord now. Then I'll know it. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm not always looking at the Discord only, right? I'm actually having to monitor a few different things at one time, at all times. So just keep that in mind. But I was about to speak Danish now. I will look at it at the Discord app as soon as I see a message like that, or people tell me in the chat somebody's waiting, then I will check it out and I'll have you come up. Now let's hear Makler's last point here. Let's see.
Iran war is increasing around the country come the midterms because of the same exact type of policies that honestly Scott has been advocating for on here. Tariffs on the American families. People do not like that. This Iran war has increased gas prices. We have the ACA subsidies being cut. I mean, they continue to advocate and pass these policies that American families feel the effect of, then it backfires in the midterms. This is going to be a big blue wave. It already was going to be before the war in Iran, and this is the most visceral change that we've seen so far. When I drove to the airport today, I passed by 2 gas stations, and I was paying attention. American families are paying attention to this.
They are.
I'm old enough to remember when Democrats were advocating for higher gas prices to bring about the end of the internal combustion engine.
You only have to be 5.
Now, all of a sudden, gas prices are.
Wait,
are
which
a big
Democrats
deal.
said I want higher gas prices?
Matter.
Literally all
They
of
said
them.
I want higher gas prices.
Yes,
and
literally.
gas
That was
prices.
Yeah, I
policy
mean,
to drive prices.
that's a total lie. Nobody advocates for higher gas prices. This is, and to do it again, this is insulting. It's insulting, but we know Trump's whole presidency is insulting. So let's move on. Big up to Adam Makler, and yeah, he does a good job, and we need more. We need more independent media like that for young people, because our young people are under a fucking assault. And our young people are told, don't worry about it. Politics don't matter. It doesn't matter. It ain't going to matter. Your vote ain't going to matter. A lot of young people are told that. Don't believe it. Your vote matters. Rich, wealthy people in America hate the fact that you have a right to vote. Don't only vote, though. If you think voting is just too boring, vote. Get engaged. Get more engaged. Learn who to support, who has your views. But if you really want to be bad about it, run for office. Yeah. Get out there and do some grassroots work. Get out there, organize your communities, and tell them to vote for you. Change something. You can do it if you believe, but also if you stand up. If you think these wealthy people are going to just sit down because you complain and that's it, wrong. They don't. That's not how it works. See, they only sit down and shut the fuck up when they show that you are putting in real effort to get rid of their ass. Okay, that's what it takes. Seriously. So don't think complaining is like really revolutionary or it don't matter. No, that's not revolutionary. That's the opposite. That's called do nothing and give up. What the fuck? That's not revolutionary. Okay. But in any case,
policies,
Caroline Leavitt, our White House secretary,
and reckless sanctuary city policies.
She got the nerve to be talking about sanctuary cities, and the country's going to fucking war. People are getting thrown out on the street. Still talking about sanctuary cities though. Same talking points.
Which put criminals back into America.
Sanctuary cities. It's almost like this was a year ago. The same talking points.
Life stolen from her because Democrats embrace reckless open border policies and reckless sanctuary city policies, which put criminals back into American communities. How many more Americans have to die before the Democrats end this madness? President Trump's position is very clear.
Before the Democrats, the whole world knows this is bullshit. I mean, this is the funny part about it. I mean, this lady, she's going to travel one day, and people going to be from other countries going to be looking like her. They're going to all laugh. They're going to all laugh at her, man.
He wants the federal government opened. He wants the Department of Homeland Security funded, and he wants the Democrat shutdown to end immediately. The president will also continue to call on Democrat leaders in sanctuary cities and states like J.B. Pritzker, where this young, beautiful girl was murdered, to cooperate with ICE and stop releasing illegal alien criminals into American neighborhoods. It is for the safety of every American citizen,
my God,
including all of the people in this room. With that, I will take your questions, and here in our new media seat today, we have Gabe Fleischer.
Thanks, Caroline.
Somebody, you thought somebody in the chat said this is you making my point. Somebody in the chat said this is from last month. No, it's just her talking points. This is from 19 hours ago. She just got the same talking points. That's the confusing part about it. It's 19 hours ago, man. This is AP News, y'all. I mean, come on now. Listen, this is AP News. And pay attention to what I'm saying. Also, I'm not being facetious when I say this is from 19 hours ago, and I'm not being facetious when I'm saying she just uses the same fucking talking points. That's what I just said. So, pay attention. This is not a month ago. You just hearing her and her Groundhog Day ass repeat the same talking points,
I have two questions for you. First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25.
Hold on. Wait a second. Let me hear that timeline.
The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full.
Okay, so 4 to 6 week timeline for the full.
Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations.
And okay, but obviously she's no Malcolm Nance. She's no military analyst. She's never served in the military. She's not a. She said, but Malcolm Nance said to get rid of the ballistic missile capabilities is going to take a year. She's talking about 4 to 6 weeks. Oh, it's just like going to a beauty parlor willy nilly. You just go at any time. You can no line, nothing bad going to happen. You just get in there on time, get all your nails done and shit in your hair, and then you're out of there and on your way. And look at her. She don't even believe the shit she's saying. That's why she's laughing while she's saying this. Look at her face. She's just like, I can't believe I'm saying this. I can barely keep myself from laughing while I lie to you. Look at this.
At which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress.
Well, as you know right now.
The question was, is the president going to consider seeking what from Congress? Authorization from Congress, right? That's a good question. It's been 3 weeks, almost going on 4 weeks now. The mission is supposed to take 4 to 6 weeks. So she's hoping it's wrapped up in 2 more weeks. But they have not gone to Congress to ask for approval for this war. Netanyahu calls it a war. Who knows what Caroline Levitt calls it. But in any case, that's the question. So here.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Dave, for being here.
Thank you. I have two questions for you. First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25.
So she's saying 2 more weeks, y'all. That's what she's saying. And this is the problem, like anyone that just takes them at their own words. If you listen to what they said, she said they've already said from the beginning it would take 4 to 6 weeks. This is week 3. Week 3 is about to be over. It's about to be 4 weeks. So that means she is saying 2 more weeks. Give us 2 more weeks and we'll be done. Does anybody think anything is going to be accomplished in 2 more fucking weeks? Like, that is ridiculous. But she's holding to this lie.
Today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did notify Congress, the Gang of 8, ahead of the launch of the operation 25 days ago. And we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So at this moment, it's unnecessary. But of course, the president and this administration will always abide by the law.
Okay. Always abide by the law. Okay. Yeah, sure. I guess, is that the law? She's just saying he's not going to ask Congress, right, for authorization for war powers, right? But, okay, isn't that breaking the law? Isn't that not following the law in the first place? Among many other things, many other factors that this guy just does whatever he wants and then, tries to come and clean it up later. All right, let's see here.
Or do you have a follow-up? Sure, go ahead.
Second question. In my reporting, I speak a lot to young voters, many of whom voted for President Trump for the first time in 2024, hoping to have no more wars and to have lower prices. Now, with the war taking place and with gas prices going up, curious what President Trump's message would be to those voters who kind of
Hold on,
swung
let me
into
see
the
something
coalition
here.
in 2024, but maybe don't feel the administration's going as they had expected.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for young people so that we are no longer threatened by a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who serve in our country in the Middle East, many of them young people themselves, young men and women who serve this country honorably in uniform and have been threatened, killed, and maimed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security. As for the temporary short-term fluctuation in gas prices, the president has said once these combat operations...
Yo, this is what? Who is this in the chat? Frank Rosenthal. Let me go to this. Let me see something here. Frank Rosenthal. Let me just check the YouTube page out real quick just to see if there's any content on it. Okay, let me see. 9 videos. 2000. Okay, so this looks like a real person at least. Let's see here. Frank Rosenthal says he asked doing exactly what Obama did, but nobody had the time with Obama. I'm not sure what you mean. A lot of people criticized Obama. I was one of them. I don't know what you mean by it. Nobody had the time. Are you trying to say that you're only allowed to criticize based on your party? Is that what you do, Frank? I don't do that. I criticized Obama regarding Libya. So, see, I'm a little deeper than you. I don't make exceptions for anybody. And I don't make excuses for anybody just because of their political party affiliation. And I advocate for people to do the same. And I always say this. It doesn't matter what party these people are with. These people are still individuals that you have to pay attention to individually. And if you don't have the time to do that, you're not really doing what you're supposed to do. You know, as a citizen, as an informed citizen, even as a voter, you're not. So, oh, you see this? Now Frank Rosenthal, he didn't like that I read his question. You see that? Look at this. This is it. This is it. But he's here. Thank you for giving me your time, though. You must like my program because nobody's forcing you to be here. Look, he says it right here. He says, hold on, where is it at? Damn, he writes so much shit here. Damn, this is like, here he says, doing exactly what Obama did, but nobody had the time with Obama. But I had the time with Obama. So I don't know what that means. And again, I said, are you saying that you can only criticize people from one political party? And then look what he wrote later. He wrote, dude, I don't care about your BS. If you can't reverse psychology with me, I'm not reverse psychologying you. What's going on? I read your comment as exactly as it is. And I said, I criticized Obama. So what do you mean? And then I said, are you trying to imply that you're only allowed to criticize people from opposing political parties? Because I don't advocate for that, because I criticize any individual. I don't care what party they're with. They're also individuals, even in their party. They don't all go part line. You see that all the time. You know, all Republicans don't always do that. Sometimes there's some breakaways. Sometimes Democrats do things other Democrats don't like. And, you know, it's just an opinion, and opinions are, okay, well then, guess what, buddy? I agree with you on that. Opinions are like assholes. So I tell you what, since that's how you see it, bye. You're right. Opinions, you're an asshole. So let's get on with the rest of it. So here we go. In any case, and anyone else, hey, I might engage your comments. I pay attention. I read them, and I'm happy that you write them, you know. But listen, you got to also, you got to accept the fact that people will read your comment. People do see it, and people might comment on what you're saying. Accept that also. Don't be offended because someone notices you. You should be happy to engage.
Over, this administration is going to continue to unleash American energy dominance. We're continuing to do that every day, and we're going to see.
Somebody said Frank is an opinion thorn. Exactly. He's a big opinion, man. That's the most opinionated motherfucker.
Prices at the pump go back down, just as we have over the past year, because of this president. And don't think for 1 second if the Democrats had their way, gas prices would be as they were under the previous administration.
Did you hear what she just said? You see that talking point?
This president is keeping them as low as he can during.
You see that? If the Democrats had their way, so now the Democrats, they advocate for a high gas price.
Last year,
isn't energy diversity the advocation of cheaper energy prices? Isn't that what the Democrats advocate for? Diversity, so there's not a monopoly. So every time that something happens, your prices on everything don't go up. I mean, these people it's all propaganda.
We're going to see prices at the pump go back down, just as we have over the past year, because of this president.
They advocate like dope dealers. Like, you have to buy my dope. We don't want no other dope on the block. It's going to be our dope. You're going to buy this oil and you're not going to have no other energy at all. Forbidden. Boo. It's like, what's the logic behind that? Like, why are they so desperate to keep America oil only? Like, what is up with that? That's not the future, and it's actually monopoly, and you got to ask yourself, are the energy companies in the U.S. doing the job they're supposed to do? Are any of the utility companies really doing the job? How did the utility companies rate in Europe, in other NATO nations, or other Western nations, compared to the utility companies in the United States? How much is your phone bill? I mean, is the phone reception better in Denmark for some reason? Do we just have better? What is it? Why does a cell phone, 5G cell phone with unlimited talk time, clear, unlimited internet, why can you get that phone and why can you get that service for $20 a month, $14 a month in the EU, and that same service costs $80, $100 in the US? Why? Why is that? Is it just that the shit is better? Is that why? Is that why it is? I mean, I'm just saying. What's up with I got my flat is only 140 square quadrat meter. My flat, right? And my electric bill a month is only $100 a month at maximum. I'm talking about maximum. My electric bill is between $55 and $100 a month. My phone bill is between $14 and $20 a month, something like that, right? Depending on the value of the dollar, right? Let me see what else is there. I mean, I'm really just starting to wonder what is going on. Like, why do we justify paying more for stuff, the same stuff? What is it about paying more for the same stuff that we're on? How do we get that? Isn't the idea to not have monopolies? Isn't that what the U.S. was all about? Stopping monopolies? It seems like you pay high prices because monopolies, like straight up, soon to free electricity in summer in Denmark. Yeah, straight up. That's another thing. Denmark's a beautiful summer. No, we don't need air condition. You know what I'm saying? In Denmark, we don't need it. And the heating costs have gone up. That's the one thing that's gone up. But listen, as far as inflation, it's been managed. Denmark doesn't have the inflation that a lot of countries see around the world. And over the last 10 years, I would say, for housing, if you compare the capital of Denmark and the capital of the U.S. or the capital of Denmark to any major city, there's less inflation here. There's less inflation here than there is in the U.S. And it's because of the monopolies. That's how I look at it. But in any case, let me hear some more about this lying ass Levitt.
And don't think for 1 second if the Democrats had their way, gas prices would be as they were under the previous administration, the Biden administration, record highs. This president is keeping them as low as he can during this short-term combat operation, and they're going to go right back down when this is over. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline.
Hoorah!
Just within the past few hours, Iranian state TV has said that.
What about healthcare going up? You know, so it's kind of like stab you in the back and pull it out an inch. You know what I mean? But the knife is still there.
Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that? And have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan that was floated in the media.
Yeah, gas prices have gone up. I see somebody say, come to England. That's Patabai. Come to England. Petrol is twice the price of the U.S. Yeah, petrol has always been twice the price in Denmark as the U.S. Pretty much. It's almost twice. But in these times, that's still good because it's always twice as much as the U.S. And again, you know, it depends on how integrated you are with other forms of energy. You know, the more dependent you are on oil and gas, obviously, the more your inflation is going to go up. It's that simple. If you're more diversified, like Denmark got windmills and shit like this, right? Solar panels. So that means when it comes to energy, it's not going to inflate as much because people have options. You see what I mean? People are less dependent on gas and oil. You know, yeah, and that's really what it comes down to here. So one lesson that could be learned is, you know, make sure you diversify, you know, advocate for your country diversifying its energy supply. It's nothing wrong with being ahead of the problem, you know, and monopolies never bring cost of goods down. They always make the cost go up. That's the lesson here, you know.
I would caution reporters in this room from reporting about speculative points or speculative plans from anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual. So I am not going to negotiate on behalf of the president here at the podium. What I will tell you is these talks are ongoing. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty details that have been exchanged.
Okay, wait a second. Is she talking about the diplomacy?
How combat operation is, and don't think for 1 second if the Democrats had their way.
Okay.
I'm gonna go right back.
TV has said that Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that? And have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are.
Okay. Yeah. Iran says that they rejected the offer. Yeah. So Trump is basically lying. Iran is. Why would you continue? Why would you negotiate with someone who says, "Nah, man, we rejected your offer"? Why is Trump still negotiating with people that rejected his offer? Like, this is crazy.
The U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war.
Yeah, it was complete and utter surrender. That was the point.
What's the White House's response to that? And have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan.
All right. So, yeah, in any case, this is Caroline Leavitt. This is the White House secretary. And you may as well know her as Lion Ass Leavitt. But in any case, while she actually, you know, is in the White House and she lives in D.C., presumably, or outside of D.C., I think, her other cabinet, the other cabinet members, they don't even want to live in the civilian life. They too scared. Like, this is game. Like, peep this shit right here. The Trump administration is in fucking hiding. It doesn't even want to live among the fucking citizens. It doesn't look, it doesn't want to be. It doesn't want to risk its life living in the civilian world. Like, peep this shit. This
Now,
is
we have
crazy.
seen an increase in deadly terror attacks here at home since the war with Iran began. But now we are learning about a whole new kind of threat. And this time it is putting the lives of our senior White House officials in serious jeopardy. Why do I say that? Multiple unidentified drones were detected above Fort McNair Army Base in Washington, D.C.
Multiple unidentified drones. Wow, that is deep. Yeah, this is crazy.
See, that's the same base.
And who lives there? Who lives in the base?
Jeopardy. Why do I say that? Multiple unidentified drones were detected above Fort McNair Army Base in Washington, D.C. That's the same base where Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary, War Secretary Pete Hegseth live along with other senior White House officials. You can see why this is a big deal. We don't know who sent the drones. We don't know why they were sent. We do know how scary this is. We do know the unknown could be very deadly. That's why I want to bring in former CIA officer and drone pilot, by the way, Tracy Walder, former Secret Service agent who conducted airspace security operations.
No, but listen, it could be false flag. But listen, these people aren't even supposed to be fucking living on a military base. They're civilians. They're civilian appointees. You see what I mean? That means they're supposed to live in the civilian world. They have their own security anyway. They got goddamn what is it? The Secret Service protecting them. Basically, they got their own details. You know, so it's just weird that they don't even trust either they don't trust their own security details, or the threats to their life are far more worse than what people have been led to believe. Like, when does the Secretary of State live on a fucking military base? When is the civilian head of the Pentagon living in the military base? Mark Rubio living in a military base? How many of them are living in this military base? Let me take it back. There's three. No, listen. There's another military base. They're just talking about the ones that live on this military base. Then there's also another military base where the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, lives on. Like, none of these people want to live in the civilian world. Like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Talk about this, Tracy. How big of a concern is this?
You know, I think it is a big concern. It's less of a concern. I don't think that the Iran military has Shaheds just sort of hanging out in the United States. I think the bigger concern is what are called these COTS drones, or commercial off-the-shelf drones. So drones that nefarious actors or bad actors can purchase and then fly at sort of a whim. I think that is the bigger threat, in my opinion. I think we need to move away from this idea that Iran's drones can essentially reach the U.S. They can't. But it is a threat, and I think the even bigger threat is that the U.S. at this point, this occurred over the past week and a half, still hasn't been able to identify where these drones come from. So that's a problem also in our internal detection.
Somebody said false flag earlier. Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't know if it's a false flag, but here's the thing: when you have so many people that hate you, and even if you let's say the things that people say about Trump and Putin's relationship are real. Let's say that. Let's say Putin knows of Trump being a treasonous. Let's say that exists, right? There's a problem there for Trump, because means and ways Putin would probably want to protect. And the best way to protect yourself from Trump telling everybody about your relationship is by getting rid of your ass. And I think, you know, when it comes to these kind of threats and the threats that are going on, whether they're verbal threats or whether they're acts, it is very difficult to know who's doing it, because the number of people that this government have threatened inside the country and outside the country is going to be difficult to know. And plus, people can make it seem like it's someone else that it isn't. You see what I'm saying? Because you have so many enemies. Once you get and that's the difference in how you speak and your diplomacy and things like that. It ratchets down tensions. You get more cooperation, and it's easier to identify threats, real threats. Well, here's a situation where it could be from anyone. You see what I mean? Because this administration has literally threatened loads of people. They invaded Venezuela. They threatened to invade Greenland. They are okay with the actions of Russia and Ukraine, right? He's involved in this thing with Iran, right? And he's just done a lot. It's just so many antagonizing things. He's threatened Canada. They threatened to invade Canada. You see what I mean? So if you were a person that wanted to evade detection and you're not like one of the main groups there, that would be a good time, because people will automatically go to the first threats. They would automatically go to, let's say, Iran right now. But what if it's not Iran? What if it's China? What if it's not Iran? What if it's China? What if it's not Iran? What if it's Russia? What if Russia and China want you to be engaged with Iran? What would they do to help you stay engaged with Iran? Well, what they would do is attack your ass in the U.S. to keep you entrenched in a war with Iran. You see what I'm saying? Because who benefits if the United States is in war and NATO is in war, which it looks like they're trying to draw NATO into war with Iran? If they're bogged down in war in the Middle East with Iran, they're spending less time defending Ukraine. They're spending less time in the Pacific defending their allies there. It's very simple. It's very simple. So, what could you do to keep the United States engaged with Iran becomes the point. You do things and blame it on Iran.
Tracy, just to follow up on that, what's an example you mean? Someone could just buy a drone easily, put something on it, and what could they put on it? And B, how hard is it to actually fly one of those and do whatever you want to do with it?
I hate to sound flippant, it's not difficult. This is what a lot of times we see with the cartels, quite frankly. The cartels don't use these militarized drones. They're using somewhat primitive drones that are relatively cheap, that you can purchase online. You can, I don't want to give people too many ideas, but obviously you can attach explosives, things of that nature to these drones. You're not going to do a tremendous amount of damage, but you absolutely can do damage and create a situation that's quite frankly scary to people.
Paul, is Secret Service prepared to handle this?
I would say while the drones represent a serious threat, they're not new to the Secret Service. They do represent a persistent and asymmetric threat that security forces have confronted, and in the Secret Service we were exploring nearly 20 years ago. The threat capability from drones has increased. It's reported that there's approximately 1 million recreational drones registered with the FAA in the United States. What has changed is their weaponization and their payload capacity. But even beyond,
it's worth noting that EU states, several of them, maybe 4 or 5, have accused Russia of, these are called hybrid attacks, sovereignty attacks using drones. And they've involved drones. They suspect are Russian drones flying over airports, monitoring airports, monitoring military installations, these kind of things. So it's just to keep that in mind. You don't know who this could be. And again, this kind of conflict is asymmetrical. It's not as simple as China likes Iran or Russia likes Iran. No, they're more like a proxy state, meaning that they will love to keep them alive just to the extent that they could do what is beneficial for them. Outside of that, they don't have a use for them. So to keep Iran always on the string, being in a conflict is the perfect place, because Iran will now depend on Russia and China more than they might have been if they were in peace times. You see how this works? Strategy. It's not just, straightforward. It's asymmetric. You got to think a little outside of the box and think about, cause and means and consequence when you try to figure out what's going on, actually, but let me play a little more of this.
Beyond their use or explosions or introducing packages into a protective site, what's even more powerful for an adversary is the intelligence that they can gain from an aerial perspective to map out security forces and plan future action.
That's a really, really good point.
Too.
Yeah, reconnaissance. I guess the question is, without maybe giving too much away, but it's up to you, do we have the technology to track them, right, to see them before they come into a certain area and take them down, Paul?
Absolutely. The Secret Service.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody said, let me see here. It 6339 says the U.S. Army has now extended its enlistment age to 42. Yeah. They want old ass men. What is that signaling to y'all? I can't tell you what it says. Shit, I could tell you. It says to me enlistment is low right now because of Donald Trump. Like, people aren't going to enlist, man. Nobody is going to enlist. And I think it's very wise because this administration doesn't have your back. This government doesn't have your back. Look, you can also let me just do something here. Let me just flip over. I want to do an example, and I don't really know for sure what I'm about to find. And that's the good part about what I do here. I don't always have the answer, so I look things up to be sure sometimes. But let me see. What are the difference between the benefits of a Danish soldier versus an American USA soldier? Yeah. Let me see here. I'm just curious about that. I never bothered to look that up. And you can do this with any whatever group you want to do it to. But these are good questions to ask because you got to ask this stuff, man. You always need to know what's it worth. And I always ask that with anything I do. Anything. It could be a million different things. I ask the same question. What is it worth to me? Right? Versus somebody else. How do I stand if I don't know how it's compared with other nations? Okay, so here it is. While both the Danish and American militaries offer robust support, the benefits reflect their national identities. The U.S. offers a private welfare state within the military to compensate for expensive civilian costs like college and health care, whereas Denmark treats its soldiers like standard professional employees because the benefits are already guaranteed to every citizen. Here is a breakdown of the difference. By the way, Denmark, they have an ongoing draft always. It's called the straw draft. So, when you get a certain age, they pull your straw, and the person that's in that one group whose straw is the longest, that person one out of five, you have to go, right, and sign up. Now, something like that. But I think it's a good thing to do. I think the U.S. should do that, but not under this administration. But I think, I think it's a good idea because you do get training, but misusing the military turns that thing into something bad. So, again. All right. So here's the breakdown. Education and training. This is the most significant area of divergence. The U.S. and the GI Bill is a massive recruitment tool. It covers 100% of public and state tuition and provides a monthly housing stipend for veterans. It essentially is a ticket to the middle class that soldiers earn through service. Denmark, higher education is free for all citizens, so a GI Bill isn't necessary. Danish soldiers can often take specialized military training or certifications that are highly valued in the civilian sector. But they don't need military service to afford university degrees. Okay? So, healthcare. U.S. soldiers and their families receive TRICARE, which is essentially platinum tier healthcare with zero or low premiums. This is a massive benefit in a country where healthcare is otherwise very expensive. Denmark, everyone in Denmark has access to universal healthcare system. A soldier's medical needs are covered by the states regardless of their job. So again, a Danish soldier, their family gets universal healthcare, their immediate family, their extended family, their entire community. Everyone in the Danish soldier's world has these benefits already. Okay, you don't have to fight for these benefits. You don't have to do anything special for those benefits. You see? So there's something different going on here. Denmark, everyone in Denmark has universal health care. A soldier's medical needs are covered by the state regardless of their job. The military provides specific occupational health care services, physical therapy, combat trauma, right? But the base benefits is the same, right? Salary and pay structure. U.S. pay is based on the rank and years of service. Basic pay on top of the U.S. soldier gets a basic allowance for housing and BAS subsidies food, which are tax-free and can significantly increase take-home pay. Danish soldiers are treated as unionized state employees. As of 2026, OK26 collective agreement, Danish soldiers saw a significant salary boost, roughly 6.8 to 8.7 over 3 years. They are paid a flat salary that is subject to standard Danish taxes, though they receive specific bonuses for deployment or overtime. Retirement and pension. U.S. uses a blended retirement system, BRS. If you stay for 20 years, you get a lifetime monthly pension. If you leave earlier, the government matches contributions for a 401k styled account, the TSP. Denmark soldiers have a labor market pension. Typically, the Ministry of Defense contributes about 16.9 of the soldier's salary into a private pension account because it's portable. It's a portable account. A soldier who serves for 5 years keeps that money and continues to grow it in their next civilian job. Summary. So, okay, that kind of explains a little bit. Now, let me just go back. I was just curious. I just wanted to check that out and see. Wait a second. Are there any more benefits though? Okay, it says, would you like me to look into specific requirements for an American or foreigner to join the Danish Armed Forces? Yeah, let me just see that. I'm curious about that. Literally did just the other, because of what's been going on with Putin, to be honest with you, I'm 55 damn years old, but I'm in good shape. But a couple of times this thing has flashed in my head, like I need to maybe go find out if I should report or find out what the rules are here for reporting to the Danish military, because I want to know, do they need people? How, just the details about it. You know what I'm saying? Because like, I got to tell you, living in Denmark, there is a different way of thinking, that kind of changes something. And that is, all for one, one for all for one. Like the idea that you're supposed to help, you're supposed to contribute is very different from how you think in the U.S. De place de alle sammen, that's a statement. There's space for everybody. Maybe people don't always go by that, but that's a common understanding, helping each other and things like that. So you get so much from living in Denmark, it does make you, want to give back. So especially in times like this. So, but let me see here. Foreigner, included an American, can join the Danish Armed Forces, but it isn't a simple sign-up process. Unlike the U.S. military, which uses a green card as a primary pathway for non-citizens, Denmark treats foreign applicants on a highly individual basis. So maybe I should go down there. As of 2026, here's the specific requirements, the hurdles you will face. Residency and legal status. You cannot join from abroad. You must live in Denmark, right? So there we have it. I live in Denmark. Let me see. The Ministry of Defense prioritizes applicants who have special connection to Denmark. This usually means you already in the process of applying permanent resident. Okay. 7-year rule. For most roles, you must have lived in Denmark for 7 years. Okay. So that's me too. Language proficiency. Yep. Common, the deal breaker. Exactly. All training commands and technical manuals are in Danish. Yeah. So you got to be able to read and write, speak Danish, right? But, let me see here. During your elevation called Forsvarsdag, your language skills will be formally assessed. Okay. So the application process, instead of just visiting a recruiter, you must submit a written application to the Danish Defense Recruiting Service, Forsvars Recruitering. Okay. So individual evaluations, they will look at your background, your reasons for wanting. Okay. So there you have it. Test. So your written application is accepted. You will undergo the same physical, psychological testing as Danish citizens. Okay. Career limitation, enlisting an officer. Okay. You can't be an officer Yeah, specialist or enlisted. You can't be an officer. Yeah. Okay. So there you have it. Home guard. Okay. The home guard. If you have lived in Denmark for at least 5 years, you can apply for the Danish home guard, Hjemmesvar. Hjemmesvarne. Okay. This is a voluntary, unpaid branch similar to a part-time National Guard that supports the professional military. It's often a great way for fun. That's interesting, man. I might check that out myself. Okay, you need to be generally you need to be a NATO ally or a friendly foreign nation. So that's enough. So people that that's interesting to know. But in any case, now they've been talking this shit there this whole time about Iran, and we know Pete Hegseth is scared. They don't want to live freely out in the public. They want to live. Pam Bondi also. Pam Bondi lives in a military base. This is abnormal, but yet apparently there is some security concerns for them. And I think you just don't know. You just don't know. I think American citizens hate these people at this point, and I think they fear the American citizens. That's what I think. Even more than Iran, and I'm going to tell you, a lot of right-wing people started to hate Trump, like straight up. But let's see here. Speaking of that, what's the popularity right now?
Polling shows the president's approval rating has marginally slipped since the U.S. carried out strikes on Iran late last month. Take a look at this. 40% of Americans currently say they approve of President Trump's job performance. That's a slight drop from his approval rating the day before the war began. This decrease is driven, at least in part, by the conflict in the Middle East, with only 38% of Americans supporting his handling of the situation. Even fewer.
Do me a favor, y'all. Click the like button. Those of you that haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor. Click the like button. If you're watching from your TV, just pick up your remote for a second and click the like button. It helps more people come into the stream, see the stream that's live, but also afterwards, it helps more people discover the video. So just so you know. But I appreciate everybody that clicked the like button so far. Big up to y'all.
War began.
Thanks, Eric, on that one, too.
Increase is driven, at least in part, by the conflict in the Middle East, with only 38% of Americans supporting his handling of the situation. Even fewer approve of the president's
Dylan, sorry, that was you, Dylan. Sorry, thank you.
Economy and inflation. Rena Shah and Cristiano Ramos join us now from Washington for what we call a Strat Chat. Rena formerly served as a senior GOP congressional advisor, and Cristiano is the former communications director for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Good Monday morning to you both. I want to start with this data. Rena, a whopping 92% of MAGA Republicans approve of the U.S. taking military action against Iran. Do you see that as a good sign for the Trump administration, or might it be something else?
Well, I think the CBS poll is very clear. A majority of Americans are not sold on how this Iran conflict is being handled right now.
This is a CBS poll. So CBS is basically pandered to Trump. They basically have, capitulated to Trump. So keep that in mind when we look at this poll. I'm going to show another poll from CNN after this and see how they match up.
Was up and folks.
Ron, do you see that as a good sign for the Trump administration, or might it be something else?
Well, I think the CBS poll is very clear. A majority of Americans are not sold on how this Iran conflict is being handled right now. Disapproval is up, and folks want clearer goals and a quicker end. I think that's fair feedback from a war-weary public. But in looking at exactly what MAGA is doing, that poll shows very strong backing from Republicans, as you just said, and especially the MAGA base, over 90% in some surveys, because they see this as necessary to keep America safe. And I don't see that sentiment changing anytime soon. Now, I think if we go past maybe the 2-month mark.
I don't think that's true at all. Listen, a young man who's 22 went with a shotgun to Mar-a-Lago. This was a MAGA supporter. This was a Trump supporter. The young man explained all of his anger. It was the war. It was the economy. It was all those things he said Trump reneged on. And this young man lost his life. This is just less than a month ago. This is just a month ago. A MAGA supporter did it. I don't trust CBS right now. Yeah. They also own 60 Minutes, and I think they capitulated also to Trump a few times regarding a matter, and so that polling, I don't trust. I think more MAGA people are pissed off of Trump than ever, and it's a significant number. The MAGA movement has split. I mean, this is what the normal reporting says, that they've splintered. And it's splintered over the Epstein files, the war in Iran, and Israel. You've heard Trump's own, what was the guy's name? The head of what department just stepped down? The head of, it's some security agency just stepped down, a Trump appointee, and he said it was because of this war with Iran. They said Iran was not a threat. Was not wasn't a immediate threat, an impending threat, and said that the U.S. only did this because of Israel. So this reporting is kind of I wouldn't trust it right here. But let's hear some more.
3-month mark. We'll enter sort of deep summer, the fall. We could see it potentially change, but this is a viewpoint that is firmly held.
Exactly. The gas prices, man. Come on. What is this?
I think the broader public is the greater concern because we know that independents are so important here. And the broader public have said in so many polls they want results without endless entanglement. And that is a center-right priority. Win fast, come home strong.
Well, Christian, CBS News polling also
it ain't going to happen. Win fast and come home strong. But I understand that, though. But
shows Americans have become more pessimistic about the economy since the Middle East conflict began. We've seen gas prices jump. Might that be an issue that wins Democrats back the House in November, potentially the Senate come midterms?
Yeah, Republicans ran in 2024 on 3 things. They were going to end forever wars. They were going to lower the cost of living, and in particular, lower the cost of gas. They have done the opposite of that. The president has only been in office for a year and 3 months. This has been a complete disaster and a betrayal of all of the things that he ran for.
Damn.
And I think what is particular...
Damn, this on CBS, they're letting him say this shit? Okay.
Really jarring is Democrats passed lots of legislation to invest in clean energy solutions, cost-saving, hybrid.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for the 100 likes, y'all. I appreciate that. But seriously, this is exactly what I'm saying. If you want gas prices to come down, you are supposed to support green energy. You're supposed to support hybrid vehicles. You're supposed to support electric vehicle infrastructure in the United States of America. You're supposed to support energy diversity if you want gas prices going down. If you want energy prices going down, you're supposed to support energy diversity. And these goddamn maggots don't understand that. That's energy 101. That's the whole point, and it is so sad that so many Americans don't understand how shit works in their basic life. This is why you need education to be free. This is why you need it to be free. So you fucking understand it, and it is so goddamn sad. And you see this now. Let me see something. Let me go back here since I touched on that. Let me let more of that play. Hold on while I check on something. Here we go.
Cars and electric. Year and 3 months. This has been a complete disaster and a betrayal of all of the things that he ran for. And I think what is particularly jarring is Democrats passed lots of legislation to invest in clean energy solutions, cost-saving, hybrid cars and electric vehicles, and this administration just got rid of all of them. So right now, people are paying $100 at the pump. Groceries cost more than they've ever cost. And we are currently in what is shaping up to be a forever war. We are nearing the point of no return. If they actually send troops over there, it will be very hard for this administration to leave the Middle East anytime soon. That is toxic for congressional Republicans who, again, ran on lowering costs, ending forever wars, and in particular lowering the cost of gas. They have done the exact opposite, and voters are righteously pissed off about where they are.
And I want to ask you both something that's separate from the economy, but more about decorum and leadership. Christian, former FBI Director Robert Mueller died over the weekend.
Yo, sorry about that. But listen, the United States, the score, look at this shit. Educational inequality in the United States. Approximately 54% of U.S. adults, that's 130 million people, read below a 6th grade level. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Like, seriously, that is dangerous. That is dangerous. And it's no wonder why Americans are having such a fucking hard time. Like, seriously, understanding the basics. Listen, monopolies drive up prices. Diversification drives down prices. That is how it works. Very, very simple. If you only have one apartment you can rent, the person who owns it controls you. Do you understand that? It's very simple. They control you. And if you don't, if you don't have any other option, you simply have to fucking pay what they tell you to pay, or it's over for you. Very simple. And you know, I just feel sorry. I feel sorry, you know, because you can only, if you don't want better for yourself, no one else will. You know, that's just what it comes down to. But in any case, so we saw some data there from CBS, right, who's talking about Trump, and this is Trump's popularity and la. You know, will he, you know, I don't think MAGA is really that supportive of Trump right now. I think they're getting tired of him, and I think a lot more people are tired of him than have ever been on the MAGA side. I think MAGA is split, and I think they have every good reason to be split. You know, because some can fucking read and some can't. You know what I'm saying? some read on a sixth grade level and others not. Some higher. It's just that way. So you got to split. But now let me just hear this these data points here that are on CNN now. So where is it at? Is it here? Let's go.
CNN projects Democrat Emily Gregory will flip a Republican-held state House seat whose district includes President.
Oh, right. I forgot. Trump's his own district got flipped to a blue district. Mar-a-Lago is now blue, yo. It's a blue district now.
President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort.
So what does that mean? You see what I'm saying? That makes no sense according to the polling. You see what I'm saying? They talking about his bases, la. Man, this fucking, if that's true, then how did his own goddamn district just flip to Democrat?
CNN chief data analyst.
Yeah, I'm
CNN
just saying.
projects Democrat Emily Gregory will flip a Republican-held state House seat whose district includes President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. CNN chief data analyst Harry Endon.
Oh, Wiener said, how is living as a black person in America versus living in Denmark? Denmark's freer, man. I mean, as a black American, I have to say Denmark's freer. You know, and what I mean is, like, I'm not worried. First of all, you're safer. You're safer in Denmark. Everybody's safer in Denmark. Just to be honest with you, you're safer if you're from the U.S. You're safer. There is more security. There's more a normal. How can I say this? A normal life, a peaceful life. Yeah, and you know, to be honest, it does really depend on what you want out of being a black person, right? You see what I mean? I mean, you're a black person, but you're still a person, you know? So regardless of your color, you're still a person, and it's up to your own personal interest, right? But I've never had no problems, to be honest with you. I've had very few problems if you're talking about discrimination or racism, very few problems. I myself have had very few problems. As a matter of fact, I wrote a book I encourage people to read about my time not my time, but my time being an organizer in Denmark, dealing with issues for people of African descent, discrimination. And it's a very unique book. I don't think you'll find another book like it. And I think the what you call black population in Denmark is a very unique population. Don't assume all minority groups are unilaterally having the same experience in Denmark. They're not. And, there's different things at play here. And so I wrote a book about it. But let me see here. Afro-Dane successful story. If you want to know about common experience or the black experience, it can vary in Denmark. And so where is it at? Is it why did I write that? I'm sorry. Afro. Yeah, here we go. Here's the book. You can pick it up on Amazon if you want. You can also pick it up on through Saxo, Bo or ED. You could pick it up there. Can you all see this? Let me go over to here. Yeah, here we go. This is better. You can pick it up on Amazon too. You can pick it up on eBay. Right. Afro-Dane, a successful story. Let me go to here. I'm not Afro-Dane, so I'm not talking about myself. And that's an important distinction to make, right? It's an important distinction to make because I'm not Danish and I'm also not an Afro-Dane. I'm an African American. I'm a black American that lives in Denmark. And so my experience is based on that. Let me see here. Can y'all see this better? Here we go. Let me put this one up. Yeah, so you could see, there you go. You can see me at the top, right? And this book is about my experience in doing human rights and mapping the existence of black people in Denmark. Right. And so it's about the mapping of that population. So if you want to read more about the black population in Denmark and some aspects to it, it's a pretty interesting book. It has a lot of data in it. It has a lot about the laws as it pertains to this population, human rights laws thing, and the human rights dialogue regarding the Danish state. Also the dialogue of activists, different activist groups, the difference in how they see things and how they move the agenda, right? And also the difference in different groups of people of African descent. You have groups of people that are born and raised here, or their parents are from here, or their great grandparents are from, Afro-Danes. That's who's called Afro-Danes. Then you have African migrants who are not Afro-Danes. They're, in my opinion, they're migrants, right? So they're not citizens. They're not, their families aren't from here. This kind of thing. They're migrants from maybe Africa, and then you have, or other parts of the world, and then you have Western black people that migrate here also, and so these groups can be similar or they can be different. You see what I mean? It depends on what aspect, which thing you're talking about. You see what I mean? As a matter of fact, let me put that link in the chat so people can find that on their own if they want to. Is that here? Where did I put that at? Is that up here? Yeah, here you go. So if you want to find something about that, if you want to read it, you can Google it or you can look it up. But I describe a little bit of my experience, and I start off by saying, I'm not discussing my experience, and I discuss my relationship with Danes in Denmark, and overall I've had a great experience with, just if you want to talk about Danish people, there's not really any issue with African Americans and Danes in Denmark. That's almost not to even be expected. You see what I'm saying? Just to be honest with you. Maybe it's because we're very familiar. African Americans, a lot of our culture is known in the Western world. Just like American culture is, African American history and culture is known in the Western world. They know us from World War II. They know us from, many different, they know us. We're allies. You know what I'm saying? So we're seen in that sense as allies. You see what I mean? So, and we are allies, and culturally we're not that different. Although I call myself American, it's out of respect for the fact that I know what some of the differences are between how Danish people are just culturally and Americans are. Americans, we're very different, even though we have similarities, and even though there's things that we're very the same on, There's a few things that are very different, and it's because of how our own countries are. Denmark is a country that cares about its people. The United States isn't. So, you know what I'm saying? So Americans, we tend to want things faster. We tend to, how can I say this? We tend to think if it doesn't come fast, it doesn't have value. Yeah. We tend to overlook things from moving too fast. And why? Because we're always in a rat race. Danes are not in a rat race. That's not how they come to the table. You see what I mean? So you have to understand that to be able to navigate, to see the difference. So just understand that. Most Danes, all Danes have access to education. Americans don't. All Danes have access. You see, this makes you a little different. It makes you approach things differently. You see, so that's all. I mean, and you have to learn that when you migrate to Denmark. You have to learn that. It takes a little bit of time, but you learn that. But as far as our relations, nah, man, I've had so many great Danish friends, and Danish people have looked out for me like the whole time. Not only Danish people, but I have to say that, you can count on Danes, to be honest with you. Americans can count on Danes, like straight up. It's not a question of that. That's 100%. At least that's been my experience. But if you want to talk about different groups of African people or black people, right? That's not all the same experience that they're getting. There could be difference. Some of it could be religious based. A lot of what's going on in Denmark is religion. You know, issues with the conversation about issues with Muslim populations of people. That's the biggest dynamic issue you have here that's discussed. Color, yeah, we're discussing it, but there's a different conversation about it. And all these groups on the line, man, let me tell you, this black and brown thing in Denmark doesn't always align. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you see what I mean? So different minority groups got different situations going on, and I think Danes, African people are a little less critical of Denmark, I would say, because they're aware of this. They're aware that they can get things done here. They can find a job. They can contribute to society. They can benefit, find security, and help out something, do something else, a project at home, things like this. You can get somewhere. Denmark's a fair country to live. If you want a fair life, Denmark is a fair life. So having a fair life to a person from Africa that's a direct migrant means, hey, they might have a summer home in Africa. They might have another home in Africa that they can build up just because they have a decent job in Denmark. They apply themselves. They're reliable, this kind of thing. And staying away from the cultural battles. But then, yeah, so that's that. I would say that much about it. But I would also say everybody's entitled to their own experience. I have a good experience with a lot of different people, but it's how I approach people in general, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, and it's also, I've been given a great opportunity in Denmark to learn a lot. As an American, I haven't been cut out of much. You see what I mean? Out of any conversation so I would say I appreciate Danes for that. And I appreciate Denmark for that, and Danes have their own way of thinking, and there's different Danes that think differently too. You got to understand that all Danes don't agree about everything. So there's some nuances here, but generally speaking, I don't think any black American has too much of an issue here. I think the only issue you will really have in Denmark is how patient can you be when we come from a society that, we're used to getting things fast, things happening fast. Denmark, things happen at a slightly different pace. They don't happen fast, but they happen, and they happen steadily and consistently. You see what I mean? So, So, you deployed to Denmark? Pierre Powers. Yeah. You're American, Pierre. Yeah, you deployed here, yeah. I mean, yeah, man, what can I say? Shit, Danes like to drink. They got good beer. You know, we like the same food. We like a lot of it. We have a lot of similarities, a lot of Danes. I mean, one of the guys I work for, man, loves jazz music. You know what I'm saying? So we have that in common. But let me just tell you, they know a lot about Americans. So you can communicate with Danes pretty easily. They definitely are going to know something about you or have something they can, point to about the U.S. that's familiar to them. So yeah. So I hope that explained it. Yeah, you're American, but we deployed to Afghanistan. Yeah, man. Danes are some solid people. I would say that. Very solid people and just down to earth. Of course, they have their troublemakers and their quirky ones too that's still trying to figure out things. But the most are solid and down to earth, like some solid people, man. You can have an intelligent conversation with an average Dane, and they're very approachable. And they have this one thing where it's like, nobody's better than each other. You see what I mean? So it may be a shock in communicating with somebody like that. Like, Danes have a more, what can I say? It's called the Yenda law in Denmark, but I don't want people to just go verbatim to what the Yenda law says and all of that. But just this thing about bragging, that's not necessarily Danish. That's not the Danish way. You don't brag about the things you have in Denmark. That's not how you do things. In Denmark, you kind of show your down to earthness. That's how people socialize, through the down to earthness, man. Like, straight up. And then you can enjoy everything else. You know what I mean? And it's going to be fun, pretty much. So I had a good ass time in Denmark. I can't lie. I mean, I've had a couple of bumps here and there where I was, another thing is it depends on where you live too and what you're used to. I come from a big city, so I'm not really used to the small town vibe, although it's fine. And there's great people out there too. And cool people. But I think I lived in Fyn at one point in the middle of Denmark, and then Copenhagen the rest of the time, right? Fyn for a short period of time. And Fyn, although Fyn was it's a nice place and great people, some funny ass people. Oh my God. And some cool ass people. It was just a little too slow for me because I'm from the capital of the United States of America. It was just a little too much for me. You know what I mean? And I think that is what you need to think about. It's, sometimes, but Americans, we come from different backgrounds too, as Americans. Some of us are from capital city like myself. Some are from rural areas, less capital. Some are from the suburbs. Some are, I'm pretty privileged, so I'm a city guy. I'm from the capital, man. So Copenhagen is like an excellent spot for me. You see what I mean? I love Copenhagen, and it was the best choice I made to move to. It was Copenhagen. It's just a wonderful place, and I like it. I like how Danes do things, man. To be honest with you, I like how they do. To be honest with you, I said this once before, but Danish people, they're a lot like, how can I say this? You would be surprised on how much they can identify with you as an American, even as a black American. You would be very surprised. And I'm not talking about not just knowledge about you. I just mean how much they can understand and, and see you for who, you know what I mean? And respect you. Like, they can come very, very down to earth, and they have some deep ways about them. They can teach you something. Danes can teach you something. You know what I mean? Like, I've met some old Danish dudes, man. Sometimes they can be the trip, they can be very funny. And, but one thing for sure is if they want to communicate about some things, they come straight out with it. An old Danish man started talking to me about slavery. Yeah. He was like, "You're African American?" Yeah. And I was like, "Yeah." And he started talking to me about slavery in the United States of America and slavery in the West Indies, right? And I was totally surprised. We weren't even talking about it. And he started talking about slavery in the West Indies and the history of it. And I had to think for a second. I was like, why is he telling me this? Because it wasn't so, I didn't really get it totally. It wasn't the only thing we talked about, but he was willing to just talk about it openly. Like, no problem. Just from one conversation to the next. Like, yeah, he said it was a terrible time, history for the nation, because they treated people like dogs, like animals, worse than a dog. That's what he told me. But I think I like the fact that it was such a down to earth conversation and a real conversation. There was nothing hidden. There wasn't, and it also wasn't phony. It wasn't a phony conversation. You know what I mean? Danes are not up for a lot of phoniness. You know what I'm saying? It's something different about their culture. So if you're going to talk, they can appreciate real talk. You know what I mean? But like everybody else, it's best when you have some respect for them too. When you got some respect, nobody likes to be talked down to, or made to feel like they got to do extra work just to be around you. You know what I'm saying? So, on that note, it helps to know a little, to be willing to learn a little about Danes and Denmark, and to have those nuances, have that ability in yourself. But I do, because I've traveled around the U.S., lived outside of my hometown in the U.S. too, and I've traveled to a lot of places. So I'm a people person, and I understand, respect is something that gets you a long way in a lot of places. You see what I mean? When you can show some different drunk with old folks from different countries are the best. Yeah, man. And you would just be surprised how much other people might know about you. One thing I would say is, don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a book by its cover. That's the best way to go about things. Don't judge a book by its cover. And, you will find out. And I will tell you something. Danish people, don't confuse people, their color with who they are. Americans are very, very different. Americans are very, very different. So we need to just be willing to understand that there's not going to be some correlation of color that may you can just drop that. Danes are different from Americans, and they think different, and they have a different view of how to do things, and they behave differently. Americans that have the same color are not the same people. Just understand that. They're not. They're just not the same. You know what I'm saying? They're just not the same, man. And it's the same thing for us. It's just because we all have the same color doesn't mean our values are the same, doesn't mean our aspiration, our way of doing things is the same, or that we have the same intentions. We have to get past this as people and just start looking at values, and upholding good values, upholding real, honest values, and being and caring for people, caring for people, man. But in any case, I'm going to end on this one, since we're talking about Denmark. We talked a lot about Denmark and some differences between Americans today. Americans can learn a lot from Danes, and should. And if you don't think you can, man, I feel so sorry for you. I feel so sorry for you. Like, you can. And but in any case, this is what the Swedish defense chief has said about Donald Trump's this interaction with NATO allies, and how he has treated how he's treated our allies, man. Here, let's check it out.
As the war with Iran nears the 1 month mark, the patience of some of America's allies is wearing thin, with some European leaders.
Yeah. Americans can learn a lot from every country, and we need to, I think it needs to be said, because a lot, I've gone myself and had a good time in a lot of places. I've never had no issue, but I'm not your typical American. So, but I do know a lot of Americans like myself, no problem. And a lot of them live here in Denmark. It's like over 10,000 Americans that live in Denmark. You know what I mean? So most of them know what I'm saying. We all know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, inside of the U.S., Americans that don't go outside enough don't know these things. You know what I'm saying? Don't know these things. So, yeah.
There's calling for an end to the war, including Spain's prime minister, who earlier today said, quote, "It is not fair that some people are setting the world ablaze whilst the rest of us are left to swallow the ashes." Meanwhile, France's army chief called the USA, quote, an unpredictable ally, and said the U.S.'s actions are impacting France's security. That's in contrast to the message we heard from the NATO Secretary General this weekend.
Woo! You hear this shit? You hear this? Wow. Let me see here. Big Sid. Did I say that right? BIGDSYD. Is this Dan? What kind of name is this? Because if it was Danish, I would say Sud, like South, and SYD. But in any case, Big says your experience in Denmark is exactly what you get across Western Europe, essentially Germany, in the Netherlands. Yeah, it's true, man. I haven't had any. I actually worked for a German guy over here in security for some years ago, and me and this dude, we got along real fine. He was a hilarious German guy, and of course he was my boss, but he was a cool ass boss, like straight up. Okay, I got you. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so du danske? Er du danske, Pierre? Okay. Eller, hvor kommer du fra? Hvilken land er du fra? Yeah, I'm curious. But yeah, this is what I experience across Europe pretty much. I haven't had no issues, man. And I'm just being me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being me. So I think you're pretty safe in Europe, and you would get along well in Europe. Americans, as long as you're willing to respect some of the things that you see and you encounter and enjoy the things that you have. Like, I think that's what it's about. You see what I mean? And we should be able to easily respect a lot of the things, culture and the values of Western Europeans. We should be able to see a lot of things that we like and have respect for. So I wouldn't understand why it would be too difficult myself. Yeah, but of course, some things when you migrate, that's always a challenge. You know what I mean? And it will take time, but yeah, we're having we're given a pretty good opportunities. And other Americans inside the U.S., they need to hear us. Trump needs to hear this. These right wingers need to hear this, man. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, what's going on? And this is how you know this is a particular Putin attack. Like, this is how you could easily suspect that Trump is working with Putin, because they want to break up these relationships. That's what they want to do. It ain't going to work, though. It's not going to work. It is not going to work. Yeah, I'm talking about being a decent person. So let's rewind this. Exactly. Yeah, if you just try to be a decent person, I think that'll help a lot. And for a lot of, what do you call it? A lot of, also, if you want to speak about people of African descent, a lot of people, having a good time, doing well. It's a Jamaican guy, a good homie. He's got an excellent cocktail bar, just not far from where I live. I live close to the center, maybe like not even 5 minutes by car. You see what I'm saying? 10 minutes by bike, something like that. And but his cocktail bar is just down the road, even close to the lakes. Maybe just down, not maybe 2-minute bike ride from the center, the town, the Copenhagen center, right? And he's got the top, cocktail bar, Google top cocktail bar in the capital city. You see what I mean? So yeah, how did he do that? Well, he's got friends, people worked here for a while, done different things. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of people. A lot of in the diaspora. If you want to talk about African diaspora, people of African descent from different nations, West, East, Africa, South America. It's very diverse, but most of us are pretty, especially from the West, most of us are pretty well understood, pretty much understood. Even if you're from Cuba, nobody from Cuba, I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with you here. Brazil, I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with you here. You know what I'm saying? The U.S., I don't think it's there. I don't think you're going to have an issue. And of course, understanding the language, learning the language is going to help you even more. The more of the language you know, the more comfortable you're going to feel, and the faster you're going to go places. Boom. Learning the language, you're going to go places fast. But learning the culture, that's part of the culture, but learning other aspects of the culture too, you're going to really navigate well, I think. But let's hear let me hear what they talking about here, and then I'm going to be out. Thanks for everybody for showing up. It's been a good conversation. And so I'm going to end off here with the military folks are saying.
As the war with Iran nears the 1 month mark, the patience of some of America's allies is wearing thin, with some European leaders calling for an end to the war, including Spain's prime minister, who earlier today said, quote, "It is not fair that some people are setting the world ablaze whilst the rest of us are left to swallow the ashes."
Okay, so that's Spain's prime minister, okay?
While France's army chief called the USA, quote, an unpredictable ally.
U.S. Army chief called the U.S. an unpredictable ally.
And said the U.S.'s actions are impacting France's security. That's in
U.S. actions are impacting France's security.
Contrast to the message we heard from the NATO Secretary General this weekend. Listen.
I know there is a lot of debate in the US and in Europe whether this campaign of the president against Iran was necessary. And let me tell you, it is. It is crucial that the US is doing this.
Joining me now is Sweden's Chief of Defense and Supreme Commander of the Swedish Armed Forces, Michael Clausen. Thank you so much.
Wow. So that is interesting. I didn't actually. This is. Who is this right here? Is this the who hold on. Who is this?
US is doing this.
This is Mark Rutte, Secretary General of what? Of NATO. Oh, okay, that's what that is. Yeah, well, that might explain. I don't understand what's going on there, but.
Joining me now is Sweden's Chief of Defense and Supreme Commander of the Swedish Armed Forces, Michael Clausen. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on the program. Thank you.
Well, we really appreciate your being here. I want to start off by getting your big picture view of the war with Iran. President Trump has argued that Iran did pose an imminent threat, quite frankly, to global security. Do you believe that Iran posed an imminent threat?
I think that Iran definitely poses a threat to the global community, and we all know about the acts.
Yo! Hold on. Who said you from you from Stuttgart? Is that right? You're just a couple of minutes from Stuttgart. Okay. Damn, Pierre. Okay, I didn't know that, man. All right. Yeah, Stuttgart's not far from Denmark, by the way, just on the other side of Denmark.
Between Russia and in Iran, and Russia, Iran, and North Korea, for example, which definitely poses a threat to global security. In what order to address that, it's not my thing to decide, of course, but it's just a fact that this axis exists.
Part of the president's justification for the war, and I'll just quote for you a little bit of what he says, is that Iran was developing weapons that could, quote, target our very good friends and allies in Europe, as well as U.S. troops overseas. Did Sweden have that perspective that Iran could potentially target it?
Not really, but we have seen some evidence in the last couple of weeks that they actually have the capability. To what extent and with what sustainability you can always discuss, but that they definitely have these long-range capabilities and opens up a new vector, so to speak, against also targets in Europe. That's more or less a fact too, I would say. But again, I mean, we have been very focused on Russia and are still very focused on Russia. So in that regard, of course, again, going back to the axis between those countries.
Yeah, and I think this is the problematic issue, it doesn't seem like Trump doesn't seem consistent. He, on one hand, understands the total situation that Europe has had with Russia. He's heard about the hybrid attacks. He knows about the invasion of Ukraine. He knows about all of it, the concerns, right? But yet he somehow wants the same people that are concerned about that and dealing with that crisis to now divert and focus on the Straits of Hormuz. And to me, that sounds like a thinking person definitely would not have that expectation. But Trump seems to think that you can just spread it all around. And but in any case, let's see.
And I do want to ask you about Russia in just a moment. There's been a lot of talk about whether there can be diplomatic discussions. President Trump says that the U.S. is talking to Iran. We have reporting that the U.S. has in fact submitted a 15-point plan. Do you think diplomacy is possible, and do you think it's possible in this moment?
Well, to be honest, I think that diplomacy always must play a role simultaneously with military action. It's from my perspective, it's never either or. It's always both. The main effort can be on one or the other aspect, of course, but both have to be in play.
I spoke with President Trump a couple of weeks ago, and he said that he was reaching out to NATO allies, asking for your help to secure and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He's expressed frustration in the wake of that more allies have not come forward. Does Sweden have any intention to play a role in reopening the strait?
Well, we are open for anything that could contribute to a de-escalation, and also going back to sort of the free movement, freedom of navigation through international straits, including the Hormuz. So I guess that if there are any approaches made through the NATO system or bilaterally, we would be open to discuss that.
So you would be open to potentially help, but Sweden hasn't made any commitments at this point in time.
No, we have not.
I hear you saying.
But
okay, I want to just get.
It doesn't sound like he's saying the same thing, though.
Free movement.
Let me see something.
Intention to play a role
Here we
for
go.
your help to secure and reopen the. I spoke with President Trump a couple of weeks ago, and he said that he was reaching out to NATO allies, asking for your help to secure and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He's expressed frustration in the wake of that more allies have not come forward. Does Sweden have any intention to play a role in reopening the strait?
Well, we are open for anything that could contribute to a de-escalation.
Anything that can contribute to a de-escalation. That is what he said. And so does that sound like he wants to participate in escalation? No, it doesn't sound like, or offensive. It doesn't sound like that to me.
De-escalation, and also going back to sort of the free movement, freedom of navigation through international straits, including the Hormuz. So I guess that if there are any approaches made through the NATO system or bilaterally, we would be open to discuss that.
Okay, so it sounds like they're open to discuss both. It just depends on what it is.
So you would be open to potentially help, but Sweden hasn't made any commitments at this point in time.
No, we have not.
I hear you saying. Okay, I want to just get your broad reaction to what we've heard from President Trump recently about NATO. He's called NATO a paper tiger, quote, cowards, and I want to play you a little bit of what we've heard from him. Take a listen.
In the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the strait, and they're the ones that need it.
NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so.
Yes. Oh, shit. Yeah, they haven't had the courage to do so. Now, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with that statement. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with it. I don't see how anybody can agree with this, but to me, it sounds like he doesn't get the point. Hold on. Here we go. He said that too. What
is your reaction when President Trump makes these comments?
Let me hear this again.
Through international.
Just get your broad reaction to what we've heard from President Trump recently about NATO. He's called NATO a paper tiger, quote, cowards, and I want to play you a little bit of what we've heard from him. Take a listen.
In the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the strait, and they're the ones that need it.
NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so.
What is your reaction when President Trump
It's funny because how he speaks about it, it almost doesn't sound like he knows that he's a member of NATO. He's like, NATO could help, but who exactly in NATO? And I think this is important. He's saying NATO. Denmark's a part of NATO. Denmark helped the United States when they requested to invoke Article 5 after 9/11. All NATO nations agreed. They all invested. Denmark fought in Afghanistan with the U.S. They lost more soldiers per person than any other country. But yet Trump attacked them verbally and threatened to take Greenland. How are they supposed to respond when suddenly Trump wants their help? They're a NATO nation. Other nations, NATO nations, came to Denmark's defense. Literally, France, Norway, Sweden, all these countries. And now he's asking for them to just forget that? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, and it's just curious. Like, it seemed like he said NATO could. Why didn't he say Denmark? I think that's why he says it that way, because he wants to avoid using the names of the countries that had to help defend Denmark against the U.S. So he don't want to mention them by name. So it's just NATO could help us. Who the fucking NATO wants to help you now, man? No one agreed with you trying to take Greenland, and now they're supposed to help you take Iran. I'm sorry, this just ain't gonna work, man. No matter how you try to cut it, it's just like I don't get it, y'all. You're supposed to help the U.S. take. Listen. This is just the facts. Netanyahu didn't make one public statement condemning the U.S., stating that it wants to take Greenland and that they would use military force if necessary. Netanyahu, Israel, the state of Israel, never made one comment in the defense of any NATO territory, defense of Greenland, a sovereign nation, a sovereign country. Well, it's still under Denmark, the Kingdom of Denmark, but they have their own relationship with that they're almost totally. I think they're just in a security agreement at this point. But the thing is that now Trump wants these same nations that had to defend. They had to send troops literally to Greenland to prepare for an invasion of the United States military. And he's now saying, come help us take Iran, take parts of Iran. I'm sorry. That could never make any logical sense whatsoever. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. And playing around like it does is not going to help anybody. It's only going to get you in a worse situation. So yeah, let me see here. It's so whack. Learn how to treat your friends better. Expect from others what you do to others. How about that? And things will be better. But in any case, I'm out. I appreciate everybody for coming out as usual. Wow. It's been a great day today. Click the like button if you don't mind. If you haven't clicked the like button, listen, I'm going to be back in 18 hours from now. And, as we know, things are going to continue as long as Trump is in office. There's going to, they made money off of this, oil shit now. So it's probably going to go back down. Gold is going to go back up because the U.S. dollar is about to take a hit again. The gold helped the U.S. dollar for a moment, but it's going to flip flop. And this is what it's going to do until Trump's gone. And we need to do something about that. Listen, I'm lucky to live in Denmark. I have universal health care. My kids have universal health care. If I want to go back to school tomorrow, I can go for school. I can get paid to go to school. If my kids go, when they go, my kids already do go. They get paid to go to school. I'm blessed. You see what I mean? I have a union job. I have a peaceful life. I'm very blessed for my life. And, and I really wish that for my fellow American citizens. I really wish that the same for you. I really wish you had the same. Straight up. That's what I keep thinking. That's the one thing that really gets me the most, how we're even more powerful than Denmark, and yet we just can't, we don't even want the same damn near. Like, I just don't understand that, yo. I will never understand it. And yeah, man. But in any case, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna see you guys back in 18 hours. All right. Be cool. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Click like. Yo, thanks to the mods. Eric, big up. Dylan, appreciate you. Who else was in the house today? Who else was modding? Well, you get it. Thorn, everybody else. Peace, y'all. I'll be back. One.
Do I see a last space to freedom? One day that's me. I could chill with my ancestors and my family, cause even though I made mistakes, they still accepted me. Through my life, I had to try to understand the way it is. It's hard telling your kids what life really is, cause it hurts and you want much better for them, but you gotta let them know what's out there for them. So you can say you have one word, one voice to light, so you can make things right, cause the times that we live in are no place for humanity. Not you, not me, the human race family. We need to change how we think it's the range. It's not right putting people in bars and chains. It's messed up cause in our veins the blood's the same, but some got different means, others got different aim. Some want to propagate hate through racism, others want to sell pussy in the basement. Some settle for drugs, even debasing, but these things in life could never be a replacement for love, understanding, knowledge, and wisdom, cause only truth tellers make it to the kingdom. Not the kingdom that you drive through in a Rolls Royce, but the place you get to lifting every voice and sing. Welcome to the children of the light. It's time to lift your souls high up and find there's some doing wrong and they don't know right, when everybody's embracing the light. Welcome to the children of the light. It's time to lift your souls high up and find there's some doing wrong and they don't know right, when everybody's embracing the light. The earth spirit is broke and decimated. All that bullshit is now outdated. It's hard as they get. Even if you catch AIDS, please don't quit, cause the world needs you to stand up and do what's right. Even if you're gonna die, go out with a fight. God made you to live and God should choose how you die. But if I told you that was the case, it'd be a lie, cause man-made has been up to no good once again. All of this killing under the guise of government, at this point I believe it's pure warfare. Some get welfare, others get no care. People feeling the war that's way over there, but don't give a damn about the poor right here. Please, young kids, listen to me, hear me when I say the world ain't right. Listen, don't be prey. Stay away from negativity and stay educated. Excel in class and last stay dedicated. And your family, Lord, even if they wrong, cause the truth could change the whole world if that's strong. Stand up for what's right, don't sit for what's wrong. Help the ones that don't have enough to come along. You can do it, but you can't do it all alone. Every plan in life must have a backbone. So get your shit together and work for you, but don't be another fool with no clue. Cause the earth spirit is broken and decimated. It's time to lift your souls high up and find there's some doing wrong and they don't know right, when everybody's embracing the light. Talking to the children of the light. It's time to lift your souls high up and find there's some doing wrong and they don't know right, when everybody's embracing the light. The earth spirit is broke and decimated. All that bullshit is now outdated. Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the project center rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my nigga Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. They go Dralo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo niggas gots to go. No show is live with narrating, fuck Memorex. My nigga Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking yes, you lie. know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this. A place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion. Justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Singles mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists. Giving all our power to the damn commercialists. They see us just as being sheep in this world. That want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality and this yes, day. You know, the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody around the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees, so listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. The Thelonious and Vic Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hit the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player with the delay, freaking lyrical spray.